blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to light. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to light. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up!
It's almost time.
Hang in there! I'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting!
Very interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the misty marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin, the seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final, solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding.
My old friend.
The cursed name, Kaiser.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not lose, the more we gain, the more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We'll get stars, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
How's it going, everybody, and welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025, and we are getting into the concluding days. This is the playoffs, and this is where it's all to play for, and teams will get eliminated today as well. We have the lower brackets match between Crazy Raccoons and Scarz. I am Blam, and with me is Hauler as we see this through to the end.
Yeah, we're going to see this one to the end. I mean, top four. It took us 2 weeks to even get to this moment. And as you said earlier, one of these teams is going to be going home. It's going to be a sad moment for that team. But of course, we have those games ahead of us. It's going to be a best of 5 to see who's going to move on, who goes home in that first series today.
Exactly. I mean, it's the KJL final clash, right? Like, they haven't fought since the ranking week, which seems to be so, like, long ago, right? Like, at that moment in time, we saw that obviously Crazy Raccoons were able to 2-0, but this is the week where all these teams are going to start to place and get themselves their prize pool, right? 'Cause, I mean, it's 10,000 for the champion. We have 8.5K for second place. We have third place at 7,000 here, and then 6.5 USD for fourth place. And those teams that have fell right now have got away with 6,000 USD. So even though they're out of the competition, that's a little bit of a softer window below there.
Yeah, definitely a softer blow, but this is going to be the bracket for today's matchup. So we're going to be going to the lower bracket semifinals to start things off. Crazy Raccoon versus Scarz, that's going to be our first matchup, but then we go to the other side for the second series of the day. It's going to be Nongshim up against Gen.G. The winner of this one will be in the grand finals, guaranteeing them guaranteeing a spot in the top 2, meaning that you're either going to be moving on to the KIC or you're going to be going to the last call.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be crazy, right? The fact is, obviously, even Nongshim or Gen.G are going to be getting and cementing themselves further into the Honor of Kings ecosystem, but these are going to be today's matches as well, as you just saw with the bracket. It's Crazy Raccoon going up against Scarz, the KJL final clash here, so only one of them can go through, and then Nongshim going against Gen.G, which, to be honest, I mean, throughout the survival week, that's been like a patchy kind of like narrative, right? Like Gen.G, they were coming back. We thought they were going to take a series from Nongshim, RedForcevs, and once again, Nongshim have denied them of a series completely within the survival week.
Yeah, Gen.G was like the story of the KME in the ranking week. They got one up to Nongshim. They were up ahead, and it seemed like all things were good for Gen.G to be the new kings of the KME. But then Nongshim were like, no, not just yet. Survivor week, we're going to continue on, and they actually were able to outplay Gen.G, and they're still the top dogs going into this series here.
Yeah, top dogs going into the series, but we're going to go and look at a Crazy Raccoon.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is going to be the first team of the day, and it's none other than the CR Nation Crazy Raccoon, and they're represented by Kai in the Clash lane, Kong, the still player with the most MVPs within the KME Fall Season 2025, Cliche in the mid lane, Nanohana as their farm lane, and then Nia as their support, which has been a team that we've been seeing start to grow, start to come into their own kind of uniform throughout the KME Fall.
Yeah, this is a team that had a great ranking week, and we're like why they were the top 3 in terms of going into survival week. But going up against Gen.G and Nongshim, they really couldn't find their footing. There were definitely some weaknesses that were exposed. But again, let's see what their opponent will be, and it will be Scarz coming up now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Scarz Japan, and they're going to be the real ones. They're going to be made up of Aruru, Mfang, ASD, Hao, and Ochik 2. This is a team that actually was down into the Group A. They didn't have the greatest of times on day 1. They got 0-3 by R8, but ever since then, they got angry. They ran the table. They were 5-1, and they're the reasons why they're the 4th place team going in and going up against Crazy Raccoons here.
I mean, if you're going to drop a series, right, you're going to drop it in day number 1. Like, with the Scarz here, yes, they got 3-0 by RA, but like you were saying all there, they were able to go through, like, the rest of the survival week just by clowning on the enemy teams, able to get themselves that 5-1 overall score, getting them into up to this lower bracket semifinals to go up against, once again, Crazy Raccoon, where they're going to try and get their revenge from the ranking week, right, where we saw a 2-0 victory for Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon on the opposite side of this one didn't get a single series at all within the survival week. So for me, I feel like Crazy Raccoon have to have done some kind of adjustments here to try and get themselves a little bit further into this competition if they want to see and try and beat whoever loses in that top bracket.
Yeah, and actually the biggest thing is like Crazy Raccoons didn't win a single one, and they were really struggling in the survival week, and so they're on the bottom looking up. How do they build some momentum? On the other end, Scarz, they've done really well ever since. They've had a lot of momentum going in, and this is going to be the key matchup to watch. It's going to be the head-to-head. We're going to be looking in the jungle, of course, between Kong and Mfeng here. If we're talking about kills, Mfeng, 155. That's actually the most in the KME thus far, and damage dealt per game, a bit of a wash in that regard. Kong with a slight edge there, but the gold is going to be the big factor. And why Mfeng has been able to kind of carry is because he has that little bit of a gold lead in terms of the average gold gained per game.
Exactly that. We're going to be seeing, hopefully, that they are able to transition this into this series against Crazy Raccoon, right? Because, I mean, he is going up against Kong, the most MVPs within the KME force so far. So there's definitely going to be a little bit of a performance needed here by Mfeng, especially with how Scarz were playing, obviously, in Survival Week. We've been seeing how an ASD kind of rotate around into the mid, into the farm lane. And it's been working out for Scarz. It's been working treats, and it's obviously worked ever since the Survival Week, right? Like, they were able to get that 5-1 score. So I feel like if they keep that same momentum, keep switching like how an ASD around, I feel like that's how they're going to try and get the victory here over the CR Nation. But as it stands so far, CR Nation still have a series win up on Scarz at this point within the KM4.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. I mean, you were talking about, obviously, the Kong and Mufang matchup. That's the one to watch in the jungle, but it's the other guys that really need to step up. I think that Scarz has done a much better job. You've rightly highlighted the how and ASD have really stepped up. Scarz is really starting to find that footing. Crazy Raccoons, on the other hand, things have kind of been rough. They have not had a great time. Obviously, taking some L's has it turned into a lot of learning, but can they carry those learnings onto this one? Because they must win, I would say. To be the best in the region is one thing, but to also take it to your countrymen, so to speak, I think that this is going to be a big step up for either of these teams to pull out that victory.
Exactly that. We're getting into the BP of game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a best of 5 between these two teams, and they're already going for those big bans, right? I mean, Fade, the Jing here, both Kong and Mfeng love these carries into the jungle, so respect bans being placed already, and then we're going back to a little bit of back to basics with the Ali ban here, potentially a Hue1 ban, but they're going to get the Organ through here. So the Crazy Raccoon, do they go for the prio on the Hue1, as it's been one of these heroes that's been carrying on the Gorge?
Yeah, definitely been carrying. I mean, they've a lot of potential in that regard, but I really like the bans. Scarz right now with that Fade ban, very targeted. Kong, that's definitely his bread and butter, right? If he's going to get anything going. One thing that Crazy Raccoons that really suffered in the survival week was that other teams really tried to let Kong play different style of jungler, right? In the tank style, and he doesn't excel as much. So if they continue on with that MO, they might give Crazy Raccoons a little bit of an issue here.
Oh, I mean, speaking of issues, right, you can kind of see what's going at the issue here with the BP, right? Like, we saw that, obviously, there was a lot being left open here. Obviously, the Ali getting taken because they don't want to give it over to either to Nanahana or ASD or How. But then the Maishurino comes through. It then baits out, obviously, the Hue1 and the Pei. And then, speaking of bait, you get the Yukio Tachibana here. But is this a little bit too early in the draft to to pick into the Yukio here? Do they go for something that's going to try and counter the Yukio later on Scarz?
No, I think the Yukio is the perfect pick here, because when you see the Pei, it actually does a great job of countering it, and most teams have kind of grown accustomed to it in terms of like how they want to do it. They know that Pei is going to be there. Yukio does a great job, but what I do like about Scarz, they're going straight up meta. The Loom pick, very top meta, top 5 pick, one of the better farm laners that you can kind of ask for going into this series. But the Yuan is actually the #1 pick in the KME. This one has a lot of flexibility. It provides so much. So Scarz going very heavy-handed first game.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely great draft so far. I mean, over to the side of CR, they've got a lot of burst damage with the Main, with the Mai Shirunui, as well as Yukio as well, right? So I feel like for Scarz, for CR now, they need to definitely build more of a sustainability, maybe get some healing for themselves. Obviously, they do banish the Dolia here because they don't want to get the double Unending Sorrow, the double Infinite Vastness, which could cause a lot of trouble here for Crazy Raccoon, and then also the Motsu as well, which can really shut down those big engages for especially heroes like the Mai Shirunui and the Mai that's like really rely on like long distance to get that setup.
Yeah, definitely a lot of possibilities here. And I would not be surprised if also one of these teams is looking for like a Sun Bin that has been like the hero of the survival week. It kind of catches people off guard. The flux and the movement speed is actually key. Late game, it becomes an absolute monster with that heal. Plus you have that potential for silence. So if you see like the Loong with that infinite vastness, he just decides to land right in front of you, you might have a great target there.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely where to place it down. But like I was saying, for Crazy Raccoon, they definitely need that kind of sustainability in terms of either front line or big tank here. We're looking at the Liempo, which again has been another hero that's been played quite frequently within the KME fall. And obviously going up to like the likes of Nanohana, where we've been seeing, hey, can he actually play some Enchantresses, some utility mages? He did prove that one within the survival week, but maybe it's clearly a little bit of a weak link here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, as they do lock in the Liempo and the Hou Yi being one of those counters to the Loong here.
Yeah, a lot of damage and all that Burning Sun Arrow. I mean, if it's comboed properly, I mean, especially with you have a lot of mobility from the Mayin and the Mai, both of these are going to be dashing into the enemy team. And if you get some sort of, stun, the rest of the team is going to be there to quickly clean up. But look at what they're doing. It looks like they're going to go the Yixing mid, give ASD or Hao, depending on how they want to flex this with the rolls, because those two kind of change quite a bit. But it's going to be an interesting pick to see exactly how this one plays out, because I feel like both of these squads kind of balanced.
They are very balanced, right? I mean, they're definitely with the switcheroo of Hao and ASD. I feel like it is going to be ASD into the mid lane here, because from the survival week, I believe like Hao likes to play those kind of like carry potential marksman down to the farm lane. We even saw Enfang flex to it within the ranking week as well, right? So maybe it's a little bit of an issue here of ASD, but he definitely shines in the mid lane. Like obviously he's Yixing, the likes of, played very well within the survival week. So keep him there, using the world as my boards, definitely going to make sure that it catches the likes of the Mai Shirunui, the Mayin, locking them into place, and just kind of hoping that they can capitalize on that team fight at their own pace.
Yeah, definitely so. That board could be considerably key, right? And in the same way, you kind of need to have Nia on that Liempo really just setting the tone and just being able to protect everybody, because the board might be set up, you're going to be focused, you need that Tremor Smash to really win those team fights, because you have a lot of other AoE damage. Yes, you have the Mayan as well, but I think all eyes are going to really be on this Nia come those team fights.
Yeah, exactly. In terms of getting the intel as well, right? Like we're going to see, hopefully for the side of Crazy Raccoon, a lot of intel gathering, because they're going to be trying to find out where's Pei, where's Byron, do we go into the enemy jungle? Do we try and invade quite early, even though they have that kind of disadvantage if they do decide to take a team fight, which, to be honest, was a bit of a shock for me, especially within like Group A. We saw a lot of those like early game team fights that were going on, and they were always going into the favor of the team that wasn't being hindered by that 10% reduction with the damage. But we do have our sponsor phone, and obviously this would not be possible without Realme. The official gaming phone is the Realme 15 Pro, and with this one, it's built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, both of these squads, you know that they're ready to level up, want to get to level 2 quickly and to put a little bit more damage on. And look at how Scarz, like these are two teams that have a lot of familiarity with one another. They're going to understand how they rotate. I would say they're probably the most played team, especially on the Honor of Kings esports stage for those squads. But they're familiar. They're going to try to kind of get some sort of edge, especially early.
Oh, yeah, I mean, definitely getting the edge early here, especially for Scarz's draft as well, right? Obviously, Pei definitely needs to have a better early game to kind of accelerate into the mid-game a little bit earlier, so he kind of makes sure that they're able to kind of try and finish these games off within around about that 10-minute to 12-minute mark. But realistically and historically here, between these two teams, they've been finishing around about the 19, 18-minute mark. So really, is this draft going to be something that Scarz can try and manipulate here to get a faster win over to the side of CR?
I feel like the longer the game goes, it's going to be more in favor of Crazy Raccoons. I know that there's a Lung on the other side, but I just see the Ho Yi, I see, you know, the Yukio. Those are the ones that really stick out to me. Yes, Mai kind of falls off, but I think that this is a team that's still, come late game, they're going to have a slight edge. So Scarz need to be careful. They need to push the tempo a little bit early here.
Yeah, I feel like if they do get to the late game, both of these teams are going to start to group up, and that's where you can obviously see the devastation of Nia on the Liempo, right? Like, if he lands one massive devastating Tremor Smash, it's going to be a hard team fight for Scarz.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for this one. They get the stun onto Aru. They're doing a decent amount of work, though. Whatever pulls them back, but now Kai is actually a little bit low. He has to flash away, but Kong continuing on with the chase. Gets the stun onto Mfeng, who's actually going to pounce away. He takes some slashes to the face, but he's going to get under tower. Scarz will just kind of regroup at this stage.
I mean, this is just the beauty of Yu1, right? Like, if Yu1 was not there, if this was any of the mid lane that didn't give over heals, that would have definitely gone into the favor of CR, because they were able to kind of track down Mfeng on the pay, no matter how slippery he is on this Tiger. But they were able to, and the only reason that Scarz came out on top was that healing sustained the CC from the Yu1.
Yeah, just enough at that point. But Kai, again, going aggressive, he needs to be careful. That flash is on cooldown, and that can kind of, it could hurt him, right? Especially since Scarz will look to focus him. Mfeng right now is in the middle, in the mid lane, so they don't need to worry too much. But something to take note of, because that's a long cooldown, especially early.
Oh, yeah, especially with the setup of the likes of the hero, Mayin, right? Like, we've been seeing those flash engages that generally come out of nowhere over the walls from the brushes that really catches off the enemy team. So, like you were saying, like, the fact is that common skill has been worn out here. Gives Scarz a little bit of a leeway.
Oh, the Burning Sun arrow. It's going to be right on point with that burst ram. The board has been set up, but he's not able to get over the wall, and he's going to give up first blood to Kong. But now Scarz, they're not going to get any sort of return kill.
Ooh, okay, so first blood going over to the side of CR is going to be obviously putting themselves ahead of the curve with the gold here, about 500 gold lead so far, which is going to be at the behest of that first blood here. But Nanohana trading blows over to Hao here as well. Just waiting in the wings, right? We see within that kind of like fog of war that there is kind of like, there's a waiting moment. Do they strike? Do they keep it here? Are they just getting intel? Because obviously Nia looking at the rotation here, just trying to get the pick up for Mfeng.
No, but Nanohana with a sliver of life barely survives. Mfeng caught me off guard, pouncing out of that brush, almost got the pick off, but Nanohana, he has to recall back. A good gank attempt, and it's, I mean, you didn't get a kill out of that one, but you pushed him so far back. This is a bit of an opening and a little bit of space in that bottom tower.
Yeah, exactly. They're just creating that pressure, obviously, for this moment in time, right? The neutral objective is now up. That turret has been damaged quite frequently, but it looks like it was Kong that actually got the Tyrant there as well. So great steal, able to kind of mitigate that push down to the bot side of the map and get the neutral objective. Smooth gameplay here from Crazy Raccoon.
Very smooth. And the rotation, they knew instantly, right? Scarz is going to go into that pit, but here's another Burning Sun arrow connecting on Ochik yet again, and he gets knocked around, and he's going to be down for a second time in this game.
Yeah, that's not the hero you want to get picked up with the Burning Sun arrow, right? That's definitely the focal point here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. Can they land the arrow onto Ochik too? Yes. Do we strike? Absolutely. And then they don't have that sustainability, which really saved them in that top side brawl that we saw early on within this game. And now this is slowly starting to show that Crazy Raccoons, they don't need the Q1. All they need is Nanohana landing those Burning Sun arrows.
Very smart, and I'm sure that there was definitely some intel. They knew that Ochik was going to be hiding around, but the flash away by ASD keeping him alive. But Ochik needs to be a little bit more careful, less predictable, and just waiting in the wings. But they get the stun, and they get the pick off, and Hao is not able to take to the skies. He gets picked off, and now Crazy Raccoons on the assault. They're going to continue on. The Ruin Jet actually hitting them on. He's going to have to pass it, but he gets knocked around. He's going to be picked off as well, and Cliché picks up that one.
Oh, nice play there by Crazy Raccoon as they not only get that T1 into the bot side of the map, they pick up another 2 kills for themselves. So really here, Scarz' objective is to just kind of mitigate this lead, but they're still pushing even further into the enemy jungle.
And look at Crazy Raccoon, so much control. They have the burst ram, the Ruin Engine, the dashes, and all of this stuff. It's just pushing them back, and now Scarz, even though they have the pay, they're down 2 towers at the 5-minute, 40-second mark.
It's troublesome for pay, right? Like, this is a marker where it's going to be a problem for your team. If you have a pay on your team and you're not having the greatest early game, if you're not spiking in terms of EXP, gold against your enemy jungle, it's already going to start to spell disaster here for the side of Scarz.
Yeah, it spells like it spells disaster. It smells like disaster. Everything that you is a bad situation. Having a pay on my own team in terms of my ranked games, I've been in this situation where he just doesn't get anything going. He doesn't actually create any space. This is a tough situation for Scarz. They need to figure out some sort of way to get a pick off, but Crazy Raccoon's not giving any sort of space at this moment.
Yeah, I feel like it's because we've been seeing from Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, they've been rotating very heavily with the buddying system, right? They've been like 3-2-man rotating around, getting the ganks into the bot side, opening up that mid lane, whereas Scarz has kind of just been, they've been waiting for it to happen, which is probably not the footing that you really want to be at if you are already behind by the enemy team.
Oh, they find Aruru in a bad spot. They get the pick off again, but Kong is so low. He's going to be picked off as well. Here's the Vastus, wants to go a little bit of aggressive. The flash away, not going to be far enough. Kai gets killed as well. Mfang on the prowl gets a double.
Absolutely beautiful gameplay once again by these two teams. I mean, yes, Scarz able to get 2 kills there, so Kong and Kai do go down. But what's the thing we know about Kong, is he dies once, he gets that second wind, he comes for the MVP spot, baby. Like, he's really been locking in the enemy team. Burning Sonara does miss out there, a bit fortunate, because we've been having some devastating ones on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but that one, not so devastating. But I like how Nanohan has been playing this whole year, right? Like, he's not really been into team fights. He's just been getting the macro play, getting those pushes on all those T1s in those lanes, and just firing that Burning Sonara, just setting up the team fight.
Yeah, doing a great job here. But look at how they just pushed back Aruru. Yeah, he's the tankiest one, but Kong stuck in the box, no way to get on out of this one. And I mean, Kai tries to run for his life, gets chased down. Mfang now is starting to turn it up a little bit.
Turning up the heat is definitely what Scarz needs to do here, but he might get caught out.
They find Mfang, but Kai is going to be killed on this one. But the Tremor Smash onto 2. They get the revenge onto Mfang, and do they get more? The Unending Sorrow keeping Ochik alive. Kong wants to go for this one. Tried to go for that dash forward, doesn't find anything.
Yeah, I mean, good pick off here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, though, right? Like, they were about to get locked down onto Mfang. We have the Tyrant up once again in around about 1 second time. Means it's not going to be contested here by the side of Scarz. Looking to obviously bleed away at their resources as well, taking that Azure Golem for themselves. Give it out to Nanohana as well, right? Like, he's looking like he needs some mana. He's a mana-hungry hero, especially with those basic attacks being propelled all the time on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Definitely need that one. But I mean, you were talking about it earlier about how Nanohana has really stepped up. I mean, like, his positioning has been great. The Burning Sun arrows have been on point. He needs to play the macro game, so he's really thinking long term, and just like, he's contributing so much, even on the Hou Yi, which has not really been in most of these team fights. So once that moment happens where he's like level 15 and he's fully itemized, he's going to be an absolute beast.
And you can kind of see already they're trying to like hinder that itemization by giving him over the buffs here as well. He has both the Crimson and the Azure Golem here from obviously the side of Crazy Raccoon's Crimson Golem, but they stole the Azure here. So he's just going to make sure that he's going to be in a healthy situation. Another great Burning Sun arrow, but a little bit too far away here. Diving into ASD while that passive is still up would have been a little bit of an issue here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it would not have been the moment to go in. I think ASD played out. I mean, his positioning was fine. No real risk. Nanohana was just more of like a, haha, I can do this to you. So you got to be careful more than anything else. But now Crazy Raccoon's looking to go rotate in the top lane. Mfang needs to be careful as he finds Kai.
Yeah, Kai's been getting caught out quite frequently, man. I mean, he's down by 2 deaths, which is the most deaths onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. So, yeah, like you said, Ola, he needs to make sure his positioning's a lot better onto the Mayim, but maybe he's just being used as a scapegoat. Like, guys, they're here, come and execute, which is what we've been seeing is the follow-ups, right? But Kai, once again, just being stalked by Mfang.
Oh, he's going to be chased here. And Kai has been the type where he had actually the most deaths going to Survival Week. He actually leveled up a bit in come Survival Week, but he's still the guy with the most number of deaths of the 4 teams that are remaining with 84. Not the greatest place to be. You got to play a little bit more careful. But Kong here, just dashing away. The Tremor Sash potentially looking to go in. Nice one. He gets the Burst Ram as well. They got the connection, but now the board, and it looks like Meow will be picked off. It looks like they want to go in, and Kai gets picked off. But Aruru is going to be killed as well. ASD's taking liberties on a cliche. They find another one. 3 members down thus far. The Burning Sun arrow, a little off the mark. Ochik 2 still around. Kong looking for his prey, trying to find out how we'll push him away.
I'll tell you what, man, I thought the boards were impressive, but those taking liberties really stopped cliches at teamfight, right? Like, we saw Maishiranui try to go in there. It's just like, boom, you're locked into place. And then that's when we saw Scarz strike back. And they have the burst damage. We see that Howie's level 13 now. He has the Starbreaker just being built as well. So, in terms of damage coming through here for Scarz, this could be the comeback moment. Let's look at that replay, though, right? Like, obviously, all starting off with that Tremor Smash. Beautiful. It connects onto 3 onto the back line, but then the burst ram comes in. There's just too much damage. and you can't get out when you're slowed. But then when the Maestro try to go in, taking a little bit to get hit down, they aren't able to go in. Look here, beautiful. Just that 1 second in the air really makes the difference in the team fight here, going into the favor of Scarz.
Yeah, the biggest thing was that, like, Nia got that nice tremor smash that you were talking about, but he sticks around and he's like being isolated. And once he goes down, the rest of the team is very squishy. So there's really nobody, no frontliner. Everybody needs to kite and stay from afar. Cliche went in, he got blown up because, again, there was no other tanky guy. They need to be careful with how they proceed. Nia, I know that he's looking to be an initiator, but I think he needs to be looking more for the secondary initiation more than anything else.
Okay, Burning Tornado does land obviously onto Mfang, but there's no follow-up to be had here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They would be committing way too much into the enemy territory right now. Board is being committed as well. Sony's out Cliche. Can they get the kill here? Aruru,
he's going to go get serious. Aruru actually has to dash away, and now it's on the side. Kong looking to go right back in yet again. All 5 members still there, but it looks like Mfang gets the pickup on a Cliche on the side, and they will continue. Nia getting solo. He's going to be taken as well. Kai is solo, and then the double kill, and they're 4 members down. A triple kill before Mfang, and he wants the last one. He's got a quadra kill, and he's going to sacrifice his own life as he gets picked off by Kong on his way out.
You could see the fire in his eyes. It's like, there's a pentakill. I can see it, I can smell it, but he just weren't able to get it. And this is why Kong on the Yukio is such a good counter to the pay, right? Like, he's able to stop him in his tracks when he's going, and that was the whole problem there for Scarz. But big up Mfang, right? That backline access was huge.
Absolutely huge. I mean, just setting it up, right? This is the numbers advantage, and Kong really can't even defend, turning it into a mid T1. Have the tables have turned.
Oh, yeah, so turned. I mean, even in the favor of gold, right? Like, it's, yeah, we're looking at sort of like a few hundred again, but there was a point in time on Crazy Raccoon where they were ahead by at least a few K. But Scarz, like we were saying, late game, it does go into their favor a little bit here. They do have, obviously, the Lung. They have the scaling Yixing as well. But obviously, Mfang, Aruru do start to fall off. But these group team fights have been working in the favor of Scarz for now.
Yeah, it's been okay. I mean, but they're still down about 1K. Crazy Raccoons have still not relinquished the lead. Things have been looking bad. Obviously, the momentum has kind of shifted in favor of Scarz, but another big team fight like that, and it's going to be all in on Scarz on this one.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for Crazy Raccoon, they obviously had the last Overlord as well, the Shadow Overlord, which obviously is that enabled them to push that bot side of the map as well there, which really put pressure onto the side of Scarz. But that's the only thing that I feel like was the saving grace from that last team fight, is the fact they had the pressure of the Vanguards.
Yeah, the Vanguard was huge, right? I mean, just being able to push it away, that could have been more than just that one mid T1. But now, Hunting wants that prey, so to speak. But Ochik is there, and they're both going to provide a lot of vision, right? It's going to be about who gets that right initiation. They got to be key, and they got to ensure that they don't just give it up. Oh, nice burning
okay, nice. Yeah. I mean, they got the check. They know where ASD is, right? It's like, right, okay, we found one of them, guys. Like, we know where Yuan and the Lung is. We know where Yixing is. So we know they're going to formulate around this side of the map. So you can kind of see here, Kong potentially going for a setup here with a macro playstyle, getting that wave clear into the bot side of the map, and then maybe trying to formulate here going into this next neutral objective, the Shadow Tyrant here.
Yeah, but they spotted out. Yeah, we'll be there. The Burning Sun arrow right onto Aruru with that burst ramp, but now the force field suppression. But that nice tremor smash onto 3. The infinite fast is on back, but Cliche is going to be the first to fall. Scarz now on the approach. They want to get something out of this one. And now Kong going in for this one. Gets the pick onto Hao with no dragon. He's going to be picked, as well as Mfang and Scarz. They thought they had an advantage, but they need to meet Kong, and he slices them down.
Yeah, huge team fight here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, not only to get the neutral objective, they get the pick up onto Mfang, onto Hao. If they really wanted to, they have, obviously, the Primal Bond debuff right now. They could go for the Overlord here, but they have the minion waves crashing through. Why not take priority here, get some T3s, get the T2 into the mid lane, look for some more.
Oh, with that Burning Sun arrow, they find Ochik. They get the pushback, the Unending Sorrow. The Tremor Smash is only going to be onto 1, but Kai is dove in too deep with that board. They take the mid T3. Kong needs to be careful. Looks like he's going to be life number 1 with Sage's Sanctuary. Aruru's right there with that Storm Strike, queuing it up, but Aruru is going to be worse for wear. He needs to run off. Ochik still providing that vision, wants to continue on. They have ASD on the follow-up. Nia, though, is just too tanky.
Very tanky indeed there. He's just taking all that damage, and then Nanohana had that kind of positioning to be okay.
Oh, Kong! Oh, that recall. Oh, just barely on out. I would have canceled that, but again, I am not as confident of a man as Kong is, as he barely gets out of that one. Woo!
It'd be like that Gojo meme where he just gets taken to the sky. You just be like, yeah, you know what? Let's go, lads. You found me. You found me. Hide and seek's not my best forte, but right now, it's definitely a good point for the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, Kong getting back is really going to be be a bit of a saving grace here for them, because losing that jungle there, losing that counter to the pay would have been crucial in this next team fight.
Would have been huge if they were able to get that, but they just turned that into a top T2. It could have been way worse had he been picked off at that one. But here's the Burning Sun arrow. They're looking to go. The first ram right on top of this with that Tremor Smash, mostly mitigated, but here's the board. They've locked into 2. They want to go aggressive. The top T2 has been taken out. Aruru's still up in front, uses that force field suppression. Scarz is going to just regroup.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of the Pure Sky as well, right? Like you saw there, Aruru, yes, even when he got caught off with the Burning Sun arrow, was able to soak so much damage, and then obviously the force field suppression, giving up that shield, just means that, like we say here, that sometimes Byron falls off into the late game, but he's really that front line that's able to just soak so much damage and just get rid of all those spells on your enemy team.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this, I mean, the lineup with Aruru on that Byron, as you're rightly saying, he's just very tanky, but you also have Ochik, right? I mean, you can't kind of underestimate how much sustain and heal and frontline approach that you have, because once you have that vision, it's very difficult to kind of dismantle this lineup, because again, they're kind of tanky, and now they take the bottom T2 for essentially for free, but Crazy Raccoon goes in for the approach, goes whatever play, finds it, but Cliché's going to be picked off. Scarz are just too tanky at this point, turning it around. Fine, yeah, 3 members still alive from Crazy Raccoons, but they have to cower in fear in their base.
That was scary. I mean, Cliché tried to set up the play, right? Like, he was in the brush. We was hoping for a pick off there. He went in, he got the knockup, but still got denied any kind of kill onto the side of Scarz. Now they're going to try and pull this back here. Kong
is getting a little bit low, just too far up. He was trying to make a heroic play. Kai has to flash away, and it looks like Mfeng over the wall. They've already got Kai, and that's going to be an ace. And Scarz with the infinite fastness, the flex, if you will, they will take game 1 here.
So Scarz finally taking a game away from Crazy Raccoon. It's like lower bracket semifinals. History's already being made. Is this going to be enough spark for obviously the latter part of the day where Gen.G finally get the series over Nongshim? But Scarz with a really good bounce back there, because that early game really looked like a bit of a blunder there. Like I was expecting like maybe a 10-minute, 12-minute victory here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but Scarz came back. They clapped back with some great team fight potential.
Yeah, Scarz, it was all about just stay calm, like be patient. We understand that we're going to be fine. We just need a little bit more time, right? And they didn't panic. They didn't go overboard, and they let Mfeng do Mfeng things, right? Was when he hit those moments, and then he was able to access that back line. The Crazy Raccoon lineup, a little on the squishier side, they paid with their lives, and that was pretty much all she wrote in terms of Mfeng with that comeback.
Yeah, it felt like it was all at the maybe down to obviously Nahana didn't have quite as great kind of like Burning Sun arrows towards that mid to late game. Obviously, they did start to kind of like come back to that one, try and formulate a way around it, try and get it land onto the right hero, like we saw plenty of time land onto the likes of the Yixing, right? And if he's got his passive, and if he's so far behind the enemy lines, your team's not going to have that bounce back. But in terms of intel, it's very vital here. But Scarz, I have to say, with obviously the Lung here, the Yixing was able to kind of bounce back in that late game. Some great pickups there. And I mean, that quadra kill by Mfeng was just chef's kiss. So beautiful.
Very beautiful. And I mean, he got focused. There were definitely moments where he didn't have the greatest of times, but being able to come back and be like 10-3-5 is like, I got the team. Just get on my back, and we're going to be able to do fine in that sense. But the damage dealt, 80,000 by Mfeng. ASD with quite a bit. These Yixing players are really great at the KME. They are able to provide a lot. The control, the repositioning with the taking liberties, they just add so much value to the team.
Oh, exactly. And I mean, the amount of times it denied Cliché into a team fight, into such a great setup, was just well played here by the side of Scarz. I feel like that was a tipping point for me, is when we start to see those taking liberties, those little kind of like minor functions within the Scarz draft work in their favor in these team fights. That's when I knew that that comeback was going to come round. But look, you can even see here, if you just missed the game, you can see that Crazy Raccoons were dominating by a 4.4k gold lead. And at that point, at that precipice, it just kind of went downhill there from there. It kind of looks like the stock market at this point.
Yeah, it'll eventually go up. Let's be honest with the stock market. But the MVP on this one, Mfeng, has been your guy. Being able to talk, I mean, a 10-3-5. I mean, the 24% damage, the fact that it's 27% of the gold. I mean, this is a guy that was, again, consistently farming, not panicky. That was the biggest thing. And that gold graph did not look good. But Mfeng was like, no, we're going to break the stock market here.
Yeah, we're going to turn around. We're going to flip the switch and flip the system and flip the script here. But no, beautiful plays here. Obviously, the whole quadricle was really the shining point for me. I feel like if it wasn't for that kind of step up here for Mfang, we'll be seeing maybe a Kong MVP, a Nanohana MVP. But like these burning tornadoes, man, they landed very well around about that early game. And it was at this point, like these team fights with the board being placed, being able to fight on your own ground, being able to fight and capture your enemy team in one spot was so crucial here for the side of Scarz.
And this is what you're seeing also, the positive and the negative part about those burning sun arrows. It's like, yeah, it's hitting. Yeah, the stun is really long. But the thing is that you're so far away, you're not providing the damage, right? They need that. As a farm laner, you need to kind of be in there. So as a Hou-Yi player, you need to be like super perfect with your positioning because, yeah, the arrows are there, but you got to be nearby to do some sort of damage in the team fight.
Yeah, exactly. You need to have that set up straight away. You need to be kind of like playing on the front foot in that aspect, right? Like you've got the Benton arrow, it lands, you've got to be pushing ahead already, not kind of like teetering around in your own jungle. But that point around here, we've seen again where CR and Scarz were able to kind of just come out on top with those trades. But this was it. Like, this was kind of like the calling card, was the fact that Cliche started the whole thing, and it didn't go in the favor of CR.
I mean, it looked like a good gank attempt, even the Cliche and but they found a Ruru no chick, and they're just like, oh, force field suppression on any star. They just like shake everything off, right? So it's like, it looked good, but I think in hindsight, they're gonna be like, yeah, that's probably not the one to go in on. We needed to find one of the squishier, or, you know, like How or somebody else on the back lines.
Yeah, I mean, the only good point of that Maestro Noi pickup is obviously the fact that they can now ban that one. But before we get into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, look out the down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We bound if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go?
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. 'Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I run.
Welcome back from that short break, ladies and gentlemen. We have just seen that Scarz is able to make a little bit of history there and take a round off of Crazy Raccoon for the first time within the KME Fall Season 2025. I am Blam, and with me once again is Holla as we take you through these two series of the day.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great one. I mean, continuing from that first game, we thought that Crazy Raccoons were able to close that one out. They had the lead. Things were looking great, but Scarz was just like, no, not just yet. We know how to get back into this game. We still have that comeback mechanic. Plus, we have M-Thing on our team. I think we're going to be fine.
They may be fine, right? But I mean, it's all at the detriment of this BP next time around. Because as I was kind of alluding to before we went into the break there, is obviously Crazy Raccoon, they had the My Shiranui this time around, so they can keep like infinitely banning that one out if they really wanted to, because we saw obviously in BP #1, they went for the likes of the Jing and the Fade ban for both of these two teams, because M-Fang and Kong, they love to play the carries.
Yeah, it's all about those assassin junglers. I think that we'll see them at their true peak gameplay, right? And those are the guys that are really just be able to style on them. They've been the most, dare I say, stylish on those heroes and being able to kind of make a name for themselves. But going in, like, they know that the other team has a great jungler. They've been trying to prioritize it as much as possible, trying to limit what they bring to the table as much as possible.
I mean, speaking of limits, though, they've limited it once again. The Fade and the Jing both being banned out here, as well as obviously House, Ali also. So now do we look at going for, obviously, did they ban out the Dharma? Did they go for, again, a Hue 1 ban here? There it is. So that Crazy Raccoon do not get that great pick that Ochik had in game #1.
Yeah, definitely a strong pick there. I mean, Yuan has been like one of the most picked. It's, I think, #2 actually. But it's just been a very strong hero. A lot of the teams want it. It has a lot of priority in terms of play. Sorry, it's actually #1 picked at 52. But it's going to be great here. But the Dharma, you were talking about it, a great starter, especially in that top lane. I think it's going to be good for Crazy Raccoons here.
Hey, the last time we saw this one, I mean, when we saw Dharma go up against the Mayin, it was actually Crazy Raccoon that won that one, but it was actually the Dharma on the receiving foot here was going to be onto Aruru, and then obviously Kai had the Mayin. So a little bit of a counterplay matchup here for the side of Scarz here, especially locking in the Zhongfei as well. Ochik going back onto those tankier support role heroes.
Yeah, and going into this one, I mean, if we're going to kind of talk a little bit about game 1 and what Crazy Raccoons needed to have done better, I'm kind of looking at Kai, you know, because I didn't feel like he had too much of an impact. It seemed like he got caught out, and then once your team is down a player, it's really difficult. Kai needs to stay alive, stick with the team, not look for those all-in plays, so to speak.
Yeah, now it's time for Scarz to shine with the My Shiranui. Can they play it better than CR's cliche? Can they not get caught out? But it's that My Shiranui combo that's going through once more. But to me, I feel like it depends on how crucial the pickoffs are, right? Like we saw many times that the pickoffs here for both of these two heroes just weren't landing for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
They weren't. Plus, I mean, if you're looking at this lineup, it's kind of similar to what Crazy Raccoons brought in game 1. Just substitute the Lian Po for the Zhongfei, and it's almost identical in that sense. So very similar one. I think Scarz are like, actually, this matchup or this lineup works. I think you're just playing it incorrectly, and they're going to potentially flex in this game too. The Zhongfei is going to be key again. Once Mai and Mayin are going in, the M&M, you have that Umbrella Outburst on top. It could make for some serious headway in that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that obviously ASD doesn't have to kind of like confront those taken liberties, which was the real big shutdown here for both the Mayin and My Shiranui in the last game, right? I mean, yes, they obviously have the flow in size. They also have the Destructive Deluge, which is going to obviously create a harder team fight to play around. But these are two heroes that are going to kind of like flash in from nowhere. Like, that's the whole point of this. And then at the same time, you've got obviously Ochik onto the Zhongfei. I feel like Zhongfei is going to be a little bit more crucial in terms of crowd control in this one because of the unbridled outburst. If you're able to kind of like pin out 1, 2, 3 of the heroes and then My Shiranui and Main diving on top of you with that burst damage, it's not going to be forgiven.
Yeah, not going to be forgiven at all. And Zhongfei actually is a better counter initiator. He wants the fight or the team fight to be happening, and then he kind of comes on top. I think it's a little bit more, in terms of execution, easier to play than the Lian Po. And you kind of saw that with the last game where Nia was trying to, like, he was getting out of position to kind of set these amazing Tremor Smashes up, but they kind of bit themselves in the butt by doing too many of those.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of biting people in the butt, I mean, a whale could bite you in the butt if it really wanted to, but the Shuangzi here could be the answer. No, they're going to go for some kind of sustain here, looking at the Sakia potentially for Nia, and then the Dune getting potentially locked in as well. I mean, they definitely need some front line, right? Like, they need somebody that's going to be able to dive in, soak a lot of that damage, maybe try and be the anchor to the enemy team, but then Sakia with the Morbury Power Slam here is going to definitely have that synergy with the Wind Slash, but also give over the healing potential with the Fireflies. So Crazy Raccoon here, they have the potential of getting those catch onto the Mai, but it's all down to Nia. Can Nia land those slams?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, it's Kong to kind of set things up as well. I mean, you already talked about the Wind Slash and the Mulberry Power combo. It's actually quite good. But the one thing about the Crazy Raccoon lineup is that they're not too dependent on cooldowns. They don't have like a huge, long cooldowns aside from like the Infinite Vastness. Everything else is like, it's a consistent like fight. Then you have like those sprites from the Secure to kind of keep that sustain going. This could be like one push that just sustains, like continues on, right? It's going to be a tough death ball to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Death Ball, obviously, if we look over to the side of Scarz as well, we have Mfang on the Agudo trying to kind of like emulate that same kind of like early game pressure that we really hope to see from the Pei, right? Like, we didn't see it in the last game. It kind of fell off, but then obviously Mfang was able to get the MVP performance after getting that quadra kill. So really getting the turnaround into the late game. But with the Agudo here, we could be seeing a little bit more of a faster rotations from the likes of ASD into the mid lane, paired up with Mfang there, looking to get some of those T1s much more quicker in this game number 2 here for Scarz.
Yeah, and I like it how you point out the Agudo here, because I think that this is, in terms of the draft with like the Mayin and the Mai, the Agudo is just kind of like that frontliner, which is really what Crazy Raccoons were lacking in terms of closing out the games. They weren't able to continue on with that siege, and so they were kind of, again, very squishy. They got caught out. They were no real way to continue on. So this is a better draft, and are they able to execute it? We're going to have to find out in this game 2 here.
We are going to have to wait and see if Scarz can try and take a 2-0, right? I mean, that would then be a big upset here for Crazy Raccoon, which normally they like to put themselves at the 2-0 scoreline, and then it gets flipped the script not into their favor, unfortunately. So let's see what Scarz can do in this game number 1. But again, we're just getting that kind of rotation top side of the map here. Give a bit of support over to Aruru to get that level 2 a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it's going to definitely help out with him. I mean, Ochik there, and any sort of edge that you can get on the Kai, I think you're going to have a much better time. Hao and Nanahana, they can isolate. They can do 1v1 in this bottom lane, though they don't really need support, especially early. But it's all going to be about, you know, how is ASD with these rotations? Is he able to kind of out-rotate Nia, who's kind of like keeping eyes on him, making sure that they don't get the jump?
Exactly. Both of these support players are definitely going to be gathering intel, making sure, again, the setup here for both their teams. But right now, we're looking at a bit of contention for the Firehawk down to the bot side of the map here, looking to try and get the that last little bit of resources in the early game, right? Because this doesn't spawn back. It looks like it's going to go over to Nanahana here. He has the push. Obviously, the Flaming Palms. The only way you're going to mitigate that onto the side of Scarz is with the Protective Winds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he gets lucky with that Oak Bolt to get that final shot. It's tough. I mean, this is why Lung is such a good farm laner, right? He has a lot of burst, those spells that you can cycle. It almost seems unfair at times, but again, he definitely has that moment of vulnerability. It's tough to just outlane him, though.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of action going on in bot side as well there. How actually looking pretty low. Whatever actually went down there was a lot of catches. We obviously see that Nia used the flash as well. So we probably were looking at the flash Morbury power combo there, which is really good catch onto the likes of How, because again, Protective Winds only protects you from physical damage, and Nia does magical damage, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, definitely gonna hurt, and you're gonna have a problem with that. But it looks like first blood in the top lane. They found Kai, a nice little rotation by Aruru and ASD. Again, it was gonna be about the outer lanes. How is this Mai gonna have an impact? Well, you just answered the question there by getting first blood.
That's it. Fast rotations, obviously giving over the mid lane priority to Mfang. We've seen him many times already into that mid lane, just getting that extra little bit of gold from the minion wave as well. Just keeping him on top, giving him top tilt as well.
Yeah, and I think that Scarz have kind of honed in on something, is that they want to ensure that Kai has a rough time, let Aruru get going, because he's already got the level lead and net worth about 300 gold, which isn't massive, but it's only been about 3 minutes. That's a great start for him.
it's a great start, but they've got to maintain it, right? Like, they can't just go like, right, okay, we've got 200 gold lead ahead. We're fine now. Like, we can just basically leave her alone, and he's going to be absolutely fine. But I think it's just, they're setting up these side lanes, right? They're just getting the priority coming through here, making sure that it's in the best position before the potential big team fight for that Tyrant, right? 'Cause, I mean, like you were saying in the draft, like, there's a lot of front line here on the side of Crazy Raccoon this time around.
Yeah, a lot. And this is going to be tough to get on the cliche. He needs to stay alive. He was on the Mai last time, so he was trying to be aggressive. But in the same way, for this one, it's going to be very different, especially since you're on the Lady Chun. You can kind of stand from afar. All you need to do is really cycle those spells. Get as many stuns off as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Popping in the Destructive Deluge probably on top of Kong when he goes in with the Unruly Blade as well, so it becomes pretty much untouchable. And then obviously the healing from Nia's ultimate as well. There's a lot of combos that can be had here for a sustained team fight on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and they're just kind of like trying to evade them off here using the pushback from Ochik, trying to just keep Kong away. I mean, these wind slashes aren't really hitting here.
You're not really kidding. And I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Kong playing these tanky junglers. I don't think that that's his forte, but it's more about this draft. It's about staying alive. Crazy Raccoons, they tend to excel when they let him play on that, assassin style, but here's the Umbrella Outburst. They find him. Kong looking to go in with that Wind Slash on front, and they're not able to get the pick, but the Tyrant has already been picked off by Mfeng. The return kill onto Kai. They find him as well as Kong, and they make him pay. Scarz taking everything at this stage.
Beautiful team fight there by Scarz, right? I mean, even the fact that the Unbridled Outburst whiffed a little bit, right? Like, it didn't catch any single soul, but it was enough to zone out the side of Crazy Raccoons. They're both splintered on both sides of that Unbridled Outburst, leading to 2 kills here. Actually, 3 kills, sorry. Leading to the Tyrant, leading to access into the enemy jungle. That's the best outcome here for Scarz in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that Umbrella Outburst was kind of like, it could have been better, but it was like more of a runway more than anything else. It's like, okay, he could run back and forth. He's like kind of split up the enemy team, but he did a great job in the sense of the stampedes that came in later. But here's the replay.
Yeah, see, okay, it got Nia right on the precipice of it, but other than that, that was the falter, right? But at the same time, it really did stop that momentum for Nia to get into that team fight, which really allowed the takedown of Kai, Kong, as well as Nia. So a lot to come from that team fight here. Crazy Raccoons have got to try and find a bounce back.
Need to find something. Kong just trying to force it a bit, just dealing with his wind slashes, but he's actually taking most of the damage here. Mfeng is making some serious work on this one, but with that Sprite, the Oak Bolt did hit him, but the Sprites are on point.
The Sprite is pretty much on point there, and the healing from Nia as well was definitely the thing that kept him alive there, stopping this push into that mid lane as well. But here we see Ochik just doing that intel, man. Like, he's like, hey, Cliche, do you even know I'm here, buddy? Like, does Kai know I'm here? They're just waiting his push. Did they? They're going to go for it. The face check here. They know. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, they know, but he's going to Leaping Savior back, and I thought Cliche would have smelled him out, right? Because Ochik, you went for a life form, hasn't even changed his clothes. I mean, yeah, he's in human form here, but that probably would have given it away, but he decides to walk up, face checks that brush, finds Ochik, who's doing a great job of just with this vision game.
Hey, Cliché's approach was basically, if I can't see it, it's not there.
Like most of the problems in my life, right? But here we go. Crazy Raccoons looking to defend their top T1. Just slowing the game down more than anything else. Scarz right now constantly invading, making things tough. Nanohana cannot give this up, but it looks like he'll just scare them away as the rotation's happening.
Yeah, I think this is the point about Crazy Raccoons, right? They have to basically bring it to Scarz. They can't let Scarz take the first step because we've already seen it already. It's punished the side of Crazy Raccoons this far. And the fact is they're getting this push and this pressure into these side lanes means that Kai is not going to have a great kind of time just to farm up and try and regain some kind of semblance of priority in his lane.
Yeah, no priority. I mean, he's down 1K at this point. I think that he just needs to stay alive, let the fight happen. I mean, you're going to have Kong up front as that tanky frontliner. You need to be for that secondary initiation with that Flash Truth, really change the tone of the team fight, and you got to stay alive more than anything else.
I mean, you can see here that Kong's trying to bait out that Unbridled Outburst, right? Like he was doing the damage onto Ochik. Ochik was like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not wasting it onto just Kong. Well, I'll be able to survive this one. I can leap and Savior out of here if I need to. And that's exactly what happened there in the top side of the map. But at the same time, we're looking here globally gold-wise. Scarz is ahead around about 3K gold.
And you're seeing that Kong is just kind of up front, just getting vision and just trying to, like deal with the minion wave more than anything else. While you see Mfeng is consistently farming, right? Kong is now in the heart of the enemy team here, but he's really not doing too much. Infinite Vast is on back for Nanohana, but it's because the win condition from Crazy Raccoon, it's all about feeding this dragon. Nanohana is that guy. He needs to ensure that he's consistently farming.
Exactly. I mean, they've got to change the core of the enemy, their team comp, right? Like Crazy Raccoons can't expect Kong to carry on the likes of a dude. They can't expect him to keep taking those resources. They just got to make sure they create enough time for, like you were saying there, Hall, that Nanohana can get into the late game, get those resources. And right now, I mean, we haven't seen the gold graph just yet between Hao and Nanohana, but I can imagine with the global gold lead being so far ahead in terms of Scarz that Nanohana is not going to have that advantage down to the bot side of the map.
Definitely not going to have the advantage. I mean, the rest of the team right now, I don't know who else is getting that farm, right? If you're looking on the Scar side, you're looking at Mfang. He's definitely farming. ASD's doing fine. Hao is definitely, you know, in that bottom lane as well, or in the mid lane now. But just everybody's able to consistently just like pick up that slack and let this lead just grow.
Yeah, I just think that for the side of Crazy Raccoons, there's no pressure being created onto the side of Scarz. It's making them having to play a different approach, right? Like you can see here, ASD and Aruru just waiting in the brushes there, catched out by Nia.
Yeah, ASD taking a lot. The mulberry power just on point. Nia, though, he has to just back off with that Kachusen. Staying alive, though. ASD on the edge.
That's the one thing I hate about Zakia is you think you get away, that Firefly just tracks you down, you're like, come on, man, you could have let me get away with that one. Fireflies can't go through walls. Are you joking?
Insect repellent, do what you can, but just stay alive more than anything else. And now Kai tried to make the play, tried to go for the jump in. Scarz just definitely maneuvering around it. He's no risk at this point.
I think you make a good point there. I'm just going to lather myself with lemongrass next time.
It's a good idea. You might smell a little funny unless you like the lemongrass smell. I think that'll be fine.
I love lemongrass, actually.
Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll love it.
I was going to get slightly offended there. Like, hang on, this guy's got a problem with lemongrass there. It smells fine. It's good.
Sometimes it's too much. You know what I mean? Like everything in balance, so to speak. Sometimes it's like
moderation.
Really
moderation.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that. But speaking of moderation here, we need to see Crazy Raccoon moderately get back onto the gorge here and moderately take control over the side of Scarz. But we are getting that 10-minute mark. Those shadow objectives are coming through here as well. It's coming a lot harder for Crazy Raccoon to find an entry point into either the objectives or the team fights with this low kill game.
Yeah, very tough. And plus, ASD is staying in the bottom brush, so it's completely isolated, or it's protected the Tyrant, which has actually just been leashed, so they kind of lost most of that lead and that damage that was on. But Scarz, they know that Crazy Raccoons are going to be looking for this jump in.
Exactly. They need to try and find a way in, whether it be Kai, whether it be Kong. That's where hit the last. Oh, there we go. A Wind Slash that actually managed to hit there, which has been quite some time for Crazy Raccoon to actually show any kind of Wind Slash come through here. So right now, they're definitely being pushed back into their jungle. They're looking to try and find an extra point. ASD playing perfectly nice to the bot side of their team fight there, just trying to catch them off, kind of keep them in check here, doing that damage with the Conchusens.
Oh, the Umbrella Hoppers decide to go on this one with that Ruinj, and they find him, but now Kong, he's actually out-tanking this one. He gets ASD as well as Aruru. They find the pickoff, but Kai's going to be killed. He tried to go in with that Flash Truth, and they do get another one with that double kill from Mfang, and now they're turning this around. Cliché is on the run, and the Ocean of Tears on Mfang. He eats a Flaming Palm, and Nanohana with a triple, making a quadra kill as they turn this one. They get the team ace.
That's what we were talking about moments ago, right? Is they were waiting for Nanohana to get online, and that's exactly it. He was positioned very well within that team fight, took very little damage there, and was able to translate that into a quadra kill. We're going to see the replay here as well. Obviously, the engine into there as well. Gets a knock-up, tries to push them into the rest of the team, but then gets denied by the Truth Mantra. Really upsetting the flow here of Crazy Raccoons. They were really trying to play to their own momentum, but then we saw Nanohana. He's being protected by not only Cliché, but Nia as well. Mfang a little bit overzealous with this one, really hoping that Hao was going to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of that engage, matching that tempo, but just didn't actually come into fruition there.
Actually, the footwork on Nanohana on that team fight was absolutely amazing. Just being able to kite the guy, keep him at maximum range, staying alive as much as possible, understanding where you need to shift around. Yes, the rest of the Crazy Raccoons were there to support, but his footwork, the way he was able to maneuver around, stay basically focus-free, and just kind of free reign onto everyone else, and getting that quadra kill, that was chef's kiss.
It's beautiful. It was the payback that obviously we saw Scarz get in game number one, right? Like Scarz was able to get, Mfang was able to get the quadra kill, and now Nanohana's like, all right, hold my beer, I'll get a quadra kill for you as well, and it'll look even more clean because I won't get killed after mine.
Yeah, that was actually flawless there, and not dying again is just actually going to be key. So Crazy Raccoon's turning this game around. This death ball lineup, tough to kind of crack into, especially since Nanohana has got that damage. Scarz need to find a way to get the angle and to get the jump onto him.
That's exactly right. Like, all they needed to do was crack the momentum of Scarz, which was what they were able to do there with Nanohana. So now you can kind of see that Scarz, they don't have the privilege of having two turrets behind them, you know? Like, they don't have that front line. You can kind of see up top side of the map here, Aruru trying to force out the Infinite Vastus is able to get that out. So maybe that's kind of like their get into the vault per se, right? Is they've got the Infinite Vastus off the board. They know positioning is going to be a little bit more detrimental here for the side of Nanohana, and he doesn't have that extra damage coming from those combos after the Infinite Vastus being burnt here.
Yeah, Aruru needs to do more of that. Just find that angle. I mean, Nanohana was completely just split pushing in the top lane. But come team fight, Aruru needs to be the guy. Him and ASD, they need to figure out a way to just blow up Nanohana. And now that, you know, they have back to full strength at this point, and they're kind of making their way towards that Overlord, Scarz still kind of on the defensive. They found ways to kind of potentially get back in this game. But again, Crazy Raccoon doing a great job with this 1.5k net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and funnel some damage and some gold over to, obviously, the likes of Hao, right? I don't feel like he's had that much of a pop-off. I think he's like 0-1-4 KDA. It's very troublesome here.
Two-man win slash, but here Ruli Blades back to safety. Crazy Raccoons need to stay alive more than anything else. But here comes the Revenge, and he finds him. ASD with the shutdown, finding Nanohana, but the unbridled outburst on point, perfectly separating the rest of them. But they find Kai, the Stampede, right on top of this one, and they have that damage. They get the pick off, and they make you pay for stepping out of line. And they're continuing on. They get the mid T1. The Stampede yet again on to Kong, but he's about half line. Mfeng looking for his target, but they're going to slow push on this mid T2, and they take that one as well.
No, that was a great play by Aruru, right? Like, he was playing very sort of like with great finesse there. He was just kind of like whatevering over the walls there, trying to make sure that he was like, hey, I'm going to stop that minion wave. And then that forced Kong back into the minion wave to make sure like they were able to kind of try and keep that alive. And it stopped him defending that T2 into the mid lane. So really good plays here coming through from Aruru. He messed up once, quite crucially, but now he's looking to kind of pay back that dividends for his team.
Definitely for the team right there. I mean, it's set up by ASD finding Nanohana. They don't get that pick off. I don't think they win that team fight. And they were able to find him out. And then this is a 4 protect 1 lineup. If you're not protecting that one, this is what's going to happen. And Scarz made them pay. And now they have a huge edge in this 2K lead. Plus, you know, the next potential big neutral up in about 15 seconds here.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. I mean, it's coming to that kind of same boundary where we sort of see that Scarz came back in game number 1. Potential for here for Crazy Raccoon to come back as well. Because, I mean, they're able to kind of just... They did have the gold lead, obviously, after that quadra kill. But after that one team fight Scarz was able to get here, it's definitely put them back into the favor of the winning horse of this race right now. But anything can happen, right? Any team fight could actually go in the way of either of these two teams as it gets to kind of like the boiling point of this match.
Definitely here. I mean, the boiling point is... I mean, this is that push right here with that bottom line. You're seeing that Kai is looking for the angle. Not going to happen. Mid lane will push a little bit, but Scarz don't really need to worry too much about that. Mfeng is low, so I think that that's going to be the retreat, but the Shadow Vanguard being called in the bottom lane is going to help with that push.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking to sort of just create some more space here. Obviously, Scarz, they came from an advantage position previously, like 4 minutes ago, then got obliterated, and now they kind of have to play things a little bit more carefully here. Obviously, they were able to get the Shadow Overlord, create that pressure, like you were saying, hold it down to the bot side of the map. Just looking to kind of try and force out, do a lot of damage onto Kong.
Yeah, Kong taking a decent amount, and they get the pickup. Aruru looking for it, but the Infinite Fast is used instantly, knowing that he needs to stay alive. But they find Aruru, and he's going to try to dash away. He's going to be fine. The Leaping Savior a little off the mark, but they're going to continue on with his push. No, they're going to look to just regroup at this stage.
I think really good here for Aruru is the fact that he was able to keep that flash, right? Like, he only burnt out the Pure Sky, which is obviously there just to kind of mitigate that damage reduction there. But he was able to keep that flash for a little bit of a later date and was able to get that Infinite Vastus off, which is two crucial team fight components here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and another thing is that actually Kai is actually got the net worth lead over Aruru, so he's completely bounced back. We haven't seen the amazing flash truths as of yet, but he's been doing a lot of damage, so he's been kind of contributing in other means. So Kai is finding ways to, again, continue on with the split push, give themselves some space and breathing room against the Scarz, which is looking to just kind of suffocate them in all lanes.
Yeah, I mean, potentially here we're looking at this Tempest Dragon fight, right? Like we're at about that 17-minute mark now, about 2 minutes and about 30 seconds remaining. I mean, a lot can happen within that space of time within Honor of Kings, as you can kind of see a bit of a split team fight here. You got ASD kind of try and check the side of Crazy Raccoons here. They do lose their first high ground turret, which is obviously now going to exacerbate that late game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of an issue. That push is going to be difficult. But ASD in the bottom just providing vision. Seeing that there was two, Scarz make a beeline at the top lane, realizing that they have a numbers advantage. Quickly whittle down that top T3, and now the game is going to be a bit more difficult for Crazy Raccoons here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's going to put a lot of pressure that they didn't really want to inherit here from the side of Scarz. But this is all down to the great plays here by ASD. I think Aruru and ASD are definitely kind of like shined within this latter part of the game in terms of not only gathering intel, but putting pressure on the enemy team.
Definitely putting it on. I mean, like the KDAs, like the typical Clash lane, right? 0-4-2. It's been a very neck and neck game, while Aruru's 0-0, 0-1 and 3, excuse me, hasn't had the greatest in terms of pop off, but the control has been on point. When Aruru has been able to kind of get onto Nanohana, make him use the Infinite Vastness, just defensively, you know you're doing a good job.
Yeah, exactly. You're burning out the right moments, the right key components of the side of Crazy Raccoons, and it's just going to make it a lot more harder for them to take that team fight. And right now, I mean, to be honest, Crazy Raccoons have been able to kind of defend their base, defend their remaining 2 T3s to this point in the game, which is obviously always going to be a really good call here. But speaking of a bit of a bad call is the fact that the Tempest Dragon is actually going to spawn onto that top side of the map here, where that pressure's already been created, right? Like they have that strong minion wave coming through. They need to make some leeway within that 45 seconds before that Tempest gets online.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, the Crazy Raccoon lineup has just got a lot of wave clear, so they can kind of prolong as much as possible. The Tempest Dragon's definitely going to be key. It looks like they're kind of posturing to kind of fortify the area around it, about 30 more seconds before that one's up. This could be a potential moment, but Crazy Raccoons in the same regard, they need to kind of create a little bit more space. They're right now, they're playing so defensively, they're huddling around the base. Yes, they don't want to be caught off guard, but this Tempest Dragon, they cannot give it up for free.
They can't. And I mean, the fact that the Vanguard just been put down as well into the mid lane's only just going to create that, obviously, Vanguard safe space to come through here. You can kind of see the Ochik's trying to just check all these brushes, get the intel that he needs here. Fog of War definitely creating that atmosphere, as in 2 seconds time, the Tempest Dragon is onto the Gorge, and you know for a fact they're all hiding in that Fog of War. They're looking to go for that neutral objective, as you can see at that bot side of the screen there.
Yeah, but they got to be careful. Like, they know that the Tempest Dragon is going to be started here. Kong is still up in front, and he's being scouted out by Ochik, which is doing a great job. But they need to kind of scurry them away and make them a little bit timid to just take, instead of just taking a free Tempest Dragon here.
Yeah, you can kind of see that. The start of it is like, you know what, let's try and bait them in towards us here. Let's try and get a little bit of damage come off. Obviously, you don't want to kind of be Scarz and take a lot of damage from Tempest Dragon and then take a team fight. You're looking to just take away those Azure Golems, which is going to be a very big takeaway here for Kong, because obviously Dune likes to go through that mana.
He definitely likes it. I mean, that Wind Slash will connect, though. They do a decent amount. They scare, like, again, just scare them away more than anything else. Kong has spotted it out. I don't think that they want to go for the Tempest Dragon themselves, but they need to ensure that they defend it or contest it so that it's a little bit uncomfortable for Scarz. Again, just prolonging the game as much as possible to get themselves back in this one.
ASD once again just stalking the back line there. He's trying to keep Nia in check, right? Like making sure he's nowhere near his team to give over the healing, to give over that crucial crowd control with that first skill. You just see him, he's been sat in his brush for a while. I feel like he should be having some time out. I feel like his pay should be deducted right now. He's just sat in that brush a little bit too long for my liking.
No, but I mean, it's the patient ambushing play, right? Being able to just, like, nobody can go from that top side. So you know where the angles are going to be. It's going to be very linear in that sense. The Tempest Dragon, a little under 50%, needs to be careful. Here comes Furball. They find Ochik too, though. He's going to be backing off. Kai on the side, looking for at least M-Fang, who's scurrying him around as well. The Infinite Vastness has to be just used backward. The top lane is crashing as well, but they find the pickoff. They find ASD, the Infinite Vastness. He's going to use that defensively. Nanohana still going to just take them from afar. Kong still up in front, wants to go. The protecting winds onto Hao, keeping him alive, but the wind slash is on, but they find him and they finally take down the monster that is Kong, and this could potentially open it up, but it's 4-on-4 at this stage.
Hey, I mean, even though ASD fell in that one, right? Like, he definitely created that room for that mini wave top side of the map to come through. Oh, Sage Sentry just gets burnt.
Oh, it gets burnt here, but the Tempest Dragon, they need to be very careful, and Nanohana is hitting like a truck. They need to be super careful with how they proceed on this one.
Yeah, and the fact that he's got Sage's Sanctuary as well, right? Like, they can't all kind of just dive in and expect to just get that burst and just run him out. It's going to be trouble here.
No Mulberry power. Neon needs to be careful. He rides the wind to safety, and Kai looking to go aggressive. He has the Enlightenment on to a 3 at this point, but they get the pick up Kai and Kong. Oh, cliche. Both of those guys go down. Aru with a double, and the Tempest Dragon back in his lair saying, stop waking me up if you don't want to go for me. But Nanohana gets the pick off Sage's Sanctuary. It's going to be used onto Hao. Now they need to turn this around. Nanohana is low himself. He needs to back off, but Kong is up if they want to go for this.
Yeah, the Tempest Dragon has been teased long enough with Kong here as well. He could potentially go hit it with a Rolly Blade, but...
ASD with that, he's going to go golden at this point, but the Tempest Dragon has already been taken off. The Umbrella Outburst on, but ASD is going to be killed. They find Kong as well as the Tempest Dragon, and Scarz might have just opened up the game as they continue on with the approach. The Infinite Fast is on back for Nanohana. He's going to get back to safety. The minion wave is crashing. Nya is there. He's a little bit low. He might get picked off. Scarz has a bunch of shields, and they're continuing on with this siege. The minion wave is making their way into that mid lane, but here comes Kai, and they find Cliche one last time. They're trying to defend. They needed to deal with these guys, but they deal with the minion wave, and it looks like Crazy Raccoons will hold.
They are holding for now. I mean, if anything, their defense is definitely impeccable, right? Like, it's doing very well. They are able to keep that crystal alive, but it's that T3 down to the bottom of the map that could really spell disaster here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. If they do lose it, we see the first Tempest Dragon Vanguards come through as well, but there's nobody to push. At the same time, Scarz are just trying to take away any little bits of jungle that they can away from Crazy Raccoons, but that was a really good play here for Crazy Raccoon. They've kept themselves into this game at 24-minute mark. Game. This is crazy. It could, I mean, the next Tempest Dragon could really tip the scales here if Crazy Raccoons is able to secure it.
Yeah, I don't even think Scarz can actually get or end the game without probably the next big Tempest Dragon. Yes, the Vanguards, the Tempest Vanguards will be pushing and provide a little bit of space, but that's just going to keep Crazy Raccoons in their base more than anything else. But that final push to get them over the hump, it's going to still be tough for Scarz. It's an uphill battle going into this Crazy Raccoon defense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you definitely want to be on the higher ground right now. And Crazy Raccoons at this point in the game are playing the higher ground in terms of they have to, Scarz have to bring the fight to them. And they are able to kind of just counter that fight where they have a lot of crowd control, a lot of kind of like halter to that tempo onto the side of Scarz.
Yeah, and look at how Kong still up in front. The Furball is on point. The Wind Slash just barely hitting M-Fang on this one, but Kong at half-life needs to be a bit careful, as well as M-Fang. Both of them are backing off. Crazy Raccoons, look at this wave clear. They're on point.
Yeah, very on point there. Obviously, the Vanguard top side of the map is definitely putting pressure onto the side of Crazy Raccoons. Means that we saw there, Cliche took a lot of damage from it just to keep that crystal alive. And this is the problem that Crazy Raccoon's going to have, is just that constant bleeding through of those minions. They don't have any sort of priority into either lanes to create the pressure to make sure that Scarz are kind of like separated in this next team fight.
Yeah, no, it's going to be tough, right? And all the minion waves just constantly just pushing the pressure on in the base. You really can't leave your base, but 30 more seconds for the Tempest Dragon. If anything, Crazy Raccoons need to push out. They need to find some sort of space, just enough so that they can kind of contest this Tempest Dragon, which is going to be up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, you can already see here that Aurora and ASD are just trying to make sure that they don't get that space, right? Obviously clearing out that minion wave to bot side, ASD top side. Minion wave naturally just like crashing to each other into that mid lane, but that's not going to be enough here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. As you can see, Cliche's away from this team fight, so this is not going to be the point where Crazy Raccoons are going to try and take a team fight.
Not going to be easy. Cliche just all by himself, just defending the base. Crazy Raccoons trying to push the outer lanes out, do a little wave management more than anything else. And, you know, Kong might be walking into a bit of a trap. If he gets spotted out, they go in for this one. But the Wind Slash, and they find him. The Infinite Fast is Nanohana. Fast Fingers, he gets on out. ASD pays with his life, trying to go for that ambush. The Infinite Fast is just used a little bit on the side, so he's going to stick around on this one. Crazy Raccoons now with the numbers advantage.
They do have the 4v5 advantage here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, able to get that pick up onto ASD. Obviously, Destructive Deluge, a little bit too destructive for the side of Scarz, the real ones, as they are looking for more here. Obviously, Kong going in, using the Ruly Blade, get a knock up onto Ochik, but now, can they commit more?
Oh, they're going to go for this one with that Umbrella Outburst just used defensively. He tries to go for the Stampede to keep the rest of them alive, and now Hao is going to be on the run. He needs to be careful, try to stay alive. Kong is on the side, though, and with that Ferali form, just keeping him alive, that Azure Golem, but Nanohana with Sage's Sanctuary, he's going to be down, and it looks like he wants to be gone on, and Kong gets picked off, as well as Nanohana, and Scarz have opened it up, fighting 4 versus 5, but they're finding the right targets, and they get 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was all thanks to, once again, just that mini wave. Okay, oh, yep, there it is. The untargetable from the, not even the Splendor, but that skill. There's the Splendor. They've gone gold, and Cliché just trying to delay the inevitable. Give Kai some space into his base to keep that minion wave going through. He's trying to stay alive. Cliché's doing his best, but Aruru gets the pick off here.
Yeah, I mean, he was just buying time more than anything else. But it was actually clever in the sense that he had the passive, but with the Destructive Deluge right on top of him. But now Scarz knocking on the doorstep here. Kai just trying to go in for the truth. He goes in, but the Ruinjin, he gets him in return, and Kai is a little bit low. They find the pick off on a Niao, and they find Kai for the first life. They're looking to get the secondary one, and Scarz will take game 2 after 27 minutes.
27-minute game haul. This is wild. I mean, this was crazy for Crazy Raccoon to not come back in that one after such a long while, especially when Nanohana was online. But this is the point of reference we have for the entire of the KME Fall Season 2025 is Nanohana, he can pop up, and he showed it within that game number 2. He got the quadra kill, but under pressure, when we have players like Aruru, players like ASD, always checking him, always getting that infinite vastness off of the table before a crucial team fight gets pulled through, it means that Lifeline's no longer there for a great pick like Lung, and it puts a lot of pressure on a player like Nanohana that hasn't necessarily performed that well throughout the KME Fall Season. So for now, to have that pressure here, when so much is at risk, we can see that Scarz is basically dismantling the side of Crazy Raccoons bit by bit.
Yeah, definitely. And Nanohana was that target, right? They were trying to just make sure that he had a tough time. And I think that this is kind of why you need to go back to the drawing board in the sense of just like getting Kong on an assassin-style jungler. You need somebody to help support. Kong was, obviously, he was tanking quite a bit. He's able to farm. I mean, he had 13,000 right there. But Kai and Nanohana with most of the gold, and it didn't seem like Kai was doing a whole lot of damage. He could have probably gone more utility and tank more than anything else. But you needed somebody else to really pick up some of that damage, as Cliché with 220 essentially with Nanohana doing a lot, but just not enough to get those pickoffs.
Yeah, this is, again, just like a point that I like to make to players when people always like see their drafts and like, they've got lack of damage. But you see Lady Gen there, 218,000 damage dealt. And then even Nia's got more damage than Kai. And that's, again, just the ferocity and the truth of the magical damage here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, which could have been the tipping point for them. Obviously, we saw a little bit of a peak. Kind of looks like Sonic the Hedgehog's a bit of a roadkill there within that gold graph. But at that point, it was almost time for Crazy Raccoon to come back online, but it was just at those tempests, those long drawn-out team fights, when Scarz knew what they were doing, how to take apart the side of Crazy Raccoons, it became a lot easier for them to navigate that one.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Scarz just being able to close that one out. Mfeng is going to be the MVP here, but with 35% damage, 6-1 and 8. The guy had like 40,000 damage, I think, on the team. He just did quite a bit. I mean, this is exactly what you want from the Agudo. And I mean, they played this one really well here.
Really well, but the fact is that's a 27-minute game. I can't imagine I've actually met many players in my ranked games that's died once in 27 minutes. Maybe they've died twice in 27 seconds, but these team fights you're going to see in the replays are crazy. Like, honestly, props to both Crazy Raccoons and obviously Scarz. For majority of that game was a very low kill count game, but then obviously we started to see this quadra kill come through here for Nanohana, which was beautifully played here and was punishing the overzealousness of Mfeng. So really, if he didn't actually try and persist and try and get the takedown there onto Scarz, onto Crazy Raccoon, sorry, I feel like that Mfeng may have not died a single time in that fight.
Yeah, he might not have here. I mean, this is that moment, though, where ASD goes in with that Ruinjin, finds Nanohana, and Crazy Raccoons really could not come back. I felt like that was really the tipping point where Scarz were able to just kind of control the game, dictate the pace, control all of those Tempest Dragons. They just had, like, free reign at that point. But going into that, like, it was very back and forth. That was an exciting game, though.
Very exciting game. And I mean, that puts now Scarz at the match point. So Crazy Raccoons, after this break, have to come back with a pow. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you for game number 3.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025, and we are potentially on match point here for Scarz, and they could look to try. And once again, they weren't able to take any series from Crazy Raccoons previously within the KME, but now we're looking at maybe a potential 3-0 here. They have them dead to rights on the BP, banning out the Fade. Can they get through something here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, Hauler?
The potential's there. Obviously, you're on match point here, but I think that these two teams are just showing just how familiar they are with one another, right? No game is easy. Scarz has had to work for everything in terms of like trying to come back, figuring out ways just to get back into these games. But Scarz have just been too strong, at least thus far. Crazy Raccoons need to find some way to get back into this series.
Oh, definitely. They definitely need to try and like emerge, not even victorious, but at least kind of come back with maybe like at least a point on the board for themselves here, obviously due to either pride of their region. They've been both of these teams are both from the KJL as well. So there's a lot to kind of fight for here. And like you say, they are very sort of like familiar with each other also. But we're going to get into the BP of game number 3 here. You can see that 10 heroes have been banned off for the total amount of these teams. But to be honest, as the game goes on, it makes the Jing and the Fade ban even easier for the side of both of these two teams, right?
Definitely easier. I mean, going in is a lot of respect going in, and they don't want to give anything up. Crazy Raccoons are trying to, you know, one of these times, Scarz is going to let the Fade go, or that's the thought process, and they're not banning it throughout. And they want to pick first for a reason, right? To potentially get, you know, Kong his guy. And I think that they really need to get something going. But instead, they're going to go with a Gen.G, a little bit more of a tried and true farm laner for Nanohana here.
Ooh, okay, so they're locking in obviously their bot side already, sort of thing. They need to kind of like give that over, potentially trying to look at maybe going for an Ogryn here for Crazy Raccoon, right? Obviously Kong is able to do a lot of damage onto that pick, even though it's a tank still, but you still need to have kind of like a good lead into the early game here. And you can kind of see that Scarz are just creating a lot of space here. They have the Flowball Marksman, obviously the Arrow Storm, very oppressive into the backline of the enemy team, and then you also have the Motsu here as well. It's got a Cannon Blast, keeps the enemy team away for the team fights, which we saw Crazy Raccoon were able to ban in the game number 1.
Yeah, and you were talking about the Ogryn. Well, boom, there you go, Blam. You got what you wanted, and they pick up also a nice little counter, a nice little support for it with the Yixing. I like this combination. Again, we saw it in game 1. You know, ASD doing very well with the Yixing, but bring it into game 3 in a must-win. Cliche really needs to step up here.
Aruru going for the Guan Yu here. Obviously, he's used the Mayin, he's used the Byron. So really going for those like top 3 Clash Lane picks here. He's like, you know what? I've done very well on the Clash Lane. Aruru, especially in game number 2, is getting those kind of crucial pickups there, especially into the team fights. Like we were saying in game number 2, getting rid of those Infinite Vastness. You're going to probably look for the same here, trying to bait out that token from Gen.G to mean that if they do go for a tank here on the side of Scarz, which I feel like is needed here, definitely, because obviously Pay's gone, Fade, Jing both being banned out here. If they go for something like a Nakaruru here, then we've seen it already with the KME. It's not had the greatest performance, and it could be at the fault here of Scarz losing this game number 3.
Also, I don't like Nakaruru going up against into an Ogryn. He's just too tanky. You need somebody. I mean, you have burst from the Nakaruru, but it doesn't really play. I mean, it plays into the strength of Ogryn, which can kind of out-sustain it, out-heal it. Obviously, you need Venomous Staffs to kind of counter, and you need to play around with it. But the Guan Yu is more about the repositioning. Is the sense is like, yeah, you want a path of passing, but if you're completely a duck out of water or fish out of water in this sense, I think that you're gonna have a much better time being able to pick him off.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to pick him up there, but then also obviously the CC immunity from his skill as well is going to be quite scary. But oh, okay, so potential Lunar Hover there, but they're looking to go for a little bit more here. So it's going to be the Motsu down to the bot side of the map. They're going for the Princess Frost here. They were obviously banned out the Lady Gem, which is again one of the great mid lane counters here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. So are we going to be looking at potentially going for a Masashi here, right? Like obviously that would be the direct kind of like counter into the jungle here if they want to go for another carry for Enfang.
Definitely makes a lot of sense. And like locking in that Princess Frost, it does. I mean, you were talking about Lady John. It's similar. It's not obviously the same, but you have a lot of similarities in terms of play style. And to counter this Ogryn, and it's still, they're not going to pick up Musashi. So you know that that last pick could be potentially there for them.
And right now, obviously, Dolly being hovered here as well. Are we going to potentially get like an Elaine here, maybe? Oh, okay. No, Barty actually hasn't been selected either for either of these two teams yet. So maybe there is going to be a little bit more to this one. Nope, yep, that was right. I should have stuck with my normal point. There's the lane there, getting the back access to the likes of the Princess Frost, the Flowball Marksman as well. I shouldn't dare myself. Sorry, Mom.
Actually, there's a lot of good targets here for that lane, right? And to have two Death at Sunsets getting to that back line, you know, Aruru on this Guan Yu has a heck of a job ahead of him in terms of just trying to contain him as much as possible.
Yes.
Laning will not be easy. Plus, when those team fights are happening and he's like zipping on and he's just jumping over your head, going to be tough. But Scarz not going with the Musashi, and they want to go a little bit more tempo, and with this, you know, high flying style, they're going to potentially go for this Luna.
Okay, so again, a lot of great burst damage here for Luna. A lot of like magical damage coming onto the side of Scarz here as well, right? Like you've got obviously Princess Frost, you've got the Mutsu, you've got Luna. So there's going to be a need and a created space for a lot of magic defense here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. So maybe that's the advantage they're going to get them at, right? Like just get Luna online and Fang have a great match. But from what we've seen historically for Luna, she hasn't had the greatest performance within the KME. It's always kind of just been like a little bit of an underwhelming one. We've seen some like obviously top plays, but other than that, it's kind of just like, the Lunas came out. It doesn't excite me as much as the Jing or the Fade, right?
Yeah, definitely not as much. And I think that Luna's been heavily focused, not had a great time, as you rightly mentioned, in the KME. So I think just teams have really just kind of well-versed around the hero more than anything else. They've experienced it quite a bit. And that pull, that, you know, the positioning, how they, you know, do the team fight. Plus, they isolate her as much as possible by taking away her blue buff, and it really just sets her back.
Yeah, and what's one good jungle to do that, right? Like use the Ogryn, use the Path of Passing, really kind of just create your own highway into the enemy jungle, which just means you don't have to kind of like conform to the walls, right? You don't have to go for the normal kind of rotations. You can just basically create your own space. And this is what Crazy Raccoon need to do in this game of 3. Create their own space onto the gorge, create their own space onto the scoreboard, so they don't have to fall out of the competition at a 3-0 score here.
Yeah, that would be rough for them. But I do think that this lineup, if anything from Crazy Raccoons, I think that it has a lot of potential. I give them a slight edge going in because, again, when you have an Ogryn, you're generally good. Yes, it's been nerfed, but if he's able to out-farm you, he's going to be fine. Yeah. But this Kai on this lane, how much damage is he going to do on the backline? If he's able to get there and stay alive with that Celestial Melody to Death at Sunset back to safety, he's going to have a great time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just to kind of dive in, get out, as well as also getting the great damage onto the side of the enemy team as well. So there's a lot of room for error here for Scarz. There's a lot of trick shots you have to land as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. And it's a lot of skill shots. I mean, it's not going to be easy. So for both of these squads, but Crazy Raccoons, I think that their lineup is a little bit, I mean, when you have an Ogryn, it's kind of easier paced. Like Mfang definitely needs to kind of hyper carry. He needs to constantly farm and just be very active across the map. It is a stressful time, so to speak, where Kong, it's a much easier in that regard.
Exactly. You've got to make sure that obviously Mfang is kind of always kind of farmed up, always carrying here. We've seen him obviously time and time again in the past 2 games that he can be the MVP 2 games back to back. So I don't feel like I'm going to deny him that at this moment in time, but we're just seeing here a lot of tit for tat happening in the top side of the map. But I can see that this is going to be one of the focal points into the early game, right? The pressure into the clash lane, freeing up a Ruru to just kind of like navigate around the gorge a little bit more easier.
And look at how the teams are shifting their strategy around. You saw in the last game where Scarz were able to kind of, you know, put the pressure onto Kai by getting that numbers advantage. You had seen like Ochik had actually rotated. Nia is now in the top lane as well to help support, isolating Nanohana, who's fine by himself in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Nanohana's doing great, right? Like, he's been able to kind of deny the takeaways of those two objectives into the bot side of the map, the Firehawk as well as the Firebeak there. So he's still, even though the pressure's that 2v1, he's still kind of coming out on top here in terms of resources.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, you know, if anything, Nanohana, this series has been great. I mean, Crazy Raccoons has still not gotten a victory yet, but it's not because of Nanohana. It's been more of like the team that really needs to, like, we were like, oh, is Kong going to get enough support? He's gotten it with Nanohana. It's just that the rest of the team hasn't been able to kind of counter the movements of Scarz or to out-execute them.
Exactly. I mean, definitely it's a point of time where, like, do you, even though you falter into your enemy team, do you then try and like readjust to find a way that you're going to survive into these team fights? I feel like is a problem here for Crazy Raccoons in the series so far. But like you were saying, Nanohana definitely playing to his strengths here. He did play very well onto the Lung, played the Ho Yi very well also, but it's just not good enough to get them through the finishing line. Maybe obviously having such a more sort of like backline orientated Gen.G means that he doesn't have to be frontline. Could be the point.
Yeah. And it's just like the minor things, just to get over it. I mean, this is why the KME is so much fun. These guys are top tier. You need the 0.001% of, you know, the right play, you know, ensuring that you're able to kind of take over. Like, it comes back to those like little mistakes and to just, you know, make less mistakes than Scarz. And thus far, Scarz has kind of been lucky, dare I say, but they've just been able to out-execute as well.
Execute, but right now, I mean, you're seeing Crazy Raccoons. They're definitely playing the Orgrin very well, right? Like, he's not kind of like overly committed into lanes. He's there just getting the farm up. He's kind of taking the priority from the mid lane as well. And you can kind of see, obviously, overall, just before I made that point, Scarz was behind by a rate of a few hundred gold, but they're slowly but surely amassing a lead here. And Kong looking worse for wear. They're in that 1v1 against Enfang's Luna.
I kind of think that like playing from behind is like Scarz's MO. They're like so used to it. They're like not phased. I mean, as long as they're not getting like, you know, losing by like 1,000 or 2,000 gold at this stage, which is like very difficult to be in, right? I think that they'll be fine. Scarz, again, just not panicking, sticking to their tried and true of just being like, hey, we can outplay this team. We're going to be Gucci. We just need to survive in the mid to late game.
Okay, so Scarz' tactic is don't panic, and if you can't see it, it doesn't exist. So we liking the approach, right? It's what we take on our life to life, but right now, 4-minute mark has been reached here. Neutral objective, they could panic right now.
Definitely could panic. Kong over the wall, though. That Tyrant is going to be started here. And they find Enfang, who dashes in. And now it looks like there's Death at Sunset. The Tyrant had already been taken out by Enfang with that smite. And with that Death at Sunset, his positioning is on point. He's doing some work. And they find Enfang. They get first blood.
First blood coming through here, and obviously the very good pace in there for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're able to kind of out-sustain, which is what you can see from their draft right, out-sustain with the Orgrin, with Kai as well. And obviously they have the healing from the Dolia also, so it just means that it's going to be a little bit harder to formulate a team fight here for the side of Scarz. And now that they're able to get the takedown onto Enfang, they know that his jungle is up for grabs.
Yeah, but I mean, you gave up first blood, but you picked up the Tyrant. I'm not sure if that's like the best. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? Obviously, you can come back as Scarz, but losing the red buff, I think, is probably more key. Aruru looking for that flank, the Death at Sunset used defensively by Kai.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do right. Like, they don't want to give these extra little like bits of gold over into the map, which they can kind of, if they're gonna mitigate it and control that they're not gonna lose it, you're gonna kind of exhaust that ultimate, especially having a Dolia on your team as well, right? Like, you're not gonna be kind of like holding onto it like your pearls. You're just like, you know what? I've got the Celestial Melody. I can get another one if I needs be. It's just best for me not to die in my lane right now.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be super key on this one. And this is why a lane, you don't really see him without the Dolia. Like, you always need that secondary one to kind of get out. That's usually how teams kind of play with that hero. It's got a lot of potential, but it's usually a one-way ticket to hell unless you have the Dolia to kind of back you up.
Exactly. I mean, for the likes of Scarz, though, we really kind of try to focus on Hal here as well again, right? Like, the Flowborn marksman has to get around about that level 13, get the itemization through, and he's going to start hitting like a truck, man. Like, even with the likes of Orgrin, I've played against this kind of matchup myself in my ranked games, and you can melt with that damage you can actually, like, attain on the Flowborn marksman. It's crazy.
Yeah, and if you have that lockdown on top of that, I mean, Enfang, I mean, How is probably going to be, obviously you need to kill him because of the damage that he brings to the table, but, you know, he's going to be focused. So it really comes back to, again, the rest of the lineup. How do they protect him? And they have a ton of stuns, a lot of control and ways to deal with it. Plus you have Enfang, who's going to be high flying everywhere, just getting in the faces of Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, you make a good point. Like, just one bad positioning and that's it. How's basically donezo, right? But I mean, you got Ochik. He has obviously the think inside the box. You have the Winter is here as well, right? So if you do see like a big commit onto How, you can just drop either one of those ultimates on top of the hero that's arresting him. Probably going to be Kai more than likely, and just try and get the shutdown here. But ASD coming with the rotations. Currently a 3v3 topside.
Oh, the Winter is here. They're going to zone out of this one. Crazy Raccoon's just backing off, but space created for the bottom lane. The bottom T2 just going down like that. Wow. Enfang is deciding to go a little bit aggressive, and Nanohana just like the bottom lane completely in shambles.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? I can't take the team fights against the Orgrin yet. I was able to get like that 1v1 and escape in the early game, but now it's like I just need to create that pressure for obviously How is doing exactly the same thing here, replicating that pressure into the top side of the map.
Yeah, he's doing some serious work on that top T1 that's looking to go down. They have the board set up. They find a Ruru. They're going to lock him in with the Arrow Storm covering the retreat of Kong. He's at about half life. Can't go in.
Yeah, beautiful zoning there, though, right? Like, using the Winter is here to keep them in place. Like, hey, look, you can't really approach into this team fight. Yes, you've created a board, but we've put a circle within it, right? Like, they're just making sure if they walk through it, they're like, all right, if you want to walk through it and get the kill, try it. But we're going to be at the opposite end. How's going to be there with the Arrow Storm to just, like, lambast you with damage.
Yeah, the big thing is about that mid lane, right? Like, how is Cliché with those boards, ASD with his winners here? How are they, like, who's going to outzone the other one? I think it's going to be super key, but plus you have Scarz Aruru. Once he gets going, once he gets that Razor Cavalry, I mean, it could be like a team fight, game-winning potential play.
Yeah, we've saw him get great access to the backline in the previous 2 games of the series, right? So it's not out of the bounds of reality. So right now, there's definitely what they could do here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. It's another low kill game.
Yeah, definitely low. The winner is here, just covering the retreat of that. But now Aruru with a pushback, finding them all low, but Aruru needs to be careful.
Ooh,
Kai's actually been picked. Mfeng gets that pick off, and Crazy Raccoons now in a bad spot as Kong goes down as well. They've slain the monster. Nanohana just barely alive. The board just like locking them in. Yeah, we're going to give up the T1 here, but they're just trying to stay alive as they have only 3 members left.
Huge pickup there for the side of Scarz. I mean, Kai and Kong are going to be that front line, you know what I mean? Like, trying to get into the back access up there for Kai, but then also Orgrin just pushing force here. But there was so much more that could have fell there, right? Like, you saw Cliché very low. Obviously, they got the passive off of Cliché as well. So there was moments there that Scarz could have gone for the take it.
Yeah, the biggest thing, though, is that Aruru with that Razor Cavalry onto 3, and Crazy Raccoon were panicking, and they're like, oh, crap, they retreat, and then you see Mfeng on the flank, like the perfect ambush, catching them off guard, and Kong was then isolated, can't get any sort of support from the rest of the team. Just really well played there in ensuring that Scarz got those 2 kills.
Yeah, very well played by Scarz there overall, but obviously Crazy Raccoon, they need to bounce back, right? They have everything within their vicinity that they need to bounce back. They got the healing, they got the boards, they got everything.
Taking liberties. They find ASD, they got him. The Conductor of Souls right on top. That's gonna be the cherry on top, that is. And now they find Ochik, who tries to flash, but he walks into Kai. He's gonna use the box, he's got him locked in, and they find Cliché, but it looks like it's a double kill going the way of Kong.
Yeah, scary. We're going for some more here. Mfang into the back line, just trying to get the dashes up, get the marks. Then Hana looking like he's going to get taken down. Double kill go for the side of Scarz. And there it is, the crucial crowd control once again from Aruru. That's a triple kill, baby. He's looking to pay back that quaddy from last game.
Yeah, he actually makes them pay, and now, yeah, running for his life, being chased by Aruru in the Overlord, just trying to do some AoE damage with the Overlord helping him. Now will eventually fall, and Aruru slices him down.
Yeah, not a good position here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Only Kong alive. He's got like now Cliché back on the board as well. But that push to the high ground turret in the mid lane is going to be scary here for Crazy Raccoon.
And I love it how Scarz is playing right now, is that, yeah, the fight has happened, but even when the fight was like, oh, is it done? It's like, no. Mfang will tell you when it's done. As he joins in a little bit late, he doesn't get caught out, and the rest of Crazy Raccoons, it's all out panic, trying to deal with this Luna that's like jumping you on the back line, taking you down, and especially since Kong is up front, you don't really have any tanky guys to deal with this Luna.
Yeah, this Luna's, I mean, Mfang, we said, obviously, early game, yes, he died at the Tyrant, was able to get the Tyrant, however, so he did his job, but then he checked out a little bit too early, got penalized for that one on his monthly wage, but then he comes back with that triple kill, man. Like, he's able to try and capitalize on the, when Crazy Raccoon's running away, when they're trying to retreat from a team fight. It's just not working for them.
Not working at all, and Crazy Raccoon's on the defensive. Kong has not hit that critical mass. He's a level behind Mfeng as well. Scarz are dictating the pace of this game. They have full control. They've taken over your jungles. Yes, the T3s are standing, at least the top and the bottom one, but this is going to be a tough out for Crazy Raccoon to, again, get Kong going.
Yeah, again, I feel like it's gonna, if they don't end it here, which is Scarz I'm talking about, is like, we could potentially see another late game here from the side of Crazy Raccoon, because obviously they do have the late game potential from Kong here, but he's just trying to keep away, trying to do a little damage here, trying to keep away those minions as well from that T3 and top side of the map. They do it, obviously, taking liberties, working very well here, but Kong just, again, just putting the damage on, making sure, drive it away, Scarz.
Yeah, just deal with the minions more than anything else. Prolong the game. You don't need to go for the team fight. If Scarz decide to dive your tower, that's when you fight. There's no reason to be outside of your base because you're so far behind. You need to figure out a way to get back in the game, but going aggressive and forcing the issue, not the right approach here.
Not the right approach, but I mean, we've seen the dismantling when they get to take down on ASD, but is it going to be enough for this side now? Crazy Raccoon, game 4.
Taking a decent amount. Conductor of Souls. The board is going to be set up. Kong is so low, but they find Mfeng, who's going to get back to safety. The board is not going to be enough, and Kai with the pickoff with that meteor kill. Ochik, the death that's that right on point of this one, but Mfeng, he dashes away. Scarz are going to only lose how?
Only lose how, but I mean, Kong and Cliche almost went down there for the side of Crazy Raccoon, so they have to be a little bit more careful within these team fights in terms of positioning. Oh, the Wavebreaker catches out Ochik here from recalling. Nice little bit of tempo stuff.
Yeah, definitely with that tempo stop. I mean, he just wants to recall, get healed up, but this is the potential Overlord. Aru, if he goes for this jump, I mean, it's all about the vision for Mfeng for when they want to go in. Mfeng is going to be the guy to potentially go, but Kong, I think, will take the Overlord. They don't want to risk it. Mfeng, though, looking on, prowling on the sides, not able to get anything else.
Yeah, I feel like it's good. Like, if you were Scarz and maybe if all the minion waves were pushed forward, right, they would go for the Overlord and try and get it. But the fact is that mid wave was basically pushed there. So if everybody dived in on Scarz, Crazy Raccoons, if they got a solid team fight, could have just pushed that mid lane and easily got all the way to their T3.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just going to prolong it. I mean, they have the Vanguards, they need that space, and Crazy Raccoons need time more than anything else. And now they found Nanahana in a bad spot. He's going to be picked up with that winner is here. Goals golden for ASD, and now it looks like they want to continue on. Kong looking to take this fight. They find ASD. The Death at Sunset, the flash away. House still alive? No, he gets picked off, and they find him, but Nya's going to be killed as well. Kai with a double kill, and it looks like he's going to continue on. Aru just looking to fight with him. He dodged the meteor kill, and it looks like with 1 versus 3, Kai will go down as well.
Yeah, I mean, great. The placement of not only the Winter is here, right? Like, obviously, he just calculated where Nanahana was going to be just to get that lockdown onto the Gen.G, but it was also at the effort of Mfeng, right? He was just chasing down Dolia, making sure to getting that kill off the board, making sure that sustain and the Wavebreaker in terms of obviously slow and knockbacks here from the side of Scarz were just completely wiped out in that early part of the team fight, which just led open and bled open the side of Crazy Raccoon at this point in the game. But it still doesn't mean that there's going to be an end here. They're basically back to where they were a few moments ago.
It was a good opportunity for Crazy Raccoons. I mean, they had the Vanguards, they had that push. The game wasn't going to be over if they go for it. They thought they could get, I mean, they found ASD, they tried, but this Mfeng Luna is just getting really difficult to deal with. They don't really have the control. Yes, you have these boards and these like AoE stuns, but it's really hard to hit him, especially when he's like as mobile as he is. He's able to kind of just get wherever he needs to, finds Nanahana, and it's a difficult ask to kind of protect him at this stage.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there by the side of Scarz. How there, like he was able to get the Vanguard away, but didn't quite check that there's a minion wave rocking through to stop them getting into that T2 territory. He could have stopped that takedown. I mean, it was basically worse for wear anyway, but he kind of just like went back and forth between the red buff and didn't even get it between that time. So right now, Scarz, they need to make sure they're not making these mistakes into the late game.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, like, you don't want to give any sort of lead at this point, especially when they have an Ogre and able to go. But now look at ASD on the wraparound, potentially going with that Frigid Prison, not going to find the right target. I think it would have been better if Aru was there, but this bottom lane is pushing as well.
Yeah, they're just trying to kind of, any kind of catch that Scarz can get here is going to be the kind of like make or break moment for them. But Kong just kind of pushing very aggressively here into the team fight, just driving away from that Crimson Golem. Gets the retreat here, gets the timer there, but that's still going to be taken onto Nanahana.
Smart here. I mean, he's the good damage dealer. You want to let him get this going. Scarz understanding that actually there's no real smite chance. There's really no potential, especially since Mfeng was in the top lane. They need to play a little bit safer. They do not want to give up this game. They understand that if they lose another team fight, Crazy Raccoons are going to be essentially tied, or they might take over this game. So Scarz playing a little bit cagey here.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. Got to make sure that their approach means that it's going to be the best approach they're looking for, right? But right now, taking inhibitors just kind of wipe out the minion wave. Kong just trying to do a little bit of damage onto ASD, getting chipped away here. Maybe trying to get a setup here for Kai.
Yeah, they're not able to lock him down as well. I mean, the Cannon Blast into the Arrow Storm, maybe. But Kong just, too tanky at this point, and the ability to just back, to maneuver around, use his fleet of foot to kind of get around. But Mfeng looking to solo this Overlord here to provide a little bit more push. But Crazy Raccoons on the return, they do not want to give this up for free.
Yeah, everyone's gathering around it, man. They're just trying to get the Winters here put down. It is going to get placed down. Mfang's on
All the Razor
backside
Cavalry,
here.
they push him back. Kong is looking to go, but Mfang gets the smite. That's going to be huge for them, but Kong trades his life away. Kai with the death and sunset goes to the back line. ASD goes golden. The meteor kill onto him. The dash away. He wants to stay alive, how that is, and Kai doesn't have the reach. And now with only one member down, they're continuing on. Mfang wants to go. Nya decides to split off. He's going to sacrifice his own life. He's going to be for that, just for the rest of the team to stay alive. But with the Shadow Vanguard in the top lane, that is a potential game ender.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be careful here, right? It's good that Scarz hasn't committed all 4 members onto this Dolia, right? You can still see the ASD, Ochik, and How are looking to get this push into this top side of the map, because if they don't get anything with this Overlord, it's just going to mean that Crazy Raccoon have a chance to come back.
Oh, the Death at Sunset is going to be used, but he's fighting 1 versus 3. Knows that he needs to stay alive more than anything else. The minion wave, the Shadow Vanguard, but Cliché gets blown up, and here comes Kong. He's going to go for the Revenge Door. The box is not going to connect on anything, but they find Kai, they find the top T3, and now Kong just dealing with the Vanguard, just trying to slow this game down, deal with those minions, but those Shadow Vanguard, that's going to be tough. Aruru so low, he's getting picked off. The Conductor of Souls gets the shutdown. Kong with that Blood Rage trying to fight this 1 versus 5, but Kong is not going to be enough, and he goes down, and Scarz will take game 3, eliminates Crazy Raccoons from the KME.
Wow, so Group A's only contender is able to take down Group S's 3rd place. Yes, we were talking about into the introduction how Crazy Raccoons did get a single series in that survival week. Was that the memento break that they were getting within that survival week that made them falter towards Scarz? Or did the Scarz just turn up the ante? I mean, now Scarz have put themselves in a better position than they found themselves in spring.
Yeah, they did. I mean, this is a great spot. I mean, they were 4th place in that spring KME, but this is a big bounce back. All of those games, played from last week and, in ranking, things didn't look great for them, but they really bounced back in survival week. They actually have the most games played coming into the playoffs here, and it looks like all of those lessons that they learned, all that experience really paid off here.
Really did pay off. I mean, there was moments in that time where I was like, you know what? Crazy Raccoons are going to take at least 1 point off the board here, right? Especially with that draft, right? It was looking feisty. Kong died way too many times, however, but that was just down to the fact that there's just so much damage coming through for the side of Scarz towards that late game. How on the flowball marksman, and then Mfang, after that 1 death, he kind of went for the Kong strategy, man. He was like, you know what? I died once. Now I'm going to up the ante. I'm going to get 8 kills, and I'm not going to die another time.
I mean, there's a reason why Mfang had the most kills going into today, right? With 164. The guy was an absolute beast. He's going to be the clear MVP on this one. But the damage that was set up in terms of what you're seeing with the rest of the lineup, ASD and How just kind of chipping it from afar, poking and prodding, and Mfang on cleanup duty. I think you'll see a lot of that because those fights were long and extended because Mfang would find the right flanks.
He would find the right flanks, and I have to say, though, here, if Mfang gets the MVP this time around, he dethrones Kong, right? He gets back-to-back 3 MVPs. He's now 10 MVPs overall, so that's going to be crazy here if that's going to be the case for the side of Scarz. I mean, not only did they have to fight to survive from Group A, they've now fought all the way to dethrone Kong in the MVP territory, and we're going to get that one there. Yep, it is MVP. Mfang back-to-back 3 times. This one with an even more impressive 8-1-5 KDA. I think overall, he's probably died 5 times. And if you consider that 27-minute game, that's only 5 deaths over the matter of almost an hour.
Yeah, actually, he's just starting to peak at the right moment, hitting that momentum. And I mean, you were talking about the fact that he's got the most MVPs now. I mean, but I think the gravy on top is that you've eliminated Kong, essentially, as well as Crazy Raccoons from the KME. It's not going to be a problem. So that's got to be a huge flex. Scarz coming in. When they were in Group A, you were kind of looking at this team, and you're thinking, oh, is Crazy Raccoons really the better team? And I think that Scarz took that personally.
No, absolutely took it personally as well, right? They definitely come out on top there. Scarz really improved with this game, this whole series, right? There was not one, yes, game number 1 looked like their weakest performance, but they still were able to bounce back. But honestly, ASD with these crucial positionings of those Winters here, just really kind of zoning out that team fight, making them sort of hey, you got to walk through death to come and get this team fight. Do you want this win enough? It's basically the motto you were seeing here from ASD.
Yeah, they had so many answers. I mean, like ASD was on point. Those Winters here's the zoning, like the rest of them. Aruru with his, Guan Yu at a moment's notice could come in. They just had a lot of just like, a potential. And, Crazy Raccoons had to play a little bit scared. They weren't able to kind of crack into that armor that is, the rest of the team. And to get onto Mfeng, they really didn't have any answers. I mean, the draft was great, but the execution was, again, just next level here.
It was very, very well played by the side of Scarz, right? Obviously, ASD, how kind of like the shining ones there for me, as well as Aruru, especially within game number 1 and game number 2. But those like kind of like crucial crowd controls, those 4-man sort of like cavalries there for the side of Guan Yu was the tipping point of those team fights. Like, how can you fight when 4 of your teammates are literally just being shoved around and being fought, and then you've got somebody like Mfeng just into the back line there? But we have to say goodbye to Crazy Raccoons, and we have to say goodbye to you guys for a brief moment as we get a short break before we get into the next series of the day, Gen.G against Nongshim Red Force.
A tapestry of faiths interwoven.
Caught you! Do not run! I like that. Hey! You! Stop!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser. Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Hello and welcome back to the KME. We're the second series of the day, and we're going to be in the winner bracket finals. My name is Holler. With me is Blam. What are your thoughts on this series here, Blam?
I mean, there's been a back and forth with this one, right? I mean, there's been times where Gen.G's beaten Nongshim, but more so than not, Gen.G, Nongshim has beaten Gen.G, right? Obviously, we did get that 2-2 score within the ranking week, which then had to be settled offline, and then it was obviously Nongshim that took that one with the same draft offline. So maybe Gen.G need to have like tried to formulate, or at least came back with some kind of more pizzazz after that break that we've just had.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be key for them, but let's find out who the first team will be going up in this series today.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here they are. It is the greatest red Nongshim Red Force, and they are represented by none other than Kyung9, Haku into the jungle, Illusion into the mid lane, Siri as their farm, and Faye as their support. This has been one team that had a feisty spring performance. Yes, their fall performance hasn't been as at the standard as what they wanted it to be, especially within the ranking week, but coming to the survival week, they came in guns blazing.
Yeah, it seemed like they were possessed. I mean, they were really angry. There were a lot of questions going in. I mean, Gen.G had beaten them in the final series of the ranking week, and actually Gen.G were up on top. So everybody was like, oh my gosh, have the tides shifted? Our Nongshim Red Force, the same guys that we know, and they took it personally. And they came back in, and they were very angry, and they decided to destroy all of the other teams, which is Gen.G and Crazy Raccoons in that survival week.
So let's take a look at Gen.G.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Gen.G Esports out of Algeria, the game changers. They're going to be made up of Wawa, Rock, Inua, Monto, and Clue. This is the team that has kind of stepped up, right? There were a lot of expectations going in. Were they going to be even better going to the KME fall? They seem to have the kryptonite of Nongshim Red Force, their ultimate rival here. But now it looks like Nongshim had bounced back. How does Gen.G figure the Nongshim out in the playoffs here?
They've got to find something, right? Whether it be in the BP, whether it be onto the Gorge. But both of these two teams, like we were saying, obviously, Nongshim had a fantastic performance in the spring. Gen.G, not so fantastic. But then this time around, obviously, even though Nongshim's won most of the series against Gen.G, Gen.G's been fighting tooth and nail, right? Like the 2-2 scores, the 2-1s, the 3-2s. Stuff like that is where we start to see that Gen.G have definitely performed, whether it's Inua, whether it's Wawa that stepped up to the plate and is now able to kind of like off-burden that carry that's always been on Rock's shoulders. But honestly, the head-to-head here is going to be into that farm lane, right? We got New Blood Monto against very sort of familiar-faced Siri here onto the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and I mean, more kills going the way of Siri. He's just been an absolute beast in the survival week. More average damage dealt as well. The goal has just kind of shifted. But, you know, when they're able to kind of win out their series and just like take over those matches, those stats will be a little bit padded, right? So I think that this is going to be one that we need to really focus on. Nongshim did a great job in their Gen.G series by limiting Monto as much as possible. They put a lot of pressure on him. He wasn't really able to rise up. I expect him to kind of brush all of that off and to really bounce back in this series today.
That's it. Maybe Nongshim are going to go for the same kind of strategy, right? Focus on Monto, see what they can do to break them down on the side of Gen.G. But I feel like Gen.G would have actually altered their strategy to the case to kind of like try and all situate around Monto, prop him up, and make him look stronger as well towards the side of Nongshim. But now we're getting to the BP of game number 1. Gen.G banning out the likes of the pay here. So we're already getting those kind of familiar bans, a bit more sort of like situational bans that we've been seeing across the KME. Not kind of like targeted like the Jing or the Fade like we saw in the last series.
Yeah, don't need to target them too heavily here, but a lot of respect bans more than anything else. Not willing to give up the pay. That's something that Haku had really been able to kind of shine on. He was the star player of Survival Week. So this is a guy that they know, you know, his MO. They understand how he plays. They want to limit him as much as possible. In the same regards, they ban out Mai from Nongshim. They don't want to give this to Inua, who has really been very good on that hero.
I mean, did they ban out the Dharma? Did they ban out the Huan here for the side of Gen.G? But they're going to ban out the Byron here, so they don't want to go for Wawa's Byron. They'd rather go for either these Dharma, maybe lock in the Lung here for Monto. We've been seeing that quite frequently on the blue side here for Gen.G, is get Monto's pick out away, and then we'll go through. But it looks like they're either going to go for the Huan here for Inua, Clue, or Rock.
Yeah, Yuan, this has been an absolute menace in the KME fall. It's been picked the most number of times. It is a 69% win rate, not including today's games. This has been a hero that's just been really very flexible in terms of role as well. It just adds so much to the team. It's so tough to deal with.
Very tough to deal with, but speaking of tough to deal with, we're going to have the Mayin for Kyung9. We're going to have the Lung here for Siri, so already assuring themselves that late game policy here for the side of Nongshim if they really need to get there, because Nongshim's one of those teams that don't really necessarily have the timer, especially when they're going up against a team that's so kind of like matched in their footing, like Gen.G. So they're making sure that if they go to the Tempest Dragon, they've got Lung here as well.
I love the fact that both of these coaches, Coach Jishuai on Gen.G, Coach YK on Nongshim, have done their research. They know what's coming, right? And this is why the picks are going fast and furious at this point. I mean, Fatih on the Wawa, instantly trying to counter the Mayin from Kyung9. You know, this is definitely one of his specialties from Wawa. And to deal with Kyung9, who has been a bit of a menace with his Mayin.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was a menace on like the likes of the Sunset in spring season. We haven't really seen him pick up this pick so frequently because there's just such more sort of like picks to go for now. After Guan Yu's rework, he's been seen a lot more onto the Gorge as well, whereas Sunset used to be playing on that kind of like same level as the Mayin, the Byron, before even Vata came out. But it looks like we're going to get into that banning phase. Part number 2 here for Nongshim, banning out the likes of the Luna, really trying to starve those carry picks here for the likes of Gen.G. Did they go and ban out the Jing here as well, or did they look to kind of formulate to whether they take some of the supports off of Clue or take some of the mid lanes off of Inua here?
A lot of options, a lot of different plays. Gen.G right now, for me, their usual last pick in this situation is the Sunbin, right? That's usually the counter, but the Yuan could technically be the play for Clue. They're keeping themselves very flexible going into the second phase of the draft. They have a lot of options. If we're looking at the Nongshim side, kind of squishy. This Dolia, obviously it adds a lot in terms of Celestial Melody, really helps out Siri. They have a nice little 1-2 combination, with Faye. So this is going to be like, they know what lane this is going to go in. It's going to be tough to deal with more so from Nongshim because their picks are so like stuck in.
Yeah, I like the fact that they banned out the likes of either the Haino and the Dol and the Monkey as well, right? Because obviously, again, those both do pair very well with the Dolia. If you need access into the back line, which is going to be the likes of the Diranger, the Huan, you're going to have to dream roll in there, dream roll the way back out, kind of like a more of a fully committed Dune at this point, right? But onto the side of Nongshim, they're going to go and lock in that Yixing, kind of take away a little bit more potential in terms of the hero pool against Inua. So maybe they're trying to force the Shuan into the mid lane here.
The illusion on the Yixing is going to be an absolute nightmare. I mean, he's like does not die. He had the least number of deaths throughout the KME thus far. He has the highest KDA with 8.7, and he averages the most damage per game. I mean, which really just sets up for the rest of the team like Haku to get all those kills. And he's a very strong Yixing player. He has a lot of control. Gen.G are looking to kind of, again, the Sun Bin, it's gravy here. It looks like they want to go for that to just kind of finish off this draft.
Yeah, coming into the team fight, a lot of silence as well that you've got to try and navigate here if you are Nongshim Red Force. And then you've got the likes of the potential Arthur here that's going to get locked in as well, right? Like, that's going to be a lot of kind of sustain. He's a very tanky hero. You're going to have to kind of try and build the anti-heal as well as do a lot of damage as well, right? So you're really kind of hoping that Siri and Illusion do not get picked off here when you go up against this Arthur.
Yeah, but look at the last pick. I mean, what do you think that Haku, like, how do you counter the Ata? And then you know the Fatigue, Direnche are going to run you down. Plus, they have that speed advantage from the time flux from Sun Bin. This is going to be a tough one. And they're going to, wow, they're going to go the Neza. I have not seen the Haku play this. And actually, this KME fall, I don't think.
No, I believe it has been played at some point, but I don't know if it's by Haku himself, but it makes sense, right? I mean, Gen.G, they played this combo in the KWC, the Dolia and the Nutsa combo. You get that double Skyfall as well. You have to kind of just like create that pressure from across the gorge, like you don't know where he's coming from. And you know for a fact they're going to need a lot of true damage to kind of like run down Nutsa as well.
Interesting play here. I mean, and this is what we expected from these two teams, right? Going in, it was not going to be the same of what we saw from Survival Week. Things were definitely going to be shifted. There were going to be some trap cards, if you will, waiting in the wings for these types of things. But showing it up on game one, Nongshim with the Neza pick, this is going to be fireworks.
It's going to be fireworks indeed, right? I mean, they definitely need to kind of bring things that are going to make sure they get into the grand finals, right? Like, you don't want to be falling down to the lower brackets. I mean, yes, you're going to be meeting Scarz, but the Scarz we've just witnessed in that last best of 5 is not a Scarz that either Gen.G or Nongshim may be prepared to take on, right? I mean, there seems to be a lot of learning being gone through for Scarz. They are the pride of the KJL team now, the only last one surviving. So really, they're going to have a point to prove if they do meet either of these two teams in the bottom bracket. But right now, we're looking at this one. This is going to be a full best of 5 here. Guaranteed this is not going to go 3-0, Hauler. This has got to definitely go the distance between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. And it's all going to be about like the chess match in terms of the draft. Execution, I expect all of them to kind of, pass that with flying colors. I don't think that we're going to see a problem. We're going to probably see some sort of late game with both of these teams really wanting it. I mean, both of these guys, like, obviously, if you win, you're in the grand finals. Guarantee your spot at either KIC or the last chance qualifier, right? So you have a potential out. That's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of pressure that's off your shoulders, but of course you want to win and you want that one slot into the KIC.
Yeah, and if you want to win, you've got to get the official gaming phone, which is the Realme 15 Pro, right? Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, definitely going to feel the difference here by Faye. Already at half life. Losing out this trade, they need to be a bit careful. Nongshim, again, just trying to solidify this mid lane. Faye playing fire. Giving up first blood.
Yeah. First blood came a little bit too high and quick there for the side of Nongshim. They weren't quite prepared for it. The damage coming through from both Yuan and Sun Bin was just too much over time here. I mean, yes, it's given space over to Siri here to kind of farm up and get his priority down to the bot side here. But now, okay, Kyok9 going in with a double thing. Forced the Wawa. Yeah, I mean, definitely kind of pushed them away.
Yeah. Kyok9 was going in for this one. We tried to go for the play on that one. But Faye and Clue, this is going to be the interesting matchup to watch because if whoever kind of comes out on top usually gives their team an edge. If whoever has a good game, like Faye right now having not a great one, it looks like Clue is already winning this one.
Clue's winning so far, right? Definitely with the head-to-head in terms of the support, right? But I mean, you can't kind of question out Faye. I mean, yes, it's going to take a little bit while for the sustainability from the Dolly to really take place here, but we've seen Haku into the back line, just trying to put pressure onto Inua here as well, just trying to keep him away from the enemy team.
Yeah, keeping him away, but Haku just staying alive. The boat is more about spacing more than anything else. Maybe you isolate someone. Rock doing a great job. Potentially going in.
Very, very great job here indeed, right? I mean, just like trying to keep them away, just making sure that that team fight is not going to go in the favor of Nongshim, right? Like, we've seen Gen.G, they already have a bit of a lead. They're looking to make sure they're maintaining it. Yes, the goal lead is definitely sort of like bottlenecked here between these two teams, but at 2 minutes, with one first blood, Nongshim's got to do much more farming to maintain that.
And look at how Illusion just rotates. He's potentially going in.
Yeah, again, just Wawa getting almost the lead there. They're taking liberties. Let's get takedown. So actually first, another blood going over to Nongshim here, top side of the map. So Illusion, Kyung9 working perfectly into that clash lane.
All right, Gen.G right there. If they don't see Illusion on the map in the mid lane, sirens need to be going off. Like the guy, the way his ability to just have that impact on the outside lanes, he is very good. Everybody needs to be super careful. I know that Wawa is on his fatigue. He loves this hero. He knows that he can stay alive, but he needs to be careful because that 2-on-1 advantage is just enough to get those kills.
Yeah, I mean, and I think level 4 isn't enough to kind of like counter the fact of the Mayeen and the Illusion here as well, right? The I Ching into the top side of the map. Like you need to get some of those itemizations through onto the Gorge here before we can start to kind of like soak in, do a lot of attack speed, kind of put the pressure on and drive Illusion away from that 2-1.
Yeah, and actually, if you also have great wave clear in the mid lane, you can actually put pressure there, and then you're going to force him to be there. Now that he's off the map, you see how Gen.G, again, playing kind of cagey, kind of playing defensive. They don't know where he is yet until he's been spotted, and he's still off the map. So Nongshim understanding, just like, you know, again, it's how much information you give away at times, too.
Yeah, exactly. If you give away too much information, Gen.G, again, they're a team that once they have that intel, they are going to kind of like translate that into a victory, whether it be in a skirmish, a team fight, or an objective.
Yeah, and a lot of that. Look at how they're cutting the creeps as well. Gen.G changing things up, and this is going to put more pressure in. You basically lock down Kyung9 because he has to deal with that wave clear, opening it up for the 4-minute tyrant. Now you have a numbers advantage.
You do have the numbers advantage here as well. I mean, both of the teams, both 5v5, both looking pretty healthy, right? But I mean, the bot lane is definitely got that minion wave crashing through into that T1 territory. So they've got the priority down there, but it's not going to take too long for Monto to try and clear that out. But right now, they're just trying to deny any access here. Kyung9 just draws Inuit in, trying to force out that unending sorrow. Not quite able to just yet. The board has actually catched a Faye here for now, but Haku into the back line, just trying to put some pressure onto the Arthur here. So Rock actually not having a good time, but with a takedown onto Inuit, that's going to be a lot of sustain coming through from the side of Gen.G. That's been taken up the board, but oh my goodness, Haku onto the back line, gets the double kill, not able to get that triple kill. Oh, okay. Eat my words, he gets the triple kill.
This is typical Haku, right? Just, it doesn't matter how many people are following me. I don't care if I'm diving to T1 and to T2 at that stage. I want kills. I am bloodthirsty, and there's a reason why Haku has the most number of kills in the KME because of that sort of playstyle. Yes, he sacrifices himself away for that one, but it opened up the doors. Look at how much space Nongshim have. They took the mid T1 because of that, and it's all because Haku not afraid to go in.
I mean, can Haku actually be bloodthirsty? Because we already have bloodthirsty kings on like KMW, right? Like, is that some kind of like copyright here that we could be having a problem here with Haku? But maybe Gen.G having a problem here.
Get that word out of your mouth. Okay, we don't talk about the KM worst here. Okay, we don't waste our time with those type of things. Okay, but Haku, yes, aggressive. He understands. I mean, this is a guy that's going to go in. Plus, you have 2 Skyfalls of the Celestial Melody. That's just going to be more fun for him.
Yes, guys, it's not only just Skyfalls, like he could get that shove as well, which we saw in that team fight into the mid lane, right? Like he was just shoving them away. He was kind of like parkouring over the side of Gen.G. It was very impressive that Haku stayed alive for so long, but I think that's just obviously down to the fact that he's got the blazing cape as well. Obviously, the healing potential has now just been kind of like mitigated and kind of reduced onto the side of Gen.G. also, thanks to that itemization.
And while Gen.G are like no strangers to the Neza themselves, Rock does play that in himself. He's very good on it. He should know the limits of this hero and what it's bringing, right? But in the top lane, a little bit of action, infinite fastness. It looks like Siri. Oh, he's gonna stay around.
He's going to stay around. He's just kind of like clearing out that minion wave here, but there's Skyfall onto the back line there, looking to try to get the pick up onto Monto. Monto have to flash over the wall, so he got nowhere to go, but the box is going to save him just for a brief moment in time. That's going to be Kyung9, traded for Monto. Can they get more here on the side of Nongshim? Flaming Bombs gets to take that onto Inuit. Kalu goes down as well. The Ghost Ship locks down Haku. That's going to be a little bit of a worse for wear here for Nongshim. They could have got away with like a 1-3 trade there.
Haku going in aggressive. I mean, yeah, he died another time, and he got locked in with a perfect boat by Rock. But he's creating so much havoc that they have to panic. Inua, Monto, and Clue get caught out. The rest of Nongshim are able to surgically remove those heroes. And once Monto's gone, you're taking a lot of the damage away, you're taking a lot of the potential, and Rock and Wawa have to do more of the heavy lifting in that case. And they've caught him out because of the chaos that is provided by Haku here.
Yeah, Haku's actually doing really well on this Nurtza pick, right? Like, just so much space being given up at the side of Nongshim, just kind of like making sure that the team fight's going into his favor, right? Like, he's trying to just split apart Gen.G, knowing the fact that obviously AoE is going to be their big thing, right? Inuit looking to obviously get some intel here onto Siri. Siri actually has the infinite fastest here, so he can use it. The ghost ship actually being committed, meaning that it's going to force it out for now, but it keeps Siri alive for the next fight.
That was actually very close. It was actually off cooldown, but he knew it was coming in like two or 3 seconds. The Celestial Melody wasn't used, so if anything, Siri's just backing off, playing a little bit with fire, understanding the cooldowns were coming off. He still have another one if they want to go on this next big team fight here.
Potentially. I mean, we see the Doomsday being built here from Monto. Monto trying to get a little bit more damage on hit to come through here with the D-Ren check. So right now, he's not doing too much damage, right? He's kind of just like sitting at the back of the team fight, looking to kind of just chip away, use that Spark Forge dagger to also get that zaps, get that magical damage onto the side of Nongshim Red Force. But right now, Nongshim are actually ahead of the lead here in terms of that gold lead.
Yeah, actually in the early game, you as a farm laner, you don't want to hear your name called unless you're getting kills. Monto obviously got picked up that one time. You want to largely be quiet. You want to be off the map. You want to take use of that space and continue to farm more than anything else. But now it looks like they're going to go aggressive. But again, Gen.G not able to get any sort of catch.
Okay, that was it. Haku over to the back line there. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to dip over Wawa and just try and do a little bit damage onto the back line of the side of Gen.G. It does mean that we see that Series actually gave a lot of space here to potentially get this pick up of the T2 into the top side of the map. Nurtza just trying to take that damage. There's the Flaming Palms. They get it as well. So really good use of the way they're calculating these team fights.
Very smart, very smart. And working around their skills and the spells like that they have. Siri,
oh no. Kyung9 going down. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Kyung9 will get vision, and he thinks that he kind of, the over-reliance on the mobility. But sometimes you can get caught out. Gen.G have a decent amount of catch. If they're able to find you, especially with those slows, it might be tough for them.
They've got the slows, they've got the speed up as well, right? But here it is, Haku probably not in the favorable situation here, but he can obviously soak a lot of this damage whilst we see Faye, Illusion, and Siri come through as well with a bit of a saving grace. He uses the Blood Rage to keep himself alive. The World's My Board being committed as well, but he's actually keeping Haku alive. Montu and Clue going down as well. Infinite Bastards being used here, potentially getting a pick up on Arthur as well. That's a double kill. Can he go for another triple? Haku is going down, but it's seeming here. Wawa, Inuit looking for a very drawn out team fight. Actually, Inuit flashing in was a bit of a mistake there. He gets caught down by Kyung9. Looking for some more is Wawa, but he gets wiped. That's a team ace for Nongshim.
I mean, 8 people just died. Like, that was crazy. But Siri had no cooldown on that Infinite Fastest because they used it earlier. Faye was nowhere nearby to kind of provide that. But Wawa's like, okay, actually, Siri, he's going aggressive. He's continuing on, trying to fight this one so we can make him pay. Gets the pick up on a Siri, somewhat salvaging that one. But the biggest issue with that fight was that Rock got killed early. Haku going super aggressive. The survivability that he had was really unmatched, considering he was fighting the first, like, 30 seconds of that fight. Like, 1 versus 4, and waiting for Nongshim to really kind of help him, support him.
Yeah, Haku completely cowboyed that one. Like, that's the only way you can really get around an Atta, right? Like, if you've got something that's tankier than an Atta, then that's the only way you're going to win that game and win that team fight. But Kyung9 just looking to try and drag in, trying to draw out that unending sorrow, which he's able to do here. They're just looking to try and stop Nongshim getting any more damage, any more buffs from this Tyrant.
And look at how Haku has a 2k net worth lead, and that's why, yes, he's very tanky, but he's also starting to do a lot of damage, and Gen.G need to respect that. Monto especially needs to be very careful because he's target number 1.
Taking the British is landing like 3 of them there. That's not what you're going to be if you are Gen.G. And onto the back line, we got deletion of Atta once again. Rock saying goodnight with Monto as well as his sleep buddy, but now at the same time, just the illusion. Haku, sorry, using that Skyfall onto the back line, gets another triple kill here for Nongshim Red Force. This has been a huge pick for them that we haven't seen at all within the KME fall, and really showing why they saved it for this last moment.
Oh, saving it for this moment. I mean, 3 members down, Nongshim opening it up. Yes, you have the time bomb dealing with that mid lane, but now Nongshim with all 5 members, they're not going to do much more. Maybe they get a T3 in this one, especially since the death timers are so short at this point, but Nongshim opening up the game even more.
Opening up the game is the name of the game here for Nongshim. These Worlds on my board has been very well placed here by Illusion, right? Like, he's definitely dropping them at the right time. He just get caught out there with this silence here from this Sun Bin, but they can't aggressive any further thanks to Siri using that Infinite Vastness, kind of fearing the way Gen.G from Illusion.
Oh, Illusion, those boards and his ability to just stay alive with those taking liberties as well. Just doing so much damage and yet staying alive. That's the biggest thing. Like, not dying. I understand that, like, you know, Kin's like, oh, why KDA? But it's super key.
Monto's always get focused here to force the flash here from Haku once again. But hey, he's got a lot of damage now. He's looking to deal it, but that's a time bomb coming through as well. Haku could go down here, but they do get the prime pickup of Monto, which could be an issue for the side of Nongshim and Gen.G at the same time.
Haku just literally sending a message. Be like, Monto, this is what it's going to be like all series. I'm just going to focus you every single game. I'm going to make your life miserable. I'm just going to constantly target. I don't care how many people you have around you. I just want you. And he gets the pick off. Yes, he trades his life away, but I think as a Neza, I think he's going to be okay with that.
Yeah, he's like, I will find you and I will kill you. Like, he's going for the real taken here approach for the side of Nongshim. But it's working, man. Like, they're putting so much pressure on the Monto.
Yeah, definitely so much. I mean, look, Haku's dying. He's died 4 times. The most in this game. I mean, tied for, you know, Inu and Monto here, but he has 10 kills. He has a 10K net worth at this point. He has the most in the game because of it. I mean, I'm a little hesitant about, you know, complimenting him too much when he's sacrificing himself, but they're going in.
Oh, yeah, speaking of sacrificing, they're going to sacrifice a lot here on the side of Gen.G just to get Illusion off of that passive here, but there it is. Haku into the back line. Gets a takedown onto Monto once again. This is just discrimination against Gen.G, but that is another team ace for the side of Nongshim. They don't have the minion wave. They're looking for more.
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing because Monto was like, we got Illusion, we got him in a bad spot. Yes, we're stuck on a board. But Haku is like just flying in, goes right for Monto.
He's like, I'll be back, guys. Don't worry about it. We'll get the win. I'll get Monto, and then I'll help you. But that's like, what? 2 aces in one game. Nongshim looking very scary with that draft, man. That was definitely a personal draft against Monto.
Very personal, and just the execution. And the last pick, Neza, that completely caught off Gen.G. They thought they were fine. They thought the Ata was going to be enough to kind of deal with, but the Neza, they had really no answers. It was just always on the back line. A lot of them were squishy. He was tanky enough to out-sustain all the damage, even when he was outnumbered. And the rest of the team would just be on point. They had the mobility to really catch up and to kind of help out. So just Nongshim, hats off to them on the game 1.
Yeah, it was a hard one for Monto to watch, but as soon as you saw Monto anywhere in the clear, anywhere in vision, you just saw the big red dot come from Nongshim. Yeah. It's just like, oh man, like he's going down again. Like, it's a bit so scary. I mean, 0-5-8. There's definitely 5 of the kills there for Haku, but then again, Inua on this Shu 1 didn't get the moment to shine right, but it's all thanks to, obviously, again, Haku diving in, using that blazing cave just to kind of like get away, burn down that healing reduction for the side of Gen.G. It was really hard for them to really kind of make any ends meet with those team fights.
Yeah, really no answers. Really, I mean, just too much sustain, too much damage. And look at Haku, 109,000 damage, like double the team. The other, you know, Rock almost triple at that point. Rock did not have a good time because, again, I think that he was just kind of outmatched, out-farmed, and it was all about the just locking people into place with, like, you know, you think that you have a board and then you counter with the boat. Like, it makes sense on paper. But when you're constantly getting run down, this is what's going to happen. The greatest red showing all that red in the gold graph here.
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, it was definitely a hard game here for Gen.G. I mean, we do exhaust a lot of the pocket picks as well, right? Like, obviously, Sunbeam's being picked out here for the side of, obviously, Clue. We have, obviously, big picks like the Hue 1 already being exhausted there. But if you look over to Nongshim as well, they have some big picks, but they only resource one of their big pocket picks, which was obviously Netza. And this is the kind of like the battle of the pocket picks, right? And here's why he gets MVP, 12-4-3. If you're going to use a pocket pick, you want to make sure you're getting the other pocket picks of the other team completely up for the board here. But 30% of the damage dealt, as we saw there, like over 100k damage on a tank is crazy.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is a situation where they're like, okay, we know what they're gonna pick. They have a lot of meta ones, and this is like the perfect counter. It's like, and you'll see so many of these highlights. Look at Haku fighting 1 versus 4. I don't see any other Nongshim member for I should count this out. I mean, at least like 10 seconds or something. And now they show up, and then now he uses the Blood Rage, completely baiting them out. Now you've got the board, you're locking them in. Haku somehow's barely alive at this point, and look at, he's so low. I thought he was gonna be dead here, but he's continuing to get those kills.
I mean, that's the kind of confidence I want my teammates have in me, right? Like, they know that Haku is going to stay alive. They're like, you know what? We don't have to hurry up. We don't have to exhaust any flashes. He's going to be fine. He's got Blood Rage. Phase right there. He's going to get the second ultimate or whatever he needs in his kit, and he's going to be okay. And that's exactly what they did there. Like, they were just making sure that they were playing very level-headed. Like, again, Monto just getting taken out there. Just so much discrimination against Monto in that team fight.
It's like, where did that bus come from? Like, I have no idea. And it was Haku just flying in from left field, and they just take him out. They get that ace. They get the secondary, ace on this one just to close out the game. Really well played by Nongshim Red Force. Off an amazing last pick there with that Neza.
Absolutely. We're going to go for a short break, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get into game number 2, let's fly away like Haku did on the Neza.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly.
Nongshim Red Force strike first, with that Neza pick, the trump card, the trap card, if you will. Gen.G really didn't have any answers. My name is Holland, with me is Blam. Your thoughts on that one, and how does Gen.G get back into this?
I mean, you were right with your first statement, Hall. They struck back, and that was into the back line of Gen.G, where we saw Monto fall many times, 5 times to be precise there in that game number 1. But we see here that Nongshim have obviously been forced over to the blue side. They don't normally get that much great performance on the blue side. I think it's just because they're the greatest red. It kind of just the biggest counteraction. It doesn't manifest the victory as they would. But now they get to have the chance to maybe try and go for the Hue 1 themselves. But also, the fact is that Gen.G have picked the Hue 1. They could ban it out in the first phase if they really wanted to. But Gen.G definitely need to draft a little bit more better with that one. And if they're going to do like the picks of like the Arthur and stuff like that, like in game number 1, I get you trying to burn out something big onto the side of Nongshim. But at the end of the day, like, this is neither of these two teams are going to get eliminated, right? So if Gen.G do fall here, they can rise back up if they really want to after they fall into the lower bracket, or vice versa, Nongshim.
I think that, I mean, you'll probably see Gen.G actually just continue to, like, they're not going to throw in the towel, right? I mean, it's just one game. I think it was interesting the direction that they went with that Ata pick. I think that we had seen it earlier once before by Rock in the fall, that is, of KME. But going into this one, it seemed like they had an idea of what they wanted. The rest of the lineup was kind of, you know, set up to play into Ata's hands, especially with those like boards and things. But Nongshim getting what they wanted right away, Illusion, they're going to lock it in first pick, the Mai.
Not only did they get away, right, they take away the Lung from Monto. So not only in the Gorge are they focusing Monto, they're focusing in the BP here. Again, Lung is one of those heroes that has a little bit of escapability, right? And that's something that Monto really needed in that game number 1, was just having that infinite vastness that he could take away to the skies and hope to save himself. But I do like this pairing here that Gen.G have gone for, because obviously in terms of trying to get the pickup onto the Mai Shiranui, is what's better with a Dharma that can be paired with a Yixing that can create any wall for this hero. Like, that's a great amount of team fight potential, pickup potential here for the side of Gen.G.
A lot of control, a lot of utility from Gen.G. I mean, the biggest thing is just kind of, they're trying to lock in the Mai, essentially box him in as they Nongshim pick up the motes here, helping out with a Gudo. So that's one way to kind of deal with these potential squishier lineups of Gen.G.
Okay, we get Rock going on to his Masashi here, though. So obviously he's looking to kind of mitigate any kind of heals that can potentially still come through here for the side of Nongshim. Obviously, we're not going to see the Hue-1 in game number 2, right? Because obviously jungle, support, and mid lane have all been selected, unless we're going to get a Hue-1 carry for here for Siri. But I don't think that's going to be the point, right? But that's going to be a good call here for the Motsu. Obviously, getting the lockdown onto either the Dharma, onto the Masashi here with the Cannon Blast, or even the Think Inside the Box, right? Like, if you commit that the duel to the death here, it's going to be hard for you to actually get back out if you aren't able to sort of use the extra little bit of hope here for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, this Musashi is going to be a problem. It's been a problem throughout the KME fall. It's had a lot of good games. The ability to get to the back line, to isolate someone, and to blow them up. And then looking at the rest of the lineup, with like the Yixing and the Dharma, to really help support with that control and the further lock it down so Musashi can, again, just go ham on one person. I think that they're going to have a potentially good time. Rock is incredible on this hero.
Oh, super duper, but he has to be propped up by the other members of the side of Gen.G, right? And that's where you can kind of see Nongshim doing their homework. They ban out the Lubong because they know that that's been a pairing that Gen.G have used before. The Masashi into the Lubong. Clue loves that pick. Had a fantastic performance on it within the Survival Week, and even more so as well. That Liempo, which is again another pick here. Big one for the side of Gen.G's Clue. So they go for the Zhongfei again, just kind of like maybe trying to wrap around. Okay, no, they're not. They're going to switch up here and potentially go for the Flowborn Marksman, which is going to be their kind of like a late game assurance here, as well as the Yixing.
Yeah, they needed a farm laner here. I mean, they wanted to pick it before. I mean, they have some options. Clue, that is. But right now, it's Monto and Rock. How much damage can they do? These two need to stay alive more than anything else, because you have the control, you have a lot of, you know, guys that can help support you. But if you're not able to keep on pace, this Nongshim lineup has a decent amount of sustain, has the ability to burst you down as well.
Yeah, I mean, not only do they have the healing from obviously a Gudo, but like you said, they've got backline access from obviously the Mai Shiranui, the Fati here as well. So you're really going to be protecting like your herd, which is going to be obviously Yixing, Flowborn, because one way you can shut down that Flowborn, which didn't happen obviously with Crazy Raccoons and Scarz, is you go into the backline, you just run him down, you just do so much, you out damage him and out attack speed him, which is something that Fati can do here.
Yeah, has that potential, right? And so this last pick, it's going to be for Clue. Probably, I mean, they were potentially going for the Zhongfei, but they're going to pump fake it a little bit. And I'm not going to say anything until they lock it in, but they have a lot of options. And they're showcasing all of the Clue's hero pool at this point.
Yeah, it's like, what do you want me to pick? Do you want me to pick do you want to pick Dong Huang here? I mean, I feel like this would be the first Dong Huang we'd ever get if this is actually going to be locked in. But I mean, the suppression makes sense, right? The Forsaken contract is going to mean that Fati or Mai Shiranui cannot go into the backline, but they're going to stick back to that Zhongfei. They definitely need a little bit more frontline, a little bit more of a counter engage, and that's what that Unbridled Outburst is going to really give over here to Gen.G.
So if Monto or Rock get picked off, this lineup just crumbles, right? So the rest of the guys need to ensure that they're doing the initiations, especially with Wawa on this Dharma. Let him set things up. Zhang Fei secondary, then Yixing with that board to perfectly just make it perfect for the duel of the death, right? From Rock. So that's ideally how things are going to go. There are definitely some weak points in the sense that, again, Monto, if he gets focused by Haku, which is going to be a lot harder to do on an Hakuto because you can't just fly in on him. But I think that this is, there are definitely some gaps to this lineup. It's going to really come down to execution and how Gen.G just protect those two.
Yeah, I mean, you got Gorge mobilization, right? Like, you can just drop Verbal on top of Monto. If you really kind of, like, hate this guy so much, you can just drop, like, I can't imagine, like, maybe a 300-pound bear on his head. You know what I mean? Like, that's definitely one way to lock down Monto on his pick here. But it's, for me, we're looking at Nongshim, and they definitely have, like, early game kind of aggression, right? This is, like, what we saw of draft number 2 from Scarz, is the fact that Agudo's not going to need help farming up. He's a fast wave clear. She's a fast wave clear, sorry, into the jungle, but then also very fast in terms of the siege potential that Agudo can give over to your team.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear that no player hates another player, especially on an opposing team. It's all about love. It's all about, camaraderie, brotherhood in Honor of Kings. That's not how we roll. But if it's your fellow teammate in ranked, that's where I got my hate. And you're going to see a lot more. That report button is just readily available for me.
Hey, the report button's had a bit of a snazzy new do, right? Have you seen it? It scans the map. And then he's like, yeah, you're right. Actually, you don't even get to report like why they were bad. It just scans the map and it's just like, yeah, this guy's 110. He's bad. You know what I mean? Like, just get him. Get your points back. Let's get him out of your games. So it's a very good welcome thing here with the 24th of September update. A lot's changed, and obviously we're playing on the old patch here because we don't have the Spritelins. We don't have, obviously, the Agudo rework as well as the Yang rework, which is going to be really exciting to see how that fares into future competitions with those reworks.
Definitely going to be exciting. I mean, going in, but we got to make sure that it's consistent playing on the same patch because they've been playing 2 weeks on it. It wouldn't be right to all of a sudden shift and pivot into the new one where teams are still kind of figuring things out. So we're going to lock this one down, especially for this weekend, to see exactly who's going to be the champion of KME Fall.
Exactly. I mean, this is what it's all going to be coming down to, right? Like I said earlier, that yes, either of these teams will fall down to the lower bracket and have the chance to climb back up once again, but you really want to be just going and cementing yourself into that grand finals, right? Like, you are wanting to be even Nongshim, Gen.G, and be like, right, okay, this is what you're going to have to meet in the grand finals.
I think it's going to be a lot of pressure off, just more than anything else. Kyung-Nine just barely staying alive there. But, I mean, getting into the grand finals, guaranteed top 2, right? If you don't win the championship, getting into KIC, you have that other chance with the last chance.
Oh, Illusion having to dip, dodge, and dodge everything there from the side of Gen.G. I mean, they did force, obviously, the stun there and the flash from Wawa. So a lot was already been exhausted there. They didn't get a kill, but they got a lot after the Gorge.
Yeah, and this is why Illusion is super scary. He's able to kind of provide that pressure in the top lane. But again, understanding the limits, he didn't even use flash, but he actually was able to dash away to safety, staying alive. That's going to be the biggest thing, is just, keeping yourself in it while also putting pressure on, getting those pickoffs on, again, the outside lane. Wawa is looking very juicy for him.
Yeah, he's got to think, BGs, stay alive. That's what he's got to do. He's just got to keep giving himself that prep talk, right? Like, he knows that PTSD from last game of the Nurtser, it's not going to bother you. Like, just refigure what was going on here. But for the side of Gen.G, obviously, they are just trying to make sure they get a better position as the 4-minute mark obviously arises here. You can kind of see that Inua and Rock are just kind of like formulating together, making sure the wave clears are much faster here for Rock. So you can kind of give pressure into these lanes, right?
Yeah, and it's really going to be key on that. I mean, the pressure, you also have Faye, who's looking to just kind of rotate as well, providing that vision. But Gen.G, look at how they're grouping up. They're looking for somebody just got out of position to deal with that wave clear, but instead, they're just going to funnel it into Rock here.
Yep, anybody who wants to step out of place here, it's looking for Gen.G to try and just make sure they punish them, right? Obviously, trying to get the cannon blast here. It doesn't actually connect onto anybody, which was, it looked like it could have been like a double man like cannon blast there, which would have been huge for the side of Nongshim, but no follow-up, just trying to scare them, making sure that they know Faye knows where they are.
Yeah, and Gen.G, they're actually 3-man group that was looking to steal some boars. They stole one. Rock actually used the smite. But in the same way, Nongshim are like, actually, we'll just walk into your jungle. We'll take your boars. And so they've kind of, again, it's a give and take throughout the day, but understanding where the guys are. You're not doing it risky, and you're not getting out of position.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most key part, is making sure they're not out of position, because obviously then we would, if Monto gets out of position, unfortunately, for somebody like a squishy hero, like the Flowball Marksman here, it's going to be highly punishable, right? Like, you could just get dived in onto either the party, use the Gorge Mobilization, get Furball on top. That's going to do a lot of damage already.
Yeah, a lot of potential for that stun, right? There's I mean, literally everyone on Nongshim has at least some sort of mini stun or some way to reposition. This is a very scary lineup if you get caught out. So Gen.G need to be super smart. That vision game and that initiation, when Rock wants to go in, everybody needs to be on point, because you have a lot of, utility and a lot of like that crowd control that can really help out, but everybody's got to be stacking them properly.
Oh yeah, you got to make sure you're not using them kind of like willy-nilly, right? Like there, we tried to see that too, just making sure that the recall there for Clue was cancelled out. Maybe just trying to bait out some kind of effort from the side of Nongshim, maybe the Cannon Blast, maybe the Smite here, but he was able to sort of like stop that one right there and then. But there it is, taking it, but it's just doing damage onto Haku, which is going to be a pain game for him in the early part of the game.
Well, definitely going to be pain game. I mean, just doing as much as they are, but they're looking to wave clear, and now they're looking to take this Tyrant. They're going to just make their way around. But Clue, Half-Life, something to take note of in this potential next big team fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he does have the Unbridled Light Burst though, so he can just kind of go beast mode, just drop away everybody on the side of Nongshim Red Force here. But right now, there it is. The Unbridled Light Burst does catch onto Haku. That means that that's actually going to go over to Rock now. First blood goes over to Monto, so paying back that dividends from game number 1. He gets the first blood onto Haku, and it's not looking too good here for Kyung9 as well. He's stuck in the middle with a lot of Gen.G, and there's the takedown onto Illusion as well. So double kill going up to Rock is definitely going to set them up in a good spot here.
Oh, Inuo with the bait. He went over the wall, and Kyung9 was like, I just need him. Just one more shot, just going in. But just too much control. This Gen.G lineup, yeah, if Rock and Monto are still alive, they have the rest of the guys just locking people down. It's going to be so hard to target who you want.
Yeah, very difficult. I mean, you can kind of see why Siri was kind of out of that team fight, because he knew that he's not going to have much like meat in the game, right? Like, you've got to be very well planned there with that stun to try and get any kind of like there. We just saw the golden token completely whiffed there for Siri. So yes, he's into the back line. It wasn't really the main focus here for Gen.G. They were looking to try to take down the likes of the Haku, any kind of sustainability there within that team fight, rather than going for Siri. So Siri was like, you know what? If I'm being unchecked, I'm going to get the macro play and take that T1 down to the bot side.
Smart. I mean, at that point, there's really no reason to fight. But Gen.G, again, something to take note of. This board, Umbrella Offers, this combination, this wombo combo. You fight, you're stuck together, you're locked in.
Yep.
There's no escape. You have to continue on, and everybody's just so tanky. So this is a very scary trap. Nongshim need to be very smart with how they finagle around this potential team fight.
Yeah, especially right now, obviously Rock going in with the Imperiled State onto Haku means that the healing's not going to come through once again, but he's actually managed to escape this time around. Wawa was looking for a little bit of blood there. He could taste it. He dashes over the wall there, not quite using that flash, keeping that for that combo with the Truth Mantra.
Haku with like that Houdini, just barely able to get over that wall. That was very close. He was in a bad spot, and he just barely stayed alive, was able to kind of just barely sneak through. I thought Agudo was a little bit on the bigger side, so I was a little surprised that he snuck into that alleyway like that.
Yeah, exactly. He slipped out of there, and there's the Arrow Storm being used to drive away Kyung9, so it means that Monto's able to kind of clean out that minion wave as well. We see a bit of a contestation here for the side of that Azure Golem, but there it is, a Rock into the back line, using that Bright Light Burst. There's a bit of a runaway here for the flight of Rock. They get Haku, they get Faye, they're looking for some more, but it's Siri with that chip damage into the back line here, but a lot of low health bars on the side of Gen.G, but Nongshim just aren't able to do enough damage.
Yeah, Gen.G with a perfect fake back, right? They look like they're running, but they had the numbers advantage, and that just baited Kyung9 to come even further. Yes, he's on the fatigue. He did a decent amount of damage. Late game, it might be a problem, but in this case, Gen.G played that one perfectly. Understood that, hey, if we just kind of pretend like we're falling back, Kyung9 will chase. We're able to capitalize, get another kill, and Gen.G makes them pay. They're up 7-2.
7-2 in terms of the kills here. 4k gold lead for the side of Gen.G also as well, right? Like, this is definitely the best one. But I mean, that run up though, that combo with the Unbridled Light Burst and the duel to the death there is definitely a great combo in terms of like guys in the ultimate. Like, they think you're just going to stop there, but you just keep putting the pressure on thick. You're able to get into the back line, take down Haku, Kyung9 as well as Faye. And then at that point, there's just no long range to be had, right? Like, Siri's a mid-range hero at best.
Yeah, this Gen.G lineup is tough. It's a tough nut to crack. There's a lot of potential. But again, there are weak points in this set. You find Monto, you find Rock, but Gen.G, look at how aggressive they are. They have a 5k net worth lead, so they dictate when the fights are happening. They have the map control. They're able to push you back. Nongshim have to play a very defensive game, not able to find those openings because, again, your map is incredibly dark.
Exactly, and what's even darker is the fact that obviously Rock here is 13, Haku is level 10 as well. Like, there's definitely a clear disparity in terms of who is more comfortable on this pick and who's definitely making the enemy team react to their playstyle.
This is why Rock is so good on the Musashi. He is like almost a guaranteed win. Like in a best of 5 key, right? Being able to be like, hey, I don't want to be down 0-2 in the series. We're in a must-win game. Let's give Rock his Musashi. Let him dominate. And you're seeing just how he's able to like reap the benefits of this hero and able to kind of consistently farm across the map. He's been able to take over because he's just amazing on Musashi.
Yeah, he's been playing very well. He's kind of keeping his positioning very tight as well, just kind of being the driving force of Gen.G at this point in the game. But for me, I feel like if Gen.G get the win here with the Musashi, it then leads open that Haku can then just kind of like go in with the Ogryn and not have to care about this Musashi counter pick, right? Like they get it off the board. It becomes a little bit easier for Nongshim in the long run. But right now, I feel like Gen.G's main motive right now is just getting a point onto the board. They don't want to go down with a 3-0, right?
Yeah, definitely don't want to be down with the series. But look at you. You're like talking about the future. I'm in the now, man. I'm struggling now. How am I going to deal with it? That's a problem for later. And I think that's kind of how Gen.G are thinking as well, right? Because again, it was a must-win situation. You got to equalize in the series more than anything else. If you go down 0-2 because you're like saving strats, I think that you're going to be in a world of hurt. So this is a moment. Use your heroes to get yourself back in.
I'm just planting the seeds, man, you know, like I'm making them think a little bit ahead. I'm just like, I'm preparing you for a setup into the future, you know. I've got my crystal ball going on right now. I've got some nice LEDs going. It looks legit, but it could be a potential, right? I could be completely a fraud here with my magical crystal ball. But right now, I mean, Gen.G definitely looking like they are the favorite within this game number 2, right? I mean, like you were saying earlier, they had 5k gold lead. Now it's kind of like slowly but surely like creeping away to around about that 7k gold lead for Gen.G, which at around about 10-minute mark is very scary.
Very scary indeed. Rock has a 3k net worth lead over Haku himself, right? And then if you're looking at the rest of them, all of them have so much space that they're definitely going to be higher as well. But that one is one that really caught my eye. And Rock, just like how much damage he has. Shadow Tyrant instantly deleted here. Nongshim on the defensive for yet even longer.
Yeah, didn't even need his teammates, right? He was just like, you know what, guys, let's take a bit of a spring break. I'll take this one all on my own. It's a Shadow Tyrant. We'll run that one down. We've got the gold lead. We've now got the increased damage and movement speed here as well, which is going to make scary Rock even scarier, right? Like, he's going to be like, he's Johnny, like, coming out of nowhere with those duel to the death. They've got to be careful on the side of Nongshim as they approach the high ground turrets.
Yeah, there are no answers at this point. I mean, yeah, you cannon blast them, and yes, you figure out a way to get some potential stun, but look at how they're grouped up.
Yeah, I mean, the board being committed here just means it drives away the side of Nongshim. Obviously, the token did land there onto the side of Siri, but the takedown is actually coming through here. So Rock gets taken down. He doesn't have the Sage of Sanctuary, but they do get Illusion. They do get Faye. Can they get any more here? It's going to be the kill onto Illusion as well. They are able to pick up some double kills also for the side of Gen.G. They're just trying to make sure that the access into the back line of Gen.G is being secured.
They were so bloodthirsty on that one, just going for Rock. They just saw him kind of out of position, is like, go, we must. Faye with the flash, box, locks him in just enough for the rest of the team to do damage, but Clue with a nice umbrella outburst, pushing them away, securing and making sure that everyone else is safe. A little too late in keeping Rock alive, but it's fine at this stage. They are so far ahead.
Very far ahead, but I mean, Gen.G are just like, you know what? Yes, we've lost Rock, but we're just going to take away your farm anyway, because I mean, Haku's not alive to even contest that. He's just like, you know what? This is the best point if we're going to go and take away any kind of Azure Golem, any kind of Crimson Golem, and that was obviously given over to Monto here, a very mana-hungry marksman, but into the back line, it's going to be Wawa, gets to pick up onto Illusion once again, but there is going to be another trade. Faye on this Motsu has not had his finest hour. Rock onto the back line with Kyung 9, stopping down the takedown of Monto, Inua, and Monto is definitely coming back out on top here with some revenge tour, but Wawa as well, again, team ace from Gen.G. They're looking for the minion wave down bot side. This could be game number 2 going over to Gen.G.
Gen.G completely clean on this one. That team fight, the way that they're able to just make that jump, they found Illusion out so squishy. Yeah. They're gonna first pick boom, that's what's gonna happen, and Gen.G striking back, taking game 2.
Game 2 went very much more in the favor there of Gen.G. I mean, I don't think there was a moment in time where it looked like Nongshim was going to be the driving force within Game number 2 to get that Game 2 victory. Ever since Monto was able to get that revenge, man, that's all he needed was that bit of motivational boost to be like, you know what, Haku, you're not that hot without your net set. Let's get the kills onto him. And I'm pretty sure he dominated him quite a few times in that one. He found that one personal in Game number 1, but got the revenge in Game number 2.
Yeah, not as much catch this time around. Haku was kind of much more difficult situation with the Agudo. The slow sieging, not able to siege much of anything because there's no space, and the constant pressure by Gen.G, able to just put it down. That was a perfect bounce back game. And evening the series, and now we've got a best of 3 ahead of us.
Best of 3 ahead of us. We're at that 1-1 score line here between both of these two teams. They do deserve to be here in that top bracket, but if we look at this one, right, obviously they do have a lot of big picks. Obviously, Rock gets his Masashi. We have Inua on the Yixing as well. Currently 4-0-10. I mean, Monto as well. We're probably one of the most impressive KDAs he's had within the fall season so far. 4-0-4 on a late game hero as we get into around about that 11-minute mark. Definitely made this Flowborn marksman work. But when you've got such a huge front line, you've got the Zhongfei with the Unbridled Outburst, you've got the duel to the death as well. Creates so much space.
Yeah, and Clue for me, I mean, every single team fight, every single time that they were winning, you know, like they get jumped on, and Clue was on point with those Unbridled Uppers. Yeah, he died twice, which is really not that much in this game, but he was able to keep everyone else alive. The stun lock was real. You had all of these AoE stuns, and just being able to just tank as much as he did, he had such an impact for me.
Huge impact. I mean, definitely looking at that damage taken. I mean, he was definitely amongst one of the biggest, right? Like, he was there just to kind of soak the damage, set up the team fight there for Rock, and then just making sure that Monto and Inua were safe. Obviously, we saw many times where Kyung9 tried to access the back line, but Rock was just like, you know what? If you're going to dive in there, I'm just going to dive back onto yourself as well there. But there again, we just see the greatest red on the gold grab going over to the side of Gen.G this time around. So maybe I was right with the blue side for Nongshim. A little bit of a nerf here since they are the greatest red normally.
Yeah, I think that they're confused on the other side, but they don't know what to do on the blue one. It seems very different for them. But Wawa will be your MVP. 2-0-8, yeah, 18% damage, but those, we'll see it in the highlights. The amount of truths he had just setting it up for the rest of the team, especially with those boards and those Unbridled Outbursts, it was just really just, you know, next level with his Wombo combo that they had.
Yeah, I mean, it was the whole setup of the overall teammates towards the end, right? Like, Wawa came in originally, got the double kill, then that was it. It was kind of like all she wrote at that point. But like you're saying, in the instant replays, in the highlights here, you're going to see a lot of action from Wawa.
Yeah, a lot of action. Constantly just harassing them, just putting it on. I mean, Kyung9 was doing a lot of damage, but you just kind of navigate around. But Clue with that amazing Stampede, yeah, he tanks himself. He sacrifices himself for the greater good. And now look at Kyung9. So bloodthirsty, wants to go, but he's locked up in the board. They turn it around. Gen.G with the awesome fake back, totally taking out Illusion as well. They could have just taken everything at that point.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of taking things, the taking liberties really kind of turned the tides of those team fights for the side of Gen.G, right? Like you saw there, where Kyung9 was trying to go into the back line, gets wrapped by the board, then gets hit with the taking liberties, kind of just locking him in place for a very long time, which is something you don't really want when you are a party, right? You just want to be able to give the full go steam ahead if you are onto the party. But that's game number 2 out of the way. Gen.G now equalize the scoreboard to 1-1. Obviously, we will be getting into a full best of 5 overall. I feel like it's going to be Gen.G Nongshim in the long run.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. I mean, it's 1-1 going in. There's a lot of, you know, at stake, so to speak. But that was a perfect game for Gen.G. The motivation is going to be, I mean, the momentum, excuse me, going into the series. That was huge for them. They beat them straight up. They had a nice draft, and they let Rock really shine on that Musashi. That's exactly how you want to play it and really strike it back. But we're going to find out what happens in the rest of the series. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Gen.G strike back, win game 2 in convincing fashion off of a great play by everybody, actually. But Rock on the Musashi, just another win for them, right, Blam?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Rock on the Musashi, obviously Clue on the Zhang Fei. That was kind of like the pairing, the bread and butter that was really hoping to see there between Gen.G. Obviously, we highlighted a lot the I Ching and the Dharma combo within the BP of game number 2. But really, it was just like all pieces of the puzzle was fitting together on Gen.G in that game number 2. So maybe game number 1 was a bit of like pre-show jitters, right? Pre-show jitters and a little bit of like Freddy Krueger for the side of Gen.G's Monto, right? Just always in his dreams, just there, just constantly just hounding on him.
Yeah, he's still thinking about, right, that Neza pick. It's like, oh my God, get out of my head. Like, what's going on? But I think that they clearly bounced back. I think that they're going to be very happy with the performance of Monto as well as the rest of the squad. Everyone really understanding what they needed to have done. But Nongshim changing things up. They like the red side, as you were rightly pointing out. Didn't really have a great time on the blue side throughout the KME fall, but now they're on the red, and they want to kind of ban out that Mai as well.
Exactly right. I mean, I got my tarot cards in front of me, right? Like, I was like, you see, I flipped over the first one. It had like Nongshim on it, and it's like blue, and it had this like defeat. I was like, you know what? This one's going to be a bit of a whiffer. But to be honest, that's not it. My tarot cards didn't lie. It was just because Gen.G had a great effort in that one. But okay, the Liang ban here as well. Very interesting. Maybe a little bit telling here for the side of Nongshim. They want to go for something that's going to be a little bit flashy in that jungle.
Yeah, starting off, I mean, they need to get something going. I think it's going to be key for them, right? Let Haku go. He didn't really, have any space, so to speak. He was really on the defensive with Rock. But look at how fast they're coming. Guan Yu countered by Arlie and Dharma. These are two strong ones by Nongshim as well.
Huge struggle, especially for Siri, right? Like, we've seen some really good performances on Siri on the Ali. Like, probably like one of the best kind of like marksmen within the KME league here. Able to actually perform on the Ali, because we always joke that there's a lot more Lung players than Ali players here within the KME, but definitely Siri be one of the top ones. Like, he knows the positioning. Gen.G have really got to try and keep their eyes on the prize with this one. Maybe we'll start to see Clue try and get the Liang Po, right? Because I mean, that's the last time they got the lockdown onto this pick, was when the Liang Po came through. But it looks like they just want to beat the Ali with range. They want to beat it with the Shoyue as well as the Motsu.
Yeah, just keep our distance, make sure that it can't get anywhere nearby, and the moats will help back off with Clue there to kind of help support. I think he'll do a great job giving the Monto all that space. Now, Nongshim, on the other hand, you know that there's a lot of range, and when you do jump in, the Razor Cavalry might push you in a bad spot. So there are definitely some weaknesses that they need to shore up here.
Yeah, exactly. But right here, it looks like Nongshim is going to go and try and lock in the Diadea for themselves. Obviously, this has been another big pick within the KME and KMW. One of the better, or at least the best support heroes as well in terms of scaling, in terms of obviously trying to get the lockdown onto something like the Guan Yu as well, right? If you use the bit of farewell, you're going to lock him into place. It's going to be a little bit harder for him unless he times his CC immunity very well.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing, if we're looking at the series, I kind of mentioned in the beginning with Clue and Faye being that matchup to watch, whoever has a better game. Clue had a monster one in game 2, really helped them and supplemented that win for them, because he was just always on point. Faye was really struggling to get anything going. I do expect him to bounce back, because Diadea is definitely one of his mains.
Yeah, absolutely. Diadea, fantastic on Faye here. Also on Clue as well. I mean, we've seen probably like a better performance on the Diadea on Faye rather than Clue. We saw many times where he was just kind of like being a little bit overzealous. We know Clue likes to get kills, but when he's on the idea, if you kind of commit one of those enhanced basic attacks, you might be like right in like death row, you know, like you just going in, diving in, having the time of your life, and then that's it, boom, you're gone. But Nongshim are looking to take away a lot of that kind of like long range into the mid lane as well, right? Like, so if that was the case here for Gen.G, if they had either the Xiao Xiao, if they had the Nua as well, being such a late game hero as well, to show you it, they have a chance to play into the late game, but they also have the advantage of that long range, which at this moment in time, Nongshim don't really have that much great access into the backline unless Kyung9 has the perfect positioning.
Yeah, and also Gen.G kind of countering, understanding that they want to keep that long range, and they ban out the Musashi and the Menki, both ways to get to the back line, and just, again, focusing on Haku, which is going to be key for them. But Gen.G, if they got the Nua, my gosh, they would not have left their base at all. They would have just got shot artillery from afar the entire game.
That's it. You may as well just put like a Hwang Jung in there as well, right? It's like, you know what, Hwang Jung clash lane, let's see what we do with that long range on the side of Gen.G. But hey, Yuan is going to be a good closing gap, right? Like if you're able to kind of get force, say for example, illusion into the mid lane here on the Huan, or even if we get Haku on the Huan here as well, going to be able to kind of push, get that long range CC, means that there's going to be time to be created there where you're not getting hit from the long range.
Yeah, and look at this, the rest of this lineup. The Kongmin from Inua, that's going to be a lot of damage. You got to be super careful. Plus, he can kind of stay back. He doesn't need to be at any sort of risk. Oh, they're going to pump fake it. They're going to Jia instead with the Oghren. A nice little 1-2 combination to kind of help. But with Rock on the Oghren, this could be kind of scarier.
They're very scary indeed, right? Like there's a lot of potential here. Obviously the slow from the Suya, as well as not only that, the damage reduction as well from his skills is going to be a troubling moment here for Nongshim. Maybe try and force them to change their draft, but it looks like they might go for some more high frame gameplay here with the Luna. They're looking to potentially get this locked in here, maybe completely just rely on the Diadea and the Huan to kind of out sustain the tankiness of the Oghren.
What a challenge, right? And Nongshim, they're like, oh, Haku, what do you want? What do you think? How do I get to the back line? What do we need to do? And they're like, actually, give me the Luna. I think that I can fly with this one, get to that back line. But one thing to take note of is that Xia can actually help level up not only the Oghren or the Shoyu potentially. Shoyu is obviously that late game monster as well. So you have a lot of potential opportunities. And as long as you get to that late game, this lineup is looking to set themselves up for success here. And it's really going to come back to Haku on this Luna if he's able to get the backline and disrupt as much as possible.
I mean, we've already seen this matchup once before already today, right? The Luna going up against the Oghren, but obviously last time we saw the Luna come through, it had the pairing of the Guan Yu on their side, right? So now you've got Guan Yu against you, and you're going to be looking to try and just catch out the likes of either the Ali, trying to make sure she doesn't kind of like always keep an eye on lockdown onto the fact of her Parasol to know where she is, or you're going to go just kind of bully them around, try and get that like huge team fight potential, which we know Wawa from game number 2, we know he can do on the Dharma, he can definitely do on the Guan Yu.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the lineups here, I mean, the Gen.G lineup is much simpler to play. It's very obvious. Yeah. It's like linear. It understands what, like it's got wave clear. It has the potential to jump in. You have a lot of, counter initiation as well. The Nongshim lineup, this is a very flashy one. It's high risk, high reward. Are they mechanically sound? Yes. But are they able to kind of execute this to a high level to deal with this Gen.G lineup?
Exactly. I mean, Gen.G's now riding off the back of a victory, right? So they're definitely going to be playing a position of privilege and potential here for themselves as they get into game number 3. So even if they do win this one, there's still a potential of another 2 games, right? Like Nongshim aren't going to take this defeat lying down, especially after that game 2-1.
Yeah, I think that they'll, but obviously they want to bounce back. This is the moment, right? Getting Haku on a Luna is, you're making a statement. You want to be like, hey, we're in this one. We have a way to kind of deal with this. And to what you were saying even earlier, with the earlier series today, the Luna was able to outclass the Oghren. It's going to be a little bit more difficult in this situation because I feel like the lineup of Gen.G are just a little bit more balanced and able to protect the Oghren more.
Yeah, protect the Oghren, but also obviously, like you said, they aren't going to be able to perform without the faults dropping through for themselves here as well, right? Like they're just going to be able to kind of like play a little bit more ease here, but at the same time, we get a bit of a fight now. Gen.G Wawa looking pretty low right now. There's going to be the bit of farewell going locked in, and first blood going over to the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I'm going to make the joke that Wawa didn't know what side he was actually on, and he was like going to the wrong person. But no, but obviously he was just trying to get to safety. Not going to happen in this case. He does get picked off, but, it's a situation where you get jumped. You're just running for your life at that point.
Oh, absolutely. It's a jump scare that you don't really want to be sort of like feeling if you are Gen.G at this point in the game, right? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of pressure into that top side of the map just so it can kind of just like halter the potential of Wawa on this Guan Yu.
Yeah, I think that they are doing a great job of focusing in. Wawa, you cannot let this guy get going. And Guan Yu is not the greatest laner, especially when you're outnumbered like they are now. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for him. But again, it's more space for Kyung9 to really get going.
Oh, right now, seeing Haku coming in here onto Rock here, having to force the Conductor of Souls as well. There is going to be the answer to that question in the BP hall there. Who's going to get the 1v1 potential? And it looks like Haku is going to be able to get the takedown here onto Rock again.
Yeah, but it took a village. Even Siri was making that rotation all the way to the mid lane. But I mean, it completely caught off guard. Rock was expecting like two, maybe three members in the mid lane, not Siri to make his way all the way from the bottom lane to the mid lane just to ensure that they secured that kill. A really well played gank by Nongshim there.
Hey, man, I mean, Siri can travel the distance, right? We've seen him time and time again. He knows he's in one place, one moment, and then next, it's all up in your face, just dealing that damage that obviously Ali can do, right? Like, and not only that, he obviously gets a takedown onto Rock. He was able to get the Crimson and the Azure Golem as well. I mean, that's going to be a painful lane here for Monto, sorry, if he gets within range. And there we go, using the Paracel just to wipe out those fires there. But at the same time, Wild Round trying to hit actually lands onto Siri. So when Monto actually hits the mark, it's going to do a lot of damage onto Siri.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely doing a lot. But Monto kind of locking himself into the bottom lane more than anything else. You don't see him really rotate too much. Obviously, on the show, you don't have a whole lot of mobility. You want to stay alive, and you don't want to lose anything. If anything, you want to be kind of constantly farming. You want to be off the map, quiet in that sense. But Siri, with the Arlie, you're a little bit more mobile, so you're able to make plays like that.
Yeah, exactly. You're able to make a little bit more of a flashy play and try and survive as well. I mean, you're looking for the potential shutdown here, obviously CC-wise from obviously Gen.G to get the shutdown onto the Ali. You're looking at the slow from obviously the Suya, as well as obviously the Cannon Blast here from Clu's Motsu as well. So if you are able to dodge those, which we've seen time and time again, Siri can do, you've got access into the team. And again, we're just getting the takedown here potentially onto Clu. The Bink inside the box is not doing a lot of thinking.
Well, he's thinking now as he's in his death timer's gonna be up for 10 or more seconds. I mean, he was trying to be aggressive. This is the thing where you think you're safe with the moats. That you have Peacebringer, you're able to kind of dash away, but the amount of jump and that burst from Nongshim, you gotta respect it. Getting caught out like that is a bit of a disaster for Clu. He needs to play more safe.
Oh yeah, the way you say that, the fact they got so much burst damage onto the side of Nongshim, that, like I said, you can't underestimate it. And when you are an Orgrim pick, if you aren't being given your room to kind of get that itemization onto the board, right, like that burst damage is just going to tear through you, no matter what that Conductor of Souls is going to do. I mean, when we start to see itemization, like potentially the either Phoenix or even the Blood Rage come through, that's going to be able to be like a second line against that burst damage. But right now, it's not looking too hot for Rock on this Orgrim right now.
Not looking great, but Kyung9 just backing off. Yeah. I think that they're going to avoid most of this.
Yeah. He's just like, you know what? Let's play a little bit of tit for tat. Let's kind of like, we do a little bit of showboating, right? Like just go in, do a little bit of light and mantras, just like kind of like, ha, try and get me sort of thing. They're just playing, they're being playful.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait more than anything else. Rock hasn't been able to get anything going. I mean, he's got the tether on Illusion, but like, he's got to just like put his head down, farm. Haku right now is out leveling him. He's having a problem because he's just not as fast as this Luna.
No, absolutely not. It's not as fast as a Luna. We can see that Clu's having to be put down to the bot side of the map as well, because really if Monto's left alone, yes, he has the range, but the amount that Illusion is kind of like rotating around down to the bot side of the map, it easily becomes a 3v1, easily becomes a susceptible gank 3v1 to the bot side of the map. So Clu's not being able to kind of give over that aid to Rock within either the farm or the setups.
Yeah, and another thing that's kind of underestimated about this Nongshim lineup is the amount of sustain. The Yuan, the Diadea, you have a lot of ways that, yeah, they're looking kind of squishy, but they're surprisingly sustainable. They're able to kind of tank through stuff because they have a decent amount of healing. Gen.G need to figure out a way to address this.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I always like point out, but I haven't pointed out this time, but the fact that they've got like the Huan and the Diadea, as well as obviously the Ali going for that kind of like hyper carry potential here, just kind of always, somebody's always going to be joined at the hip with Ali, because if Siri gets left alone, especially with a Gen.G, if they were ahead, it would be a troubling sign here for Nongshim, but Nongshim taking that T1 down to the bot side, they're looking to put some more pressure onto that T2 as well.
Yeah, and they're being like spread throughout. Like they're being pulled from other places. Oh, the box.
Ooh, think inside the box. I mean, we did get the Universal Law as well, but there it's going to be the Unending Sorrow. But the takedown onto Kyung9 there could be trouble here for the side of Nongshim. RedForcevs getting caught out to the thick of it, gets pushed back, actually out of the range of that cannon blast there. The synergy was not quite synergizing, but they got the result.
We need to call the cops. I just saw a hit and run. Wawa on to Faye, not letting him go, just driving by, running over him, didn't even give him a chance. Faye just was like just trying to cross the river, right? Unfortunately for him, he just got run over. Wawa making him pay, and again, just great rotation there by Gen.G.
Again, another great rotation here. Series just doing so much damage onto Inoue, like making him just forced back into that T1 territory. You can kind of see here that Wawa is having to go up to the top side of the map now, because there's no point trying to defend if you've got no pressure being created down to the bot side, right? Like they're looking to try and emulate what Nongshim's done down into the farm lane in that clash lane.
Yeah, just a lot of space created by Siri. And the fact that he was able to stay alive, we haven't talked too much about him because he's, again, just been off. He's about 700 gold ahead of Monto, so he's doing a good job of farming. But now, how do they get to the next level? Because they need his help and that damage to potentially take down Rock, who is becoming a bit of a nuisance, although he is behind Haku in terms of farm.
Yeah, he's becoming a nuisance. He does have the Eye of the Phoenix, which is what we were talking about earlier, but we start to see the relevant kind of anti-heal coming through here as well. Like Illusion has the Venomous Staff. You're probably going to get the Venomous Staff either onto Faye or even the Blazing Cape as well. So a lot of that's going to be like trying to sort of like curb the scaling of the Ogryn.
Yeah, you're going to have to slow him down. I mean, Rock has not really gotten that critical mass of items yet. He's still kind of, I mean, even this like walk around the jungle, he's not able to get any farm while he's doing it. Haku, on the other hand, he's getting pulled around.
Ooh. No, almost got caught out there. Obviously the slow from obviously Ogryn as well as this the Universal Law is doing so much damage. It's trying to slowly but surely try to formulate a way into Haku, but like you were saying in the BP hall there about the Suya as well, right? Like once he gets to level 15, he can use a Sanctification. Is it going to go on to Rock? Is it going to go on to Monto? We yet to find out, but there's a big contention here for that Shadow Tyrant. And again, if they do get the execute there, so it's going to be huge here for Gen.G, as I think it's on the box has been committed, but Inoue, Monto, Clue already going down, Wawa as well. Yes, they get the Tyrant, but where's the damage going to come from? It's only Rock alive. There's a lot of pressure here. Faye, Kyung9, Haku, looking to rotate around. Path of Passage just like trying to keep himself alive. But at the same time, we have Illusion and Siri just going at it in that mid lane, and there we go. They get the T1 down into the mid lane, looking to get the kill onto Rock. He was pretty much in the wrong place at wrong time.
Actually, that was a perfect play by Haku. In the sense, I hope we see a replay of it because of the fact that the Tyrant was getting so low. Yes, we do have the replay. Awesome production. But look at how he jumps over. He gives it up. Yeah. Rock goes over the wall for that smite. But Haku was like, actually, I just want the rest of your team. I'm going to be able to do all this damage, take everyone out, to go. And then Rock was all by himself. Then he gets cut down. I mean, that was a perfect play by Nongshim there.
Absolutely. You make a good point there, Hall. And the fact is that they obviously... They kind of primed the Tyrant there. It wasn't even the Shadow Tyrant. They primed the Tyrant there to actually just be a bit of a bait. Just make sure the Ogryn's completely leaving his team, right? Because nobody else can use that Path of Passage. So that's a green light go for Haku.
Yeah, and they'll take advantage of that. Just being able to get to that back line, who are very squishy. They need Rock to play a more defensive game. But in the same way, Rock is just like, actually, do I go over the Tyrant? What do I do? I'm a jungler. Yeah. Like, this is on me, right? I got to win this 50-50 in terms of the smite battle. But again, he chose incorrectly in that sense because Haku was on the back line taking out everybody.
Again, it falls down to that kind of like game awareness that Nongshim really like always show within their series, right? Like they knew they were going to lose the Tyrant, but they knew that, as a matter of fact, if they get a team fight, Shadow Tyrant's up next, we can get even more of a scaling buff from the Shadow Tyrant, which is what they've done here. Able to get a lot more gold into their pocket as well. I mean, 6k gold after a team fight is pretty huge.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that they, Nongshim have this one in the bag, but it was like losing the battle but winning the war kind of thing. It was like thinking late game, long term about how to kind of close this one out. It was a great macro execution or decision there.
Oh, so now you're kind of you're promoting the thought of thinking ahead now, Hauler? Is that where we're at? Are you sending mixed messages in, man? Like, you remind me of Blam at Season 2 Invitational. What's going on?
No. Let me retract what I said. Let's live in the now. I don't know what the future... I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow, let's be honest.
I don't think either of these two teams know what they do tomorrow. All they know is that they will be fighting somebody else on the Gorge. But right now, Haku is able to open that bot side of the map in the T3, so already creating that pressure. Haku has has to get out of there. I think inside the box didn't actually commit, but it's going to be the actual cannon blast that gets the lockdown here for the side of Gen.G. But soon, meeting that Maker is going to be Wawa. But now, we've lost a lot of burst damage. We still have the sustain. The Conductor Souls come through, but it's not enough here. Gen.G do lose Rock. They lose Wawa. Inua, very low, has to force himself into the back line of his team.
So, okay, good.
Oh, okay, yeah, even more going on right now. I mean, I was just stunned by what happened. Like, why would you re-engage? There's a double kill coming through here for the side of Nongshim. A bit of buffering from Blam, but Nongshim getting that second win on the board.
I mean, just be able to slide in. But, okay, look, Haku going in like that, I'm just like, oh my gosh, he dies, he goes over aggressive. Like, for diving the T3 when you haven't even taken the mid and the top, yes, you're trying to create space, but you're completely isolated 1 versus 4. You're relying on your mobility, you get picked off. And then you see Rock, who goes a little bloodthirsty. They had a numbers advantage, 5 versus 4. He tries to go in, and this Ogren is not the Ogren of old. He's not going to take out everything. He's not going to be that raid boss as of yet, especially since he didn't have that net worth as well, and he paid with his life. And once he dies, this cookie crumbles, man.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as Ogren sort of like doesn't get that moment to actually be the forefront for your team that they need him to be, like you said, the cookie crumbles. Like, especially when you make those decisions like Rock did to go in the Tyrant pit to kind of like leave his team behind. But then you have your enemy jungler who's known for access onto the back line when you have a very squishy Shoyu, Suya, as well as a Motsu as well, right? I mean, you can see here, Clue only managed to build obviously his support item and then obviously 1 full itemization. So yes, the magic defense was there, but there's just too much damage coming from Haku.
Yeah, too much damage. And it's funny because, like, we were talking to Sagi the other day, or earlier today, and he was just like, does anyone know any good Luna plays? We're just like, well, we've seen 2 today. Like, this is crazy. Like, did he get a script and I just didn't get it? Like, I had no idea what was going on. But, like, Haku being able to take this Luna and just to completely dominate the game, putting this, you know, like, literally the team on its back and just carrying them and having so much pressure, it was just really, this is a typical Haku game.
No, I have a confession, right? Like, obviously, when we were in Saudi, I did bring crystal balls for everybody, but custom stopped me. So I thought, you know what? Sagi's new. He deserves a bit of a home warming, you know? So I gave him the crystal ball. So he used that one for that statement we are just talking about there. Hey, we've now got the Luna plays, so if you do want to go over that, look at this one. Haku, game number 3. Nongshim, a red force going against Gen.G was an absolute banger. But once again, on the red side, greatest red in terms of that gold graph as well. And there we go. MVP has to go over to Haku here. 414 KDA, 29% of the damage dealt and 23% taken.
Yeah, and I was like talking about how he was diving. He was just taking that risk, diving the crystal at the end. I mean, he only died 1 time, so I'm like, okay, I think it's okay. I think like he got an A-, not an A+, and I'm like hounding him, right? This is probably not the guy that I should be hounding, but he's he's able to play the Luna, and you'll see so many of these highlights because he was constantly on, just always in the back line, and Gen.G really didn't get anything going. They wanted to go to the late game, were never able to get there.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing was there, obviously that first blood, but you can see that Nongshim once again know the potential of the early game, right? Like if they took that fight into the enemy jungle, they would be doing a lot less damage and probably wouldn't have got that first blood. So they kept him in the river. They kept Wawa locked into place long enough so that he could actually be taken down. But this was it, right? This was the pony that was needed for the side of Nongshim. It was just like, let's dangle the carrot, let's get the team wipe, and that's exactly what they did. And they did it once again here as well. Obviously, Haku dived in a little bit too early, but created the space for the rest of Nongshim to get the crystal in game number 3.
Yeah, and Kyung9, I mean, just that insta play, the game awareness of these guys. This is why Nongshim are strong. They're like, hey, we don't have Haku, but we can continue on. We're able to get that jump. But let's find out how Gen.G respond, but after this break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. sure that nothing stays the same in time. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High and light.
Nongshim RedForcevs, a Game 3 classic, right? Haku special, bring out the Luna, let's make fireworks happen. Gen.G really had no answers. They were constantly on the defensive. But Blam, what do they need to do better here?
I mean, they just need to do what they did in game number 2, right? Like, it's down to that draft. Obviously, they were able to kind of be very dominant with whatever they needed to do. Obviously, game number 2's draft was definitely more towards the side of what Gen.G really liked, right? Obviously, they had, like, solid front line. It gave Monto room to breathe. There was already that kind of, like, early game kind of, like, clarity that they had as well, right? Like, they just need to make sure that they're the team that's kind of, like, making Nongshim react. Because if there's one thing we know about Nongshim, we know they can react, but if they have the early game, they are able to kind of just run away with it.
Yeah. I think it's, for me, it was all about that draft. Like, to show you and the Jia, you're basically saying, hey, let's go as late game as possible. You need something, you need give and take, right? Like, other laners need to be faster and to fight earlier, to kind of fight back in that early game, because Nongshim was taking the fight to them and they had zero answers because they're all late game heroes.
Yeah, it's very hard for them to do that. But now we're going to get into BP, obviously, of the potential match point here as well, right? Like, I mean, I don't think Gen.G want to go down as a 3-1 score. It happened already within the survival week. But look at this. We're getting pay for Rock here. Can we get the Byron come through as well? I mean, that would be the perfect setup here for the side of Gen.G, right?
I think Nongshim could pick it up themselves to potentially break that one up if they want, but they're like, actually, we're going to pick the Ogren ourselves. We're going to show you how this one plays with the Nua. Interesting.
Yeah, they banned the Nua last game because obviously they didn't want to give over any kind of like late game or long range mid lane, but obviously this is a great setup, right? Like you kind of don't have use of the Motsu anymore, but if you can use those kind of blocks from Nua, obviously you always put one a long way before you go into a team fight, drop the other one, catch somebody off. Or we can then go in and kind of just like lay waste them. And we know that Haku loves this pickup, but rightfully so. Gen.G go and lock in their potential Liampo here, which is one of the counters for the Auburn.
Yeah, and also interesting enough, the Wawa special with this Mayin, he's been an absolute beast with this hero. So this could be an interesting one going in. Plus, it provides a lot of that pressure. You don't need the Byron all the time when you can go with the Mayin. Just be able to outclass people, get yourself into that back line, which is going to be key. And Nongshim going with the Charlotte to counter themselves.
Ooh, nice Charlotte though. I mean, it's again just more late game. So really for me, if Nongshim aren't punished in the early game here and they're able to kind of like curtail any kind of effect that Gen.G have right now, because obviously early game they have to pay, right? If they're able to kind of just like make sure that that doesn't kind of like get out of hand, they have the late game potential, they can then win, obviously transition that into the late game. Whereas Gen.G right now, their late game is not looking too great for them.
Yeah, not great at all, but basically on a timer, right? This is a lot of team fight, a lot of up in front, damage with that Lian Po, plus you have the Mayin, and then Pei just with the damage dealer. So now Monto has a little bit less pressure for him to perform. He doesn't have to be the guy. He needs to be the second guy in the sense that he needs that follow-up damage, though.
Needs a follow-up damage, but for the side of Gen.G, you've got to be looking towards like some kind of like late game assurance, right? But I mean, did they decide to go for a counter into the mid lane? Did they go for something like the Lady Gen? Did they go for something like the shirt or something? Or did they go for obviously late game hero that they could potentially ride on into the mid lane? Obviously, Yixing's already been used, so they can't go for that. So maybe here a lot of bans onto the side of Monto on the side of Gen.G here, so we could potentially see something like the Lady Sun, maybe.
Lady Sun, I think that you're kind of you don't really have too much to pick from here. I think that in times past, like they've gone with like a Chano, and then later on when they actually need the Chano to counter, they are kind of out that hero, so they kind of screw themselves in that sense. But this is the potential match point, right? They got to bring whatever they're able to at this point, and I think that they might be forced into picking a hero that they might not have wanted to for Monto.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, they've banned the consort U for a reason, right? Like, they want to kind of have something that's going to be able to do a lot of the physical damage, but, like, they knew that Nongshim could probably lock this in for series, so maybe something like the Chano would be a good call here, because obviously the Spirit Wolves would be a bit of a shock, and you can't really land Spirit Wolves onto Shoyu when he's kind of, like, always distance away from the team fight.
Yeah, and show you, wow, okay, Nongshim are like, hey, we're going to show you how this lineup is played. The late game, we're able to kind of, keep ourselves afloat, which is going to be really tough going up against Rock's Pei. But, man, if they're able to stem the bleeding early, and it will be tough with Gen.G's lineup, they got a lot of damage as well. Oof.
Oh, yes, I mean, they got a Mo and the Ho Yi, that's crazy. Like, they thought, you know what? Let's not go for any kind of like crowd control like counter here for the Ogre. Let's just leave that all to Lian Po. And then it's just like, let's just like, if you land the Tremor Smashes, we're going to land the Burning Sun Arrows. We're going to land a couple Blades.
Okay, but they've got the Sun Bin. This is something to help kind of just disengage. Nongshim, it's going to look like a losing game first 5-10 minutes. It's not going to look great for them. If they're able to kind of, go even or even go like, 40-60, I think that they're going to have a decent time because the wave clear is enough. They have the Nuwa, which is the difference than Gen.G. They didn't have that. And so they're able to kind of deal with the waves that are crashing in, slow the game down, let Shoyu and Augur and carry you to the end.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the Sunbin's going to be frightful, right? Like, if you land down that, like, perfectly timed ultimate and then the silence from, like Ganamo, you can't use those couple blades. You can't use that Tremor Smash. It's going to be hard for the side of Gen.G to take the team fight into their own favor. So, really, they've got to try and take Faye off of the board here first and then potentially go for the team fight. Like I said, they have an early game for the side of obviously Gen.G with the Pei, but the late game is definitely looking like it's going to scale a lot better here for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Gen.G's lineup, this is going to be scary. Like the first 10 minutes is going to be so tough for Nongshim. Like they're going to be very behind. Those Burning Sun arrows into those like reforged blades, like that's a kill instantly, right? And then you have the Pei. Then you have Mayin who's looking to jump in. You try to go on to them. They got the Lian Po with Clue. Like this is a tough nut to crack, especially early, but Gen.G are definitely on a timer. Nongshim, they got to just stay alive. They got to stay afloat. Things are going to look really dire for them. They might just have nothing but T3s, but there's going to be a critical mass, probably 15-16 minutes into this game where they're able to just take over, but they have to survive to that 15-minute mark.
They have to survive up until that mark, right? But at the same time, like, you are Monto. There is a lot of prime object, like, heroes that you want to be landing that Burning Sun Arrow onto. So if you were Monto here, Hola, who is going to be your go-to pickup?
If I'm Monto? Yeah. I mean, Siri is going to be #1 target, right? I think Haku you save till the end. Faye is a problem, right? Because he's going to keep Siri alive, and with those silences, kind of annoying to deal with. So Faye and Siri are, I would say, target #1, and then figure out a way to then, deal with Illusion coming down, who will easily crumble once you take those two guys out.
Yeah, I think that's all going to be down to the likes of obviously Gen.G Clue, right? Like Clue's going to have to get that intel to find out where Siri is. Like if they don't have that and they just land a blazing sun arrow out of nowhere and it actually doesn't land it onto anybody, it's going to be a bit of a troublemaker for them because they could use it to kind of a halter Haku as well, right? Like if there's some kind of team fight and you land a burning sun arrow pre-team fight, it's going to like go in the favor of Gen.G if they're able to get that burst damage off.
So it's going to be weird, but it's up to Haku to kind of not be so far up, but to be far enough in front of everybody else where you're the human shield tanking those burning sun arrows so that the rest of your squad, which is very squishy, won't get killed, right? Once you're able to out-tank that, just stay alive, worry about your positioning and not be so aggressive. I think Nongshim are going to have an okay time at that point.
Yeah, I mean, they just got to make sure they're putting pressure onto Siri in the early game, I feel like. They can't just leave Siri and Monto just to kind of like hit each other, like tip for tat kind of thing. But Wawa here trying to get the pick off onto Faye, tries to get the whatever's actually not forcing the flash just yet. It's keeping that in place. They're looking for making sure that common skill is available when the iron is hot, right?
Yeah, and look at Faye. It's also got the cleanse as well. So this is something, or the purify, so to kind of help himself to ensure that there's a lot of the CC, right? If that burning sun arrow comes along, he needs to stay alive. This could be a potential game winner, but the burning sun arrow into mid lane.
Oh, yes, does land onto Haku, and there's going to be the couple blades with the burst ramp, keeps him into place. Oh, my goodness. Ganamo with the first blood, Inua with the clean couple blades.
Yeah, so I was saying that Haku needs to be up front and tank those, so I'm just like, yes. Don't listen to me now, Haku. You need to do it later when you're a little bit more tanky.
Yeah, well, when you got the itemization, what were you thinking? It's 2 minutes, 42 seconds. You can't do it.
It's too early at this stage, and Rock making them pay. The teleport even there, the emergence tried to take away the Azure Golem, but Rock, this is why he's so scary on this pay. He's just all over the map, and then now he's got that vision, and now could potentially steal the red, which has been scouted out by Clue.
Exactly that, right? Like, that's what they need to do. If they're going to punish Haku, they got to make sure that Rock then uses that as a kind of like green light go. Let's get some kind of advantage. Let's take something away from them here. But again, Gen.G, 3-4 minutes into the enemy jungle, looking to try and contest some Crimson Golems here. But Kyung9 looking pretty low, has to force the flash into the T1, keeps himself alive. But I mean, this is all to lose for Gen.G, right? Because they're going to be like dealing 10% less damage if they take a team fight here.
Yeah, they don't want to be taking too much. Oh, Wildwin? Oh, Monto.
Oh, he actually dodged it.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, like, just really lucky. Siri could have gotten that pick off there. That could have turned things. I mean, Monto, if anything, he's going to have so much space. He needs to stay alive, consistently farm. He might not be able to outskill Siri, who just, hero-wise, he has the advantage, but player-wise and execution, I think Siri, I would give him a little bit of an edge, right? So this is a moment you gotta be careful. You know, Monto, you cannot die.
No, you can't. He cannot die, because if he dies, that's, again, just a huge amount of damage that's kind of taken off the side of Gen.G. So if the side of Nongshim are able to get Inua and Monto off the gorge here, team fights are going to go in their favor a lot more, right? Whereas if they don't, they're going to have not only the Hou-Yi, they're going to have the Ganamo just slapping them from a distance.
They have damage galore. This lineup, I mean, it's like once Siri hit... Oh, Burning Sun Arrow misses. Okay.
It was out of the park. But there it is. There's some good ultimate. It's being used to just drive away Gen.G.
Yeah, but Siri, once he hits those, like, he gets 6 slotted, he is going to be hit like a truck. Monto, Inua, Rock, all of these guys will easily crumble. So Clue and Wawa need to jump onto Siri whenever that team fight is happening. So if Siri gets going, again, 15-minute mark is the timer that I would probably be looking at where Nongshim can really then fight back.
They can, but I mean, I feel like Gen.G is definitely putting the pressure on in this early game, though, right? Like, they're around about, like, just under the 5-minute mark. They only have 1 kill onto the board. I feel like they do have the pressure, but they need to be laying it on now, because if they don't, then it's kind of like, when will that pressure come for the side of Gen.G? And if it's too late, then, like you were saying there, Hola, around about the 15-minute mark, Nongshim could activate super duper easy.
Super easy. And the reason why they had Gen.G haven't been able to put even more pressure on with this lineup is because of the fact that the wave clear from Nongshim is actually pretty decent, right? They've been able to kind of, if you don't have the minions, you can't actually get that tower, or, you know, the T2s, the mid T1 still standing. Nongshim doing a great job of just like dealing with the minions, slowing the game down. That works to their advantage.
It does work to the advantage as well, right? Like, they got to make sure that they're just slowing down the minion wave here for the side of Nongshim, so they don't have the push or don't have that kind of like privilege to be in that position to take a team fight. And speaking of privileges, Gen.G are privileged with around about that 2k gold lead.
Yeah, but I mean, Nongshim, they might be a little aggressive just to push them away, but it's not going to be like a straight-on push. There's no way that they get any sort of catch because this is a lineup that like runs at you, literally. I mean, they're very fast with like the time flux, but they see it coming. There's going to be no like jump-ins that potentially happen. Yes, you might have it from Kyung9 a little bit later, but that we're so far from that.
So far from that, and so far from the T1s of any T1s falling here for the side of Gen.G, right? They're definitely putting the focus into the side lanes, freeing up the likes of Monto and Wawa to kind of just be able to roam around the gorge and play the Hou-Yi a little bit more safer, right? Just use him as a little bit of an intel gatherer, using those burning sun arrows to kind of set up any kind of potential team fight, like we saw with Crazy Raccoons in game number 1.
Yeah. I think that they're going to have to kind of continue that sort of style in this one, but Illusion in the bottom lane, like again, like the wave clear, like this is going to be perfectly set up. Like Illusion stopped hitting the minion wave so that they could give Siri the farm, which is going to be smart. He is your win condition. He's going to get you there, and they're doing a great job again of just understanding who needs to be farming.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice little combo that you've seen here with Haku and Faye, right? Like, obviously using the Path of Passing, so you're not going down like a conventional kind of route here, and then you drop, obviously, the Time Flux into the any kind of brush you want to check, right? So if there's a 3-man, like 3 men that's waiting in there, they're going to be all silenced, all waiting to be, like, just taken down. So I feel like Nongshim just have to rely on a little bit of an unorthodox approach to the team fights until they get to the late game.
Yeah. And just take what you can, right? And you don't want to give up your jungle, so this is why they're kind of moving in packs and herds, if you will. Just ensuring that they get as much farm as possible. They cannot give up that because this game will then further snowball in favor of Gen.G. Again, it's all about whatever sort of farm they can get, slow the game.
Yeah, and Monto's just always kind of being like left alone, right? And you can kind of see that they're just converging to the side of him, so they're kind of like cutting off the access from the mid lane. But it just means they're able to just take these T2s, take these T1s, just create that kind of pressure there. Okay, Haku does get hit by that with a couple blades once again. So only 2 kills onto the board have been this Hou-Yi and Ganemo combo.
Yeah, and it starts with that Burning Sun arrow from downtown, and you just lock him in. Haku's just not tanky enough. I mean, but the thing is that he's like the tankiest of his group, right? Of the team. So no one else survives that. And Haku, again, will be slowed down, but he understands that he cannot be frustrated. He's doing his job in the sense that Siri didn't get hit. No one else is there, and they have the wave clear to deal with everything. Yes, it's going to slow you down, but Haku, it's not all on your shoulders in this game.
No, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of weight on Haku's shoulders, I think, this game as well, right? Like, not only taking that combo and trying to survive, but also just the fact that you are playing from behind and you are playing to a timer, which is around about that 15-minute mark, right? So, Gen.G know that, using that Tremor Smash into the back line, trying to get a catch up onto Haku once again. It's just getting deleted by Gen.G. Haku is just the cannon fodder at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's a glorified melee creep, just not strong enough yet. Obviously, jokes aside, he's a little bit better, but he needs to be careful, right? It's all about positioning, just keeping the tower safe from minions more than anything else. It's about the wave clear. Illusion doing a great job of that, understanding that his position, he's all the way in the back. A Wild Wind dealing with the minions. But Haku needs to play a little bit safer at this point.
Oh, they're using the cleanse. I mean, Faye was a prime suspect to be picked off there. I mean, Wawa was behind the wall, right? Like, he was going to go for the dive. So the cleanse came through, so yeah, I'm not going to have to get that pick up just onto the Zoom Bean just yet. So nice play there by Gen.G, really opened that T1 into the mid lane. And now they're just creating even more pressure, taking away those Azure Golems from the side of Nongshim.
And now Gen.G need to be feeling a little bit of pressure to kind of put that pressure on. They have an advantage, of course, in terms of kills, net worth, 5K at this point. But now is a potential to get the jump.
Oh my goodness, he just gets Zoasted in there, zoned out, and just completely cut off by the rest of his team. Wawa on this Main, man, he is crazy.
He's absolutely crazy, and this is why it's very scary. The catch is real from Gen.G. If they catch you with a Burning Sun arrow or Wawa goes in, you're pretty much instant deleted, right? They're going to find a single member, and it's more map control in favor of Gen.G. This 10 to 15 minute mark, this 5-minute span, is going to be so difficult for Nongshim.
Oh, very difficult, because I mean, this is where they need to survive, right? Like, if they can keep that high ground turrets alive, then maybe, just maybe, they'll get through this. But the fact that Haku is down by 2.3k is crazy.
Yeah, he's struggling, right? But you see the power of the pay and why Rock is so good on this hero. He's able to kind of exert that dominance, put the map control on. They have to play so defensively, and Haku's been picked off 3 times already, which is quite a bit at the 10-minute mark.
Oh, yeah, it's way more than I would like, right? I mean, you got an Ogryn, you want to kind of like... The only amount of deaths that's right for an Ogryn is no deaths, but now we're using Conductor Souls, trying to get on Monto, forces the flash, so the only time we've really been seeing a team fight between both Nongshim and Gen.G, and they don't get a single kill. They try and get the pick off onto Monto, but it's just been so, like, hotly uncontested down to the bot side of the map. They still have those common skills.
Patient gaming by Nongshim. Very smart. Haku, I thought he was going to go aggressive. I thought he was going to go out of position to go bloodthirsty and to force the issue. The key, again, is just wave clear, surviving more than anything else. Playing the defensive game. I know it's hard because Haku is like, he just wants to go. He just wants that green light and wants to just kill people. And you're kind of seeing it here too.
Oh yeah, he's trying. He's definitely trying to get those kills right. I mean, I think like we put into this for the entire of the game that Siri is going to be the one true carry, right? But right now he could be potentially getting picked up, right? He's taking just far too much damage from my like, and obviously the couple blades are going to hurt a squishy hero like the Shoryue.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, Faye needs to survive. Siri, I don't think that this is a good fight. I'm thinking that you give up the Overlord here. There's really no way that you can continue on. Oh, but the Burning Sun Arrow.
Oh, Burning Sun Arrow with the Radiance as well. Obviously being used by Gen.G's Clue, but into the backline, it's going to be Kyung9. Can he get the pick off on the Rock? Yes, he does. Oh, that means Smite goes down. Kyung9 for Rock is a good trade with the Shadow objectives up on the board now.
That's actually huge for Nongshim. I mean, the Rock was the biggest problem. He was the biggest nuisance. He was level 15, highest in this game, and he's able to, his ability to do the damage. Obviously, this Overlord is going to be tougher. If Rock were still alive, they take the Overlord, and they're looking to push with Vanguards. That's less space. Nongshim has bought themselves a little bit more time to stay in this game because of that pickoff.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're just kind of like trying to, like we've been saying, just keep going until that late game. See if that Shoryue can come online, do the damage, as well as Illusion as well, right? Like a late gamer Nua is going to do a heck of a damage to the side of Gen.G. But the pickoffs that Clue's been getting, like, just really show how great of a support player is.
Yeah, oh no, Clue is amazing. I mean, he's been the guy. This potential jump in if they want to go, but no.
No, not quite executed the right way they wanted to, right? They was hoping that more people were in that brush, but it was only Clue, and he's able to get it alive.
Just staying alive. And now Haku looking to tank this, but this is going to be a very ambitious play at best.
Yeah, I mean, they do get to take that out to Faye here as well, but into the backline is also going to be that Tremor Smash. Haku's fully committed to that Overlord, but there's just too much damage from Monto, too much damage from Inua. He's going to get run down. They're able to get that Tyrant, that Overlord, sorry, and that Minion Wave is looking to get that high ground turret down to the bot side of the map. Kyung9 is able to keep it alive just for now, but now it goes down.
Yeah, that was, I don't know what they were thinking, Nongshim, right there. That was a terrible play for going for the Overlord. You're behind in terms of net worth by 12K at this point. I think it was 10K at that battle. And then you're trying to force it, and then now it's Gen.G just looking to, you know, end this game here.
Oh, again, another Burning Sun Arrow onto the likes of Kyung9. They're just like, you know what? Let's go for a team wipe phase back up, but we'll take the crystal, and then that means game number 4 is going to go over to Gen.G. So we're going to get that full best of 5. I was correct in saying that this game could not go any other way, right? Could not go any other way between these two teams.
Yeah, we knew it was going to go the distance. I mean, both of these guys, just like, they know each other, they understand how to draft. And that draft, like, again, it was weird because Nongshim had actually beaten the same, essentially the same draft that they picked in this one by Gen.G, and they're like, hey, we can just try to play this one. But it's like picking a losing draft into game 4 didn't really give him too much of a chance. The pay was just really just farming way too quickly for them.
Way too quickly. The Hou-Yi and the Ganemo combo was just too deadly. I mean, Monto actually aimed and landed a lot of those Burning Sun arrows, right? Like, they were definitely going where they needed to go. Haku, obviously, the first 2 kills, which seemed to be, like, so distance apart, like, first blood to the next kill, seemed like at least 5 minutes, 6 minutes apart within this game number 4. So, really, we've been seeing that Monto and Inua combo come through, and it worked very well, right? Like, the only 2 people to die was Wawa and Rock overall.
That's exactly how you want to end a draft. Like the second phase, the Hou-Yi as well as the Ganemo, right at that point, because it caught Nongshim off guard. Like, if you have like other ways, if they more traditional farm laner, I mean, the farm laner regardless is going to do a lot of damage, but the Ganemo, I think that was just like, oh wow, we did not expect that much burst at that time, right? Everybody who got caught up by that Burning Arrow instantly deleted.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't just the burst from the likes of the Ganemo, right? Like, you had Wawa on the Mayin as well. Yes, he wasn't able to get as much kills as the likes of Inua, but he was there for the setups, right? Like, he went in, get the pickoffs, kind of tried to, like, basically get rid of the cleanse onto Faye as well, but Damage-wise, 95k there by Inoue is absolutely crazy. I feel like he has to either he or Rug get the MVP in this one.
I'm thinking it's got. I mean, Inoue had a lot of like. It's kind of underestimated damage, right? People don't always say it, but there's a reason why Nongshim really couldn't take any fights, because they were constantly being poked from afar. They were so low and they couldn't really take anything because they're so squishy. But to counter the greatest red, you go with the greatest blue here. And Gen.G, completely in line, had a 12k net worth lead at some point towards the very end, absolutely just icing this game. And now we're going to see a game 5.
Game 5 will be underway obviously very soon, but look at that, man. Yeah, like it's like a Dolia wave just crashing in all the way up. Oh, okay, Monto getting the MVP. Mr. Setup himself with a 2-0-4, but I mean, he was part of the crucial combo, right? Like, if it weren't for Monto, Inoue wouldn't have got the kills. If it weren't for Inoue, Monto would still get those hits onto the Blazing Sonaro.
Yeah, he was actually on point. I mean, he definitely did have an impact, but I felt like Gen.G just, everyone played well together. I don't want to undersell what Monto did. That's his second MVP of the KME fall, so congrats to him. But it's 2-0-4, setting it up with those Burning Sun arrows, definitely a lot of impact in that regard. And here's just one of many as Haku gets instantly deleted for first blood here.
And then the second one coming through here. Donk, there it is. And there's the boom. Couple blades, one after another, just getting that deletion there onto Haku. But you have to give it over to Gen.G, right? Like, they are playing against Haku's Orgrin, which is obviously one of his kind of like prize ponies, one of his biggest picks, his pride and joy. And they're able to kind of just completely shut him down. Not only, obviously, thanks to Monto and Inoue combo, but also Clue, man. Crazy plays.
Yeah, but like, why is Haku still fighting in the pit? Like, the rest of his... I mean, once Faye had gone down, it's like, okay, crap, we got to retreat. We got to just stay alive. And it just seemed like everybody's like, no, we're going to continue to fight. But you're so far behind. You're down numbers. If this is a losing proposition, there's like no way you... I mean, you get the overload, you got Vanguards. It buys you a little bit of time, but that is too high, too much risk for my take.
Too much risk for my take, but we are going to get at the conclusion of this series after this short break, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you very soon.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
as expected, it's a game 5. Gen.G going up against a Nongshim Red Force. Who's going to pull this one off and go into the winner or the grand finals coming up? Blam, who's going to win?
I mean, I don't know at this point, right? Because it's like a ping pong table. It's going back, forth, back, forth. We don't know who's going to get the dub this time around, but it looks like even though they lost last game, it looks like Nongshim want to go to the blue side once again to try and get something on the prior blue, right? Like they need to try and maybe lock in a carry here for Haku, maybe try and go for something like the Jing, maybe go for the pay for themselves, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably the right way. Gen.G just taking advantage of that first pick last time with that pay themselves. But I'm pretty sure Gen.G are going to look to ban out that pay. They're going to go with the Guan Yu to kind of make things a little bit more dramatic. But they cannot give that up to Aku, right?
No, they can't. I mean, there's not a lot else what you could ban here, right? Because obviously they had the Ali, they've had the Dharma, so you don't need to ban those off. So really, it would be the pay that gets banned out, right? Unless they really want to open it up, and Gen.G's like, you know what? We'll get Rock, we'll get him to take the Yukio. So maybe that's going to be the case here for these two teams. But banning out the Lubang here is definitely going and locking in onto Clue's pool.
Smart. Did a lot of research on Gen.G, see how they like to play. That Liu Bang adds a lot of flexibility, and especially with Clue, who's actually an absolute beast on that thing. So you need to ensure that you protect yourself, and it looks like they do ban out the pay, so Gen.G, rightly so.
Yeah, like I say, we don't want Clue Bong to come through, right? But I mean, we potentially could get the Princess Frost and Liang combo. So we have the Liang here coming through for the side of Nongshim Red Force. A lot of control. They've already banned out the Guan Yu, which is generally one of the better counters for that. But Gen.G's like, all right, bet we'll take one of them from you if you want to go for that. We can't ban it right now, and we definitely don't want to play up against it. So they take the Princess Frost for themselves.
Yeah, and I think that they'll be okay with that, especially at this stage of the game, right? It's the 5th game, not too many other mids available. This adds a lot of flexibility.
Ooh.
The Ganon Mo in return, but to, Nongshim's credit, this Liang, letting Faye pick it first is definitely one of his specialties. Ooh. And then you're also locking down a potential assassin jungler from Rock. They need some answers against him.
They do need some answers, but I mean, right now, Kyung9 might be going back to Daddy Sunset. We haven't seen him pick this the hero for quite some time, right? Like, this was one of his huge picks within Spring. We was talking about it in the introduction of today, and now we finally get Kyung9 on Sunset. So, big engages. You can see that Faye can go in with a flash suppression. You're going to have the couple blades come through. There's so much setup already just for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage. That boat is going to be key, right, going into this one. And they need to figure out, they picked up the Loom for Monto, securing him one of his favorite heroes. I think that's great for Gen.G, because Nongshim could potentially, targeted him. Now, it always comes to the second phase. What are the junglers going to pick? That's going to be the biggest key because they've dictated the pace of every single game thus far.
They really have. I mean, I think something like a Jing would do great here, right? Like you've got the set sail. It's going to go into a huge team fight. Then obviously the mirror domain coming through. So you can kind of see that Gen.G going for like what could be followed up by that set sail. So they ban out the monkey here correctly. I can imagine they're probably end up banning out the Jing as well, because if they don't do that, it's going to be a lot of burst damage, a lot of kind of like a potential team fight setup that could just literally rinse down something like the Lung, trying to get the suppression there just to kind of like keep Monto in place. So we might be seeing like another Monto kind of like a Monto Bronco, because there was just so much attack on Monto in game 1, right?
Yeah. Actually, Monto stepped up ever since that first game, right? I think that it was a good shake off of the, the focus fire that it was going to be on it. But Nongshim here banning out the Duelia, a lot of good targets on Gen.G. Makes a lot of sense, right? Having a secondary ult could be actually key going into this one. But the ban from Fade, Gen.G completely focusing on Haku, a lot of respect on him.
Oh, massive respect, right? I mean, they're definitely looking at that. I mean, the Guaigutsu ban, definitely there's going to be a reason why they're looking at that one, right? I mean, Clue is definitely looking a little bit more worse for wear within that support hero pool, right? I mean, he does still have the likes of the Sakir if he really wants to go for it. But Gen.G, Rock, they call it, man. They're like, you know what? We can't ban out the Jing. We're going to pick it for ourselves. So the mirror domain into the Winter is Here is going to be really scary.
Yeah, this could be very... Oh, they picked up the Jing. But, like, going up against this is a thing where Nongshim were trying to defer this pick as much as possible. They were just trying to be, like, force them to pick something else because they had the Liang. They were showing that. But having to deal with this from Rock, who can kind of navigate around it. It's not the easiest thing to do, but if he's able to stay away from Faye as much as possible and do damage onto the Gan and Mo, they could have a field day. So this could open things up for the matchup to watch here.
I mean, could it be something like a Hanshin, right? Like, there's a lot of CC that potentially could come through here to try and get that pickups for Siri, or they're going to go for a tank. That looks like it's going to be potentially the Musashi here as well, which we haven't seen Haku play yet within this best of 5. So diving onto the back line, trying to get access onto the likes of the Princess Frost. Something like the Winter is here. As soon as the duel to the death's been committed, is not going to be able to come through for them. So I feel like it's a good pick, as well as the Consort U.
This Musashi's been an absolute nightmare, right? In the KME. It's just had so much control, getting onto the damage dealers in the back line. There's a lot of good targets on this Gen.G side. So for Clue's last pick here, the big thing, just protecting them, having your own set of control, because Musashi diving in the same regard, the same way that Liang is looking to lock you down, you need somebody to help you, but instead they might go with this Wang Zi to kind of just deal with the CC that, you know, Nongshim have in spades.
Yeah, the CC from the crashing boat, CC from the duel to the death as well, right? Like, you'll still get honed in onto, you just won't get knocked up into the air, which is going to be some crucial airtime that you get back if you are Gen.G. So the Shuangzi makes a lot of sense here as well.
The protection of Jing. I mean, it's all about the junglers here. If this Musashi is able to kind of get going, and Haku is no slouch on this hero as well, but you saw just how powerful Rock was. He's going to definitely understand the hero's limitations, and he's going to try to play around that as much as possible. Rock is going to be trying to navigate Faye's Liang as much as possible too, and this is going to be straight up cinema, let's be honest.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be one heck of a clash to finish up this best of 5, right? Like, there is no way either of these teams go down without some kind of fight. And they've definitely drafted to have those team fights that could definitely go into the favor of either of these teams, right? Like, if one small piece of the side of Nongshim or Gen.G doesn't fall into place within this team fight, it's going to spell absolute disaster, you know? Like, there's so much burst damage here from obviously the likes of the Gan and Mo. You have obviously the setup from the Sunset as well as the Liang here as well. The only good thing here is obviously Shuangzi can't kind of interrupt that suppression, but other CC onto Liang can disrupt the suppression. So they got to be careful, man.
Yeah, definitely need to be careful. I mean, both of these teams, like, picking the heroes that they have, I mean, the console, you're probably not one of series like bread and butter, right? Top 5, maybe not, right? But I think the rest of the hero picks for this lineup are like top 5, top 3. They're very comfortable on them, especially on the Nongshim side. The Gen.G side, very similar as well. Maybe not Clue with his Wang Zi, but he's on point with it because it's such a good counter pick.
It's a very good counter pick, yeah. It's definitely kind of like the pick you draft towards that 5th pick, right? Like, just making sure that it comes a little bit easier for your team. But Haku already going for that level 1 invade, right? Like, trying to get the Crimson Golem away from the likes of the Jing, knowing that she's going to go to the Azure Golem first. But again, Rock's answering kindly here. He's like, you know what? If you're going to take away mine, I'm going to take away your boars as well, and then potentially your Crimson Golem. So already kind of like trying to get that phase check here. Trying to make sure to get the intel onto Rock, but it's got to be careful. Siri just trying to get his fire beak, and he gets smited. So it's like, you know what? I'm going to do a bit of a drive-by.
Yeah, so Rock taking away some of the other ones. He doesn't have the red buff. He's still able to farm. He still has... It's all about the skills more than anything else on Rock, on this Jing. So he should be fine with that trade, but he's also taking away farm from the other lanes. He's having that pressure, taking it away from Siri, who could potentially kind of, you know, be a bit of a problem for Monto in that bottom lane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely with the protective winds, obviously being able to cancel out the likes of those Flaming Palms, but also the poke here as well, obviously from the Oak Bolt, is definitely going to catch Monto out if he lands it quite a few times. Like you saw there, like that took almost a third of his health, just one Oak Bolt.
Yeah, it does a lot. It's super annoying to deal with, and Monto needs to be careful. He's not level 4 at this moment, and Kyung9 and Wawa, they'll go ham in the top lane.
Yeah, try to just obviously exhaust the set sail to try and get that space right there. It wasn't quite successful with that one, but again, we're just seeing a lot of, like, there's going to be a lot of respect onto the Gorge with this last game, right? Because obviously Nongshim, Gen.G, both of these teams, 2-2, only one can go through here.
Yeah, one going through. I mean, this might not be the end. I don't want to just say that, you know, all these teams are just going to snowball and like destroy Scarz tomorrow, but they are looking very equal, right? Going to a game 5, obviously, you know, and these two teams seem to really know each other come draft and execution, all these things. But man, I kind of want to see these guys in the grand finals just to see a best of 7.
Yeah, just go full ultimate battle, right? I mean, I feel like that's the only way we can see this conclude. Like Gen.G and Nongshim, they always kind of go the most of the distance, right? So going for the full distance in a best of 7 really going to show like who has the best blind draft, and that's what people want to see, right? We've been seeing this kind of like this matchup go head to head for the last 2 weeks, and the only way, perfect way to like really kind of say who is the better team is going to be that ultimate battle.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, it's going to be exciting to watch. If it gets there, not to say that we don't want to see Scarz and to see how they could potentially do, but we're seeing the track record right now. I mean, I've not seen Nongshim squirm this much since the KWC.
Oh, absolutely. But that suppression coming through here. Maybe the first blood there is going to be the duel to death onto the back line. Gets a shut down onto Rock. Huge. Even though Inuit dropped, the winter is here. Didn't stop them there. But there it is. Just kind of trying to force out, put pressure onto Monto, which Nongshim know if they focus Monto, it's Don Bronco.
Yeah, and Siri in a bad spot. Yeah, he's going to get taken out there. But, I mean, look, I want to talk about that first blood, because Faye going in, his ability to flash, suppress, get that control, and lock down Rock. And he was locked down, and Haku was doing some damage, but he was patient enough to use the duel to death after Rock dashed away, and then he went in for that one. So, being able to just understand the limits of Jing, because, again, if he went too early and he duel to death before he dashed, he might not have gotten that kill.
Exactly. It's those minute details, right? Like any other player that's kind of like new to the scene of Honor of Kings would be like, right, yeah, it's my time to go. I have to go. And then forget that they haven't used that dash, and they're like, oh, I've just committed like the ultimate like seppuku here. But it's like Nongshim knew.
Yeah, they definitely knew. And this is why Haku kind of being annoying as well, taking those buffs. And Rock is going to see this, but Rock doesn't have the smite.
No, it doesn't have the smite. Aki was able to get it though, but it's now 2v1, but now it's going to be okay. Gets out of that one alive. Nice stun.
Liang, I mean, Faye with that barrier, that was perfect. Perfectly set up to potentially lock up too, but they got someone.
No. Oh no, Illusion. Oh, he has to use the flash. He has the flash still within his grasp there, so able to get out literally with a lick of health. I don't think there's even like a bit of green on that health bar, so they're going to be careful. But also at the same time, we do see the set cells with top side of the map here. Could connect on the 3, but it's going to be the CC immunity here for the Schwanzer. Really cancelling out the devastation from Kyung9 Sunset here. Haku down, Faye down, Kyung9 down. All for Wawa, and even more here at the top side of the map. But hey, we have Siri. He's looking to focus down the bot side.
Yeah, doing a lot, I mean, in terms of the split push. But I felt like Kyung9 was just like, Haku, stay. Continue to fight. And Haku really didn't want to be there. He was fighting 1 versus 3 because that boat was coming, but it was too late. Not enough time to get it, and they all died because of that. So it's a situation where you're like, hey, is the timing going to be perfect? The execution of this lineup, if they're able to hit it, and you'll see exactly how. Like, Haku, he decides to go in because he knows the boat is coming, but he's in a bad spot. He's not under the tower. He's not being helped out for that one, and now Kyung9 dies because of that, as well as Haku.
It's a bad spot, but at the same time, it's all down to, I feel like, if Clue was on the Chuangzi, it'd be deadly, but at the same time, Chuangzi does get caught out by that suppression, so it means that Rock doesn't have to face the music against that suppression from the Liang and Faye. But it's actually, Mirror Domain's not done that much in terms of oppression. We do see the Wawa dives in, obviously, with the 4 strike, gets takedown. It's going to be Clue going down here. Can we get some more here for Haku? But he does get traded for Clue.
So, if you're going to go for the control from Faye, you gotta just completely avoid Clue as much as possible. I know it looks like a juicy target. Who doesn't like killing somebody who's riding a whale, right? But I think that if Haku getting baited out, like he's continuing to fight. Oh, they find Wawa.
Yeah, they do find Wawa. I mean, they get the boat, they get the couple blades. That's plenty of damage going through. Wawa's not going to survive that one.
Yeah, but now with Haku down, he's falling further behind from Rock. And you know that this guy, his efficiency on this Jing, being able to farm as the way Rock does, this is a problem if you're Nongshim, right? Haku has died too many times. He's been aggressive. They're like trying to force the issue a bit. I understand when Faye has that control, they're looking for a pickoff, but these pickoffs are not easy.
They're not easy, but there's a suppression once again. I mean, I'm not too sure why they're doing it onto the Clue, whether it's because of that CC immunity potentially here to stop that come through first, but it means that Gen.G is able to open up the side of Nongshim. Haku, Siri, Faye all fall down here in Illusion. I think the Satnav's taking him in the wrong turn here. We got Wawa just trying to check him up, maybe trying to get the kill, but at the same time, Wawa's not going to hit by these turrets. He's just trying to circumvent around the enemy base. It's probably going to be a downfall of him at some point there, but oh my goodness. Couple blades off the back there, wiped down. Wawa.
Okay, so a little bit of a misplay by Wawa. Underestimating Illusion just a little bit. Those blades do hurt. You got to be a little bit careful. You're thinking, oh, what is this random homeless dude doing in our jungle? Like, why is Illusion here? But Illusion's like, actually, I'm the dude, man. I'm the guy, right? So you need to be running from me. And Wawa gets picked off, pays with his life on that one. But man, another bad fight by Nongshim. Really not taking it. They are not at that critical mass. They are not them. Rock is the guy right now. He is getting even scarier minute by minute.
Super duper scary, right? Like the fact that Clue is taking a lot of these suppressions, which we kind of like, we're putting it down to the fact is that they're just trying to get rid of that CC immunity. But there we go. We do get the boat come through here. Is he looking for a little bit of a back line, maybe going the scenic route, it seems like here for Kyung9, actually not picking up onto anybody, but just driving away the enemy team.
So Kyung9 is looking to just split push. He's looking to wave clear, cut creeps, and this prolongs the game more than anything else, right? If you're able to take some of those minions and stay alive, that's the biggest thing. It's not easy to do in Honor of Kings, right? If you want to split push, you're kind of, it's a suicide mission, right? But with this boat, you have that potential. They're trying to play the macro game, trying to extend it as much as possible. Kyung9 understanding the limits of the Sun Tzu.
They are, but I mean, at the same time, the Gen.G's taking away the likes of the Azure Golem, right? So you get in the split push, you're kind of like driving out the game, but at the same time, Haku's not got the tools that he needs to kind of craft this victory for the side of Nongshim. I mean, it's not all riding on Haku, but at the same time, he is one of the kind of like vital parts here in terms of these pickoffs.
I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to say that Haku is the vital guy. He needs to be the guy because he needs to get that farm. He needs to just, like, right now they're being aggressive, but he's, like, got, you know, he's basically fighting with, like, a pool noodle at this point. He's just not doing any damage. He's not able to get the burst. And finding the pickoff on a Clue who's done a great job of being that front liner who tanks everything. Like, how are you going to deal with the butterfly effect, assuming they jumped on somebody else? This is the perfect counter thus far. And Nongshim right now are reeling because their draft was revolved around, you know, the Faye jumping in and getting those pickoffs.
True, very, very true. Obviously, Faye trying to get the right suppression coming through, but now he has kind of like more factors to deal with on the side of Gen.G. Like, does he go for Rock and then obviously leaves open the CC immunity from the likes of the Shuangzi? What did he do? But there doesn't seem to be like executed performantly here right now. Again, using the suppression onto the Shuangzi, but now we just see the Mirror Domain come through and just cut down the rest of the side of Nongshim once again. So now he comes in for the fastest, trying to put pressure onto the back line here to get the vaulting shot from the Consort U, but there it is. Kyung9 trying to do the damage, but gets wiped out. Is Siri, Kyung9, and Illusion's the only one standing between Gen.G and that T2.
All right, Illusion, I mean, they don't lose right now. Illusion has the blades to deal with the wave clear. Gen.G with a great fight, great initiation, understanding. You find Faye, and Faye is panicking because he knows that, you know, Shuangzi Clue is right in his face, but he cannot take that target because even if he does the butterfly effect, everything is negated. So he's lost a lot of limitedness. Basically, this draft has been the perfect counter draft to the Nongshim lineup because they're not able to play the way that they want. This Liang is literally a ranged creep.
Yeah, at this moment in time, right, as you can see from this playback, like he gets obviously the suppression there, but then what of it, right? Like you got the Mirror Domain on top of you.
Yeah, no chance. I mean, they're going to run at you. And look at Monto getting aggressive.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen him go aggressive on the Siri with that Loom, but he pays with his life on that one. Kyung9 just catches him out. But even under the tower, it doesn't really matter. Gen.G have the ability to just jump on top of you. They're very mobile. They do a lot of damage, and they have the control. Very scary characteristics if you're a Nongshim fan.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, right now you're seeing that the Gen.G are ahead by about 3.5k gold. So either way, regardless, it's going to be super duper scary here for Nongshim because they're getting into the Shadow objective territory, right? Like they've lost the Shadow Tyrant. They've got around about 27 seconds on that one to know that Gen.G could easily go for the Overlord.
Yeah, and I'm going to like turn our attention now to Kyung9. I think that this is the guy that has to buy enough time. He needs to consistently split push, create the space for the rest of Nongshim to just, you know, just prolong the game, stay alive, let Haku get the farm right now, because I think that he's the win condition. Illusion has a bunch of wave clear. They can deal with the other lanes, but the outside lanes, that's got to be key. Kyung9 with the split push and staying alive.
It's easier said than done, right? Just staying alive here, especially with the amount of aggression into the team fights that Gen.G's already kind of showed promise to, right? Like, not only did they have the engage from Wawa, you have the mirror domain from Rock, and then on top of that, Monto playing super aggressive, which has obviously been a little bit of a treat for us, because we've not really seen him play very aggressive so far.
True. I mean, look, the things that are going on. I mean, Gen.G are making, are proposing a very difficult question. Nongshim have to have a difficult answer. It's not going to be easy. It looks like they're going to lose the top T3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they've got the Winters here as well as the mirror domain, it means that even if Nongshim want to contest that, they've got to go through a whole world of hurt, right? They've got to go for not only magic damage, slow, potential freeze, but then also Rock's Jing on top of you, which is like, he's already a level ahead. He's currently he's been level max for like the past 2 minutes or so, and it's looking to go towards like 6 slotted very, very soon. He has the frigid charge as well, so stunning somebody in place is going to be pretty huge here to get that pick up.
Yeah, 3K net worth lead as well over Haku. I mean, he was the guy. He was the assassin. He was the counter pick into this Jing, and he's so far behind. He cannot really fight. Plus, Gen.G have so much control, so much damage. They want to go in? Fine, we're going to burst you down.
Exactly, they got burst, they got damage, they got obviously CC, immunity as well here, so everything that Gen.G, like you were saying, Holler, this draft's just being kind of drafted to perfection here, especially with that last pick, the Shuang set, because it's really stopped Nongshim like executing any of the means of teamfight.
Yeah, and we were going to talk about this, about how, you know, going into this series, it was going to be about the draft, how they counter pick and all that. I mean, Nongshim had a great draft, you know, game 1 with that Neza pick, completely caught him off guard. But Gen.G, after time and time again, these wins have been around the draft. They put their teams in a position to win, neutralize a lot of the strengths of the Nongshim lineup, and you're seeing the strengths of this. This Zhuangzi pick last is just absolutely brilliant. That made up this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see here the Fog of War just creating that atmosphere once again, getting a dive onto the back line there of Haku, just getting the knock up with the Storm Strike. But now we're going to see the knockdown of Faye as well. But Monto and Yinu go down. Rock's looking pretty low as well. So 2-for-2 trade overall. But the Illuminate Slash just trying to kind of take away the side of Gen.G. But that is going to be all she wrote there for the side of Nongshim. Red Force, Haku, Illusion are the last standing members here.
Clue is just so tanky. I mean, Kyung9 was throwing everything at the Death Star, so to speak. Was not able to dent into that armor that was Clue. He's just tanking so much, and Wawa's like, okay, free shots, I'll take this. And he's hitting like a truck too. So this is a scary lineup. Yes, Nongshim have a bit of wave clear. They're going to slow this one down. But with that last mid T3 and this Shadow Tyrant going the way of Gen.G, things are looking awfully dire for Nongshim.
At this moment in time, right, they are obviously still behind in gold, but we're getting to that kind of crucial point within Honor of Kings where the gold starts to like not really mean that much, because obviously everybody's getting 6 slotted, but it was really kind of like this the whole setup of this team fight, right? Like Faye getting caught into the middle of it, it then gets positioned by that shove of the Jing into the Winters here, completely deleted Faye too early.
Yeah, and this Faye is like nothing, right? He is literally a range creep at this point. I mean, he is just completely struggling. Like, the fight needs to happen, and then you potentially get onto somebody. If the fight is like, if you get initiated on, Faye, I'm sorry, you're wearing glasses, you're a very, very punchable face that everyone from Gen.G wants to hit you from.
Yeah, I mean, we're very used to punchable faces here on the KME broadcast, right?
Only people with glasses, just to say.
What? The discrimination. But now, okay, Inuit does get taken down there, though. I mean, that suppression did come through. He did try and go golden, but now Wawa gets deleted as well into the back line, thanks to that set sail. But is that going to be enough for Nongshim to come back out on top, especially with Haku down?
I mean, Gen.G went all in. They wanted to get all the towers. This is going to be very tough. Nongshim, I mean, they have a decent amount of wave clear, but now with super elite minions crashing in all 3 lanes, I don't know if this is going to be enough. And to be able to push it, plus get yourself a little bit of breathing room so that you can actually potentially take in a Tempest Dragon in about 3.5 minutes. I don't know if they're going to have enough space and damage to kind of push them out.
Yeah, damage is definitely kind of like a problem here for the side of Nongshim, right? Especially if Illusion gets taken out early, as well as Siri. Haku's just going to be there to kind of like maintain and to soak a lot of that damage, especially with the likes of the Blood Rage and whatnot. But Gen.G's does not give them the chance to actually get to that point and scrap, right? Like, they're definitely picking them up very early, using Inua on this Princess Foster very, very well.
Oh, wise Nongshim. They're looking to take this Overlord, but they're making a beeline for this. This is going to be tough.
It's going to be very tough here. The Winters here being placed down as well, but it is going to go over to the side of Nongshim, so maybe a bit of a saving grace. We do see that Rock gets taken down as well, so that's a problem here for the side of Gen.G, but now Monto's online. He's doing a lot of damage, and Kyung9 for Rock and Clue. Ooh, that's not a good trade for Gen.G.
That was actually perfect in the sense that, like, I mean, yeah, Kyung9 died, but Faye with that last second just connection onto Rock, locking him down for the rest of the team to do that damage, to have that burst, plus you've taken the Overlord. That is a window of opportunity. This net worth lead is starting to dwindle a bit, and now Gen.G are starting to feel a little bit of pressure. This is going to be tough.
Very tough indeed, right? I mean, they definitely have the Overlord. They definitely have the key moments here for the side of Nongshim to come back here. After around about an 18-minute, like a game where it doesn't seem like Nongshim was actually even onto the Gorge, right? They're now back on because it's getting into the late game, scaling up the likes of obviously Illusion, Haku, as well as Siri. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I mean, the fact that this game is still ongoing, they don't have a tower, right? But they're putting the pressure on. They're trying to equalize as much as possible. They won that team fight. They have not won the war. Yes, the net worth lead has kind of shifted a bit in favor of Nongshim, but they're still not out of the fire just yet.
Not out of the fire just yet. I mean, they could still come back here if you are Gen.G, right? I mean, they just need to make sure they're formulating these team fights a little bit more kind of like better, right? Like maybe try and send Wawa in first, as well as obviously Clue, and then kind of leave Rock to kind of just like get the stragglers, right? But Set Sail, it does land onto the back line there, but obviously it's going to see some unity come through for them, but not actually too much going on right now. But the Mirror Domain being put down in terms of kills, but Faye looking pretty low, has to get out into the back line, and the only Sage of Sanctuary onto the side of Gen.G is on Monto, and he's untouched.
Oh my gosh, that was so crazy. I mean, Splendor, I think he used Splendor on that one just to stay alive for a bit, but Faye with just enough to stay alive with that golden, then to flash away, is just barely staying alive. If he dies there, that might have just crumbled. Gen.G just rolls them over. They find the rest of them.
No, the fact that he's gone Tempest is crazy, man. Like 37 seconds until the Tempest Dragon's up. I mean, the way that Gen.G was dominating, you honestly thought that it wasn't going to go this distance.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I did not have that on my bingo card, going the distance, being able to come back from something like that, because now Nongshim, yes, the momentum has shifted, but the lanes are all kind of crashing in, and now they're going in.
Speaking of crashing in, Rock crashes in there as well, but there's the suppression onto Wawa. Is taking a lot of damage. Rock's still alive with Wawa as well, so he gets taken down, but buys the Sage of Sanctuary a little bit too late there as well. We have obviously Haku into the back line, just trying to do damage onto both Wawa, actually keeping him away from the aid of Rock and Monto, but they're doing their own thing. They're just fighting their own fight, but gets the takedown onto Faye. They're going to be careful.
Yeah, it looks like that was the team fight that they were looking for. Gen.G with the nice little jump off. Rock, yes, he died. Yes, control had been used, but he just uses Sage of Sanctuary. He just gets right back up, shrugs that one off, and now Nongshim somehow have to hold miraculously here.
I mean, in terms of the wave clear, they've got Illusion, right? But is it going to be enough here? Throwing out a couple of blades that now going to be on the cooldown. We have obviously Rawa with the Sage of Sanctuary. It's going to be able to just tank and fight with that brutal thing, but it's going to be the Crystal takedown here. And Gen.G do beat Nongshim for the first time after the survival week.
Just look at them. I mean, it's just business as usual. Obviously, Clue is happy. I mean, that was such a great series. Wawa just soaking it in. Like, that was the moment. And Nongshim Red Force, I mean, they're not out of this. But no, that one had to have hurt, right? This is a team that had hardly bled in any of the KMEs going back to the spring. And they're coming here where now you're seeing Gen.G has leveled up to the point where they're able to take them in a best of 5. That's gotta hurt if you're Nongshim.
No, I mean, I can see why Wawa's composed, right? Because he knows he's going to have to potentially do that in a best-of-7 format, right? So if you get to an all-battle with Nongshim, that's where the true test of Nongshim comes through. That's where their ultimate form really starts to show there. So he knows that, yes, we've kind of won the battle, but will we win the war in the grand finals, which is obviously the reason why people should stay tuned in over the next 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, to Nongshim, all I can say is Kenchana. I mean, you just need to just dig your way out of the lower bracket finals now. You're going to be going up against Scarz tomorrow. And then potentially, if you're able to win that, to go into the grand final. It's just a tougher road ahead of you. But man, it's all about the adversity. This is just going to make this team stronger in the end.
Very strong, exactly. They're going to come back with obviously a POW as well. But to be honest, a lot of history has been done today so far. Obviously, the KJL league teams go through into this one to obviously go further into the playoffs. But at the same time, Gen.G's finally been able to take a series of a best of 5 off of Nongshim RedForcevs, which is again something that never happened within the spring season. So for all these teams,
that's exactly what you want. I mean, this is getting into that moment where you have that opportunity to take it to them in game 5. Everything on the line. Things were looking kind of dire in some of those games. Game 1 especially. Game 3 not great, but game 5 is when things matter. Able to bounce back, having the proper draft, and to be able to execute and really take it to Nongshim, that has got to be a huge boost in terms of confidence.
Absolutely huge boost here for both for those teams of Gen.G. Obviously, after losing that kind of like game where it looked like they was going to win after that 2-2 scoreline, right? And then obviously they had to play the offline game and lost. This is obviously back to form Gen.G from that point of the game. So right now, you can see here onto the board that Monto actually played very aggressive as well. We saw some very promising plays from him. 727 KDA, very good. Rock, I feel like his early game was probably a lot better than how he was kind of positioning himself within that late game. But there's a lot to kind of dodge onto the side of Nongshim, right? Like, it wasn't an easy fight to take.
Was not an easy fight to take. But I think that if we're just going to talk about draft here, like, I know that Kyung9 loves the Sun Tzu, but man, it's just not it. He's been nerfed to the ground a bit too much. He is not the same Sun Tzu of old. I think that you really, I mean, if we're going up against like a Byron, if they had a little bit more steady, somebody who can kind of like, you know, dare I say, like a Mayin or something like that to kind of counter this, they would have had a much better game because you need faster cooldowns. The game is much quicker in that sense. That one boat to win the team fight just doesn't happen anymore.
It doesn't, but I feel like if they did have the Schwangsa as well to obviously get rid of the cleanse of all the CC onto the side of Gen.G, I feel like the boat would have definitely been a lot more devastating, especially towards that first boat of the game as well, right? Like where it was top side of the map, there's 3 of them. It was Haku taking them all on, and then the boat came through. If it wasn't for the Schwangsa getting that CC immune from it, it would have been a devastating team fight for the side of Nongshim RedForcevs. They would have definitely been able to come out on top of that one.
Yeah, definitely coming back on this one. But look at this gold graph. I mean, you're thinking that Gen.G had it all in control. Nongshim were able to come back. It was actually close. But that last team fight in the end was just enough. Too many mistakes from Nongshim, trying to force it down. I mean, you didn't really have much of a chance with no towers in the base, and you were wide out in the open. But that jump in, the Sage's Sanctuary from Rock, being able to just stay alive, using up that control, and that was pretty much the team fight there.
Team fight there, and Rock with the MVP. 539 KDA, doing 23% damage and taking 23% of the damage as well. So, and 23% of the gold. Clearly, there's a new magic number onto the Gorge, and it is the 23 here for Rock. As you're going to see in some of these highlights, a much more sort of like stellar performance into that early to mid game, but then late game positioning was kind of like he got caught out like 3 times overall in that game, which when you're the Jing, you don't really want to get caught out to, but it was a hard terrain to fight with the Jing.
Yeah, hard to fight on that side. Same side for the other one. I mean, Gen.G came prepared, and they were like, hey, this Fei Liang is going to try to go in. Look at how isolated he was. He tried to go on the clue many a times, and I mean, for lack of a better target, if you might use the butterfly effect, but it's not a great target, right? And this is that perfect counter pick that Nongshim really struggled to deal with early to mid game. Towards the end, it was a little bit of a less factor in that sense, but then Rock just outsmarting with that Sage's Sanctuary, which we'll see in the end.
Exactly, just a beautiful Sage's Sanctuary coming through there, just kind of giving the second wind into these team fights. Was definitely the call that they needed, right? But the funny Sage's Sanctuary for me was the fact that Siri bought it when he died, so it's kind of like he was a little bit too slow with the buying of items and stuff like that. I mean, hey, he can do it anyway. I just can't do it regardless. So, and this was obviously the takedown of the crystal, meaning that there was a point in that game where Nongshim looked like they were going to come back, but it was just obviously all Gen.Gs to win. They had too much pressure already created onto the side of Nongshim, meant that those minion waves were just a little bit too strong.
That was close. That was close. I mean, even to the end, like going in, like that last team fight, we didn't get to see all of it with the highlights or whatever, but it was actually very close. But again, just that pickup of Rock, I want to see that again, just because I want to kind of break that down. But that was amazing in way, like Gen.G, even that they were like feeling it, like you could tell, like the momentum had shifted, everything was looking in favor of Nongshim, but Gen.G were like, never say die, we got this, we understand what we need to do to complete this mission here.
Exactly. That's exactly what they did, right? They were able to just formulate the early game into their favor, obviously get the pressure onto the Gorge as well, and then even when it got to the Tempest Dragon, even when it looked like they were going to lose, they was like, you know what, we've already created a lot of opportunity for ourselves here in terms of setting up the taking down the side of Nongshim in terms of all their turrets, but then also the fact that even if they were going to go and try and take the Tempest, they had a lot more going for them, right? Obviously, the enhanced minions in the waves. They had no real contention or crashing minions towards the end of that game as well.
Yeah, no real way to get back. I mean, just the last piece. Like, I wanted to see some more fights. I wanted to see this go even further, but who knows? Like Nongshim right now, they need to just like shake this one off. They got Scarz ahead of them, who's looking very strong at this point. There's a lot of momentum with that team, and in Honor of Kings, momentum really helps. But going up against that best of 5, team in Scarz right there might not be the easiest thing for them. So Scarz might have a potential going into this final one here.
They might have a potential, but this is going to be today's matches for those that joined in pretty late. So obviously with the KJL bash-off, we saw that Scarz took a 3-0 victory over Crazy Raccoons, which nobody was actually really hoping for here. Was hoping for a full best of 5, especially with Crazy Raccoons being the survival week third place here, but not taking a single round. But here's your up-to-date bracket as well.
Yeah, the lower bracket, I mean, that's going to be the first game, Nongshim versus Scarz, and then the winner of that best of 5 is going to be going up against Gen.G, who are going to be waiting, patiently waiting, getting all that research, seeing how you move, getting all that data in that best of 7 grand finals for the slot to the KIC. That's going to be a great one.
It's going to be a great one, but I think for Gen.G, rolling this one out at the end of the day is the fact that they know they've secured the place at least at second place, right? So they at least get into that last chance qualifier once again. Obviously, it's a little bit of a change this time around. They don't obviously go up against just the KMW second chance. They go up against the WKS's champions, which is obviously Fearless Esports Hong Kong. So it's going to be quite scary to see how that formulates towards the end of this week. But we still have tomorrow, where we're going to see and crown the champion of the KME fall season.
Yeah, and if you're second place in the KME, that's not that bad. You're KM worst, they don't have a team. You're going to be just roll over them. You just got to worry about Fearless Esports in that last chance. But it will be super exciting to see how that one's going to go. We have a whole nother day tomorrow. By the way, this is Blam's last cast in the KME. Thank you so much for sharing the desk. We had a lot of fun going into this one until the next season, of course, Blam. But yeah, any final words before we sign out?
No, absolutely amazing day. I feel like that series was definitely a great way to round out going into the tomorrow's conclusion, right? So thank you very much for watching, guys. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you do join back in for obviously KM Worst, even though you don't really want to cover those ones, but back for KME tomorrow to see how it concludes. So make sure you do join in then.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, fit to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, crawling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lost. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prom time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing